Hello, 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 and welcome to Larger Curves, y'all. Thank you for coming through today. I hope you smash that like button on your way in. Smash the subscribe button. If you haven't, hit that bell so you can get notified next time your girl, Larger Curves, uploads a video. And so you can become part of this beautiful, curvy community that we're growing over here in these YouTube streets. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. My beautiful curvies. Again, thank you for coming through. Smash the like button, smash the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit that bell so you can get notified next time I upload a video. Today we're going to be reviewing not anything else, but you know us, we talk about everything. We might start talking about some French raclette up on here, okay? But we're going to start with Real Housewives of Miami, curvies. Real Housewives of Miami is what we're going to be recapping today. All right, curvies, thank you for coming through. Thank you for being here. Like I said already, smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, hit that bell if you haven't already so you can get notified next time your girl Larger Curves uploads a video. Now, okay, I got some splaining to do. What's good, Baylicious? What's good, Baylicious 28? Miss Dugan, too, was the first one in the house today. Thank you, Miss Dugan. That's what's good. Irene, I hear your husband's a Capricorn. I'm a Capricorn, too. January 17th. Yes, me and Michelle Obama. When you go low, I go to Oakland. So I don't know how high we'll get. We might only get up to Skyline Boulevard, and the rest might come out in Oakland, deep east. All right. All right. Anyway, but we don't have to go there. Oh, look. And Sebastian is in the house today. Thank you for coming through to play, Sebastian. All right. Yep. Capricorns. Definitely. Capricorn love. Thank you. Let's see. Baelish says, justice for Dr. Nicole. I'm not liking Alexa much anymore. Can I call him or can I call him? Okay. Yeah. Julia is really getting on my nerves. I don't believe they are adopting a child. Yeah, we'll see when that boat rolls in. Hey, y'all. Happy Saturday. Yes, Miss Dugan, too, was the first one up in Larger Curve's house today. Thank you for being number one. All right. Yes, Sebastian. Mademoiselle H. Yes. Bonjour. Alexia is even disappointing Sebastian? We must have did it, y'all. We must have flipped paradigms or something if Alexa is disappointing Sebastian. Okay. Never cared for Alexa. Yeah, I didn't much care for her. And then she kind of almost grew on me. But Marisol grew on me more this season. But Marisol's really messy too. So we're going to have to talk about that too. Julia is too much. Yes, Julia is a lot of energy. She's like one of those high maintenance friends, if you will. And I'm not talking about like you have to pay for everything she does. I'm just talking about in the amount of energy it takes to engage with her. It's a lot, but she seems fun. I like her. She seems fun and she's too much. Alexa's giving me some vibes I don't like. I know, right? What do you think it is? Like, I'd have thought, we're going to start right now. I'd have thought, Irene, that Alexa getting married last season, right? Didn't she get married? She got married, right? She got married. She has new husband peen waiting at home for her. Honeymoon phase, husband peen waiting at home for her. And he's not a bad looking guy. And she seems so unhappy and so unsatisfied. Like, I feel like she needs to go spend time with her new husband, honestly. That's what my feeling is like maybe she should have taken this time off to be with her husband and solidify their relationship or something instead of come try to get this check because you are coming off way nasty and it's not nice, Alexa. Where is Gabrielle? Yes, hopefully Gabrielle will come through. I put it in the chat, in our chat, It's Lex E. Lex E. Alexia. 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 That's a good riff. Alexia. My sis didn't pay for Peacock this month. Haven't seen any episodes yet. Oh no. Well, they're really good. So far, so good. So far, you're missing. Real Housewives of Miami is not disappointing. It's not disappointing as long as we don't find out that these ladies are lying like they was doing in Potomac, because Larger Curves was very disillusioned at the amount of liarism happening over in the Potomac streets. It made me not even watch the last episode. I didn't even watch the finale. Still haven't even watched it. I've only been seeing clips around here and there because I am not one for being gaslit voluntarily. Okay? I'm not sure if my thing is freezing on your end too, but over here I'm getting like max headroom over here. But yeah, I am not here for it. So I hope that all these storylines that we're engaging in are authentic and are some type of realism going on. And on that note, I think that Alexa should really go home to her new husband and handle that instead of Dr. Nicole and freaking Adriana's business. And by the way, let's start there. Did you notice that Alexia was saying that, oh, Adriana wants what I have. And anybody who wants what you have, that's the dangerous person. Oh, you don't want that energy. Well, was she telling on herself? Because when she was the bridesmaid to Adriana in the wedding way back when, season 1 or 2, right? Was she coveting Adriana and wanting what Adriana had? So she knows firsthand what it's like for that to happen. Is that why she has such strong feelings about it all of a sudden? Like, that's crazy. Anyway, Alexia can kick rocks all the way back to where she was born a star. I said it. Okay. Julia seeks attention. Yeah, she's kind of that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just, exhausting engaging with her sometimes. Like, and I know personally, people say it gets a little exhausting being around me too, because I'm always like this, no matter what, whether I'm on here or whether I'm at work or whether I'm with my kids or whether I'm with my husband. I'm always like, that. And they're like, oh, girl, can we breathe already? In, out. Okay, and then we were back at it again. Yeah, so I get Julia. Yes, I get her. Wait, elitism. Wait, elitism. Yes, elitism. Okay, yeah, I did like Marisol, but I'm hearing that she's such a pick me. Marisol is she's one of those people where she's the source of all the news that is the contention. And then by the time it gets out that she's the source, she's just like, oh, well, here's what I said about it. And it's just so nonchalant. Like, I didn't mean to start what I exactly meant to start it. I'm over it. I don't care how many cockies she has. It doesn't, you know, bone carriers, dude, get a new storyline. You're a fabulous woman. You have a lot going on. I don't know. I don't want her to be a pick me. Lexi, and Marisol are the mean girls. Yep, they're the green-eyed bandits of Miami. They sure are. She's been with him for years, allegedly, when she was still with Herman. Even more reason, go get your groove on, girl. Get out of these people's business if you're so happy. Go. I didn't watch the finale either. I'm tired of gaslighting on Potomac. I'm going to drop the link. We could talk about it. We could talk about it all. Because yes, I refuse to watch. And you guys know, my true curvies know, your girl Larger Curve started this channel on YouTube because of Real Housewives of Potomac. I had thought about it for a long time. But when the Real Housewives of Potomac, Monique, Candace whole thing happened, I could not find any channels to commiserate on about Team Candace. I mean, I'm team myself and we were Team Candace, all right? Because I'm team keep your hands to yourself overall. Like, sticks and stones can break your bones and words can never hurt you. And if they hurt a lot, then just go to freaking therapy and get over it. But keep your hands to your freaking self is where I'm at, right? So I started this channel to say that, team, keep your hands to yourself. And along with all the other stuff I do, I just dropped a haul. Check that out. Naughty Love, shout out anyway. Got some head wraps from her. These earrings were a free gift from the haul from Naughty Love. Aren't they ever so? I love them. Okay. So, yeah, let's see. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Wait, I think I'm going too far. Elitism. Yeah, there we are. She's been with him for years, didn't watch either. Miss Dugan, I agree. Alexia and Marisol are the mean girls. Julia is the fakest of them all. Julia is so boring. Well, Marisol is the CNN and Fox News of Miami. She has all the tea to spill. Yeah, well, hey, to split people up. That's what I heard. But she's like Leah Black then, right? Leah Black used to do that kind of stuff, right? Didn't she have all the information also? Let's see. Well, Herman was gay. There's that. Yeah, so she does have a boyfriend. Sebastian Shade is coming up to play. What's good, Sebastian? I'm so glad you could come through today. How are
Yes,
you?
I'm so happy too because I really wanted to comment on Miami. I'm good. How are you?
Can you guys hear Sebastian? Okay, put a one in the chat if you can hear Sebastian.
Can you hear me?
I can kind of hear you.
Okay, I just had to adjust my mic.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, sometimes the Mac microphones, as well as their cameras on the laptops, are kind of like I'm like, I
yeah,
don't know what the big hoopla is about. I miss my Android a lot of days of the week. A lot.
I do too
But
sometimes.
hey, her, Sheila Mack is in the house. Just simply came through. Right, we got a one in the chat. They can hear you fine. Someone on Twitter spilled the alleged tea on Peter and Frankie's father went to prison again. On why Peter and Frankie's father? Who Peter?
Yeah, Alexia's first husband, Pedro. Alexia's
Oh,
first husband,
he
the
went
one,
again?
the drug. I don't think he went to prison. I'm not sure. I haven't been following it, but I think he did. I'm not sure. We gotta search that up.
Well, you
Because
mean, so on this episode, he just got out and is having lunch with Frankie and uh the other one. What's the other one? You know, the two boys. And she said he just got back from school, which is also prison. And so he just got out. He went back again?
I don't think he went back again because his Instagram is active.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
never mind.
They get
No, he's serving time. He's serving
no
time.
way.
I think he's serving time.
Oh my gosh. I wonder what happened. That's the thing with jail. They got a revolving door for a reason,
But the
y'all.
weird part, the bad part of the whole situation is, I heard he was on the list they put people on that Nicki Minaj's husband's on.
No way! Oh my gosh. That's not okay. Oh my gosh. No bueno. That's not okay. Oh well. And that's so weird. Like, and then Alexia and her comment, well, it was meant to be.
Well, it was meant to be for her children to have kids, for her to have kids with him. Yes, that was
Yeah.
meant to be. But him going into jail,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And I don't want to guess. We're not going to start with didn't she know where the money was coming from? And did she spend a dime on a grocery once or twice?
but Alexia had money herself, though. That's the thing.
Well, why would she go with? I don't know. Well, sometimes a good girl likes a bad guy,
It's not
bad
just
boy.
that. It's not just that. When these people, when they do these type of stuff,
Uh
they
huh.
are like, they're they have, it's like they have a cloak on them. Like, they are dressed so well,
Right.
they speak so nicely and everything. So you could be completely blind of what the person is doing. And this is Miami. Come on. A lot
Yeah.
of people are
Yeah.
doing stuff they should not be doing in Miami, but look completely fine.
That's true. He did 12 years in prison. I heard he's an alleged registered SO.
Yes, he is. He
Yep.
is.
My
You
mom always called it fire camp. Oh my gosh. Allegedly arrested 2007 for SB on a minor.
yes, yes. You see, at least Alexia's distancing herself from him.
Yeah, yeah.
and
Now
making
that
sure, yeah, because she's not with him
right,
the way
right.
some people would co-parent
It's
with.
not allegedly. Simon was also pulled his. Oh, they pulled his record. All right, all right. So it's no. We don't even have to say allegedly. It's court regulated. It's public knowledge, y'all.
Oh yeah, if you
So,
just type his name, it comes on the Florida Department of Federal Things.
oh, is that the same place where the marriage license wasn't for Adriana's person? Like they have it all like that over there. You could just type in people's names and get the
Pedro
records.
Rosello, Peter Rosello, and you
Uh,
type it in, and he is released. He is released, and he's out, and his address is everything is out.
no way. I
Yes,
want to look it up. We can, you guys, if you want to.
it was lascivious battery
Oh my
with a
gosh.
12 to 15-year-old. Oh,
No.
ooh, child, damn.
No, that's too icky.
Uh,
Oh,
uh-uh.
that's not okay. That's not okay. That is gross,
That
right? I'm just like, ew, ew.
it's on the
That's
Florida
not a
Department of
great
Law
track
Enforcement.
record. So
But
F,
that's the thing. Florida is one of those states where, like, whenever you do something, or not even just doing something, like, everything is literally published.
yeah.
Everything.
Oh my gosh.
That's how people have figured out that Lisa's name is not on that man's house.
That it was easy to figure out too. I mean, like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna show you guys this. It's kind of cool.
She's not gonna get that house. She could try. She could try.
That's
Or
how it is in Florida. She's not gonna get it, huh?
it's not that. That's the thing. Adriana said that you got to make if you're not on the deed, even
Yeah,
though you're married, the
yeah,
house is technically the man's house
right,
or whoever bought the house.
right.
Curves, I don't think you should be putting this on there.
Oh no, oh no. Okay, okay. I'm gonna
It,
take that off, you guys.
we don't want YouTube. You're closer to monetization by day now. We don't
Yeah,
want
I am, you guys. Only what, 44 more or something like that? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not counting. Yes,
yeah.
I am. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Tell a friend. Smash the subscribe, you guys. We're almost to 1,000. But yeah, so he does have that thing, you guys. Oh my gosh.
Yes, he
Yeah.
does.
Screenshot.
He does.
JK. That yeah, that was just us doing research. That was us doing
He
research
does.
on
My
his.
thing is,
Yeah.
um,
She
Lisa,
won't get the house.
he will buy her a smaller house. Mm, yup, or
Release
most
to buy a
likely,
smaller house.
or what could happen is he could set up the house into a trust.
Like how Michael's trying to do for Ashley.
Set the house up in a trust for the kids, and when the kids turns 18, they could decide if they want their mother to live in the house still or
Uh, so he has 18 years to turn them against her so she won't have a place to stay.
oh no, if Lisa gets paid well on Miami, she should have enough money to get someplace herself. Get a penthouse.
I signed up. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Miss Dogan Toe said she signed up with 8 emails the other day. That was amazing. I appreciate that. Yeah, no. Okay, I took it down. I took it down. That was a technical difficulty. Not you or anyone, right? Okay, so this episode, you guys, I like this episode. I've been enjoying Real Housewives of Miami so much overall. Now, okay, Sebastian, while your girl Alexa is still not my cup of tea, you know who is my cup of tea?
Nicole.
Yes,
I
you
love
are
Nicole.
right.
I love
She's so
Nicole.
lovely. I love her. I love her and her husband. I love their nonchalant. How many F's do I give? 0009. Come on. What else? You don't want roses? You don't want chocolates? Well, what is it then? I loved all that. I loved them last week.
I like Nicole too.
Yes, and I appreciate her. She's so freaking smart, and she represents, and she's super proud of her heritage and her position,
Yes.
and she represents it well, and she, like, you know what I mean, like she not only represents it, she embodies it. Like, so I don't feel like we're going to get like this dual life situation at any time from her story from Nicole's story particularly. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like what we see so far is kind of what we get, and that could be why she distances herself from her dad so much, is because that brings down her reputation that she worked so hard on. So now I get it more every week I see her, and I'm appreciating getting to know her, getting to know all about her. And yeah, so I liked her a lot this and I like her little trip to the Bahamas. I love her digs that she got. And why did Gertie say that, oh, Nicole, I'm rubbing off on you? What happened? I don't remember why she would have said that. As far as like she said, oh, presidential suite, Nicole, I must be rubbing off on you. This is a step up from, I thought they had a pretty nice house last time too. So, but the accommodations in the Bahamas are
Good.
great. Yes.
People keep thinking Anthony, Nicole's husband, is a Girardi. I don't really think that.
Ah,
I'm
yeah,
not,
yeah.
because
I don't
insurance
know.
law got money. Because they're
Yeah, insurance law does have money. I'm in insurance, and that's true.
especially where
I'm
there's a
sure
lot of,
all the offshoots of insurance are money filled. I'm
and we
positive.
know very well when it's big insurance accounts like the people
Wait,
in
just
Miami.
simply, are you okay? Alexia was pleasant this episode. Oh my gosh, she was so crazy, crazy with it. I did not think she was pleasant. I liked her. Okay, she was pleasant on the inner tube.
Yes,
She was very, I like seeing her laugh and have fun, and she looked like such a fun girl on the inner tube. And then it was right back to, are you a Bruha? You know what I mean?
but
And she's all, keep your thoughts in your own head about yourself, about me when you're in a Bruja shop. What are you thinking about me? I'm like, okay, okay.
especially in Miami where these insurance policies are not cheap. Little insurance. We're talking about insurance policies in like millions.
Right, right. Yes. And those probably get contested, and then they're entitled to 33 and a third of whatever settlement they get you and all that stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, that's the way I feel like. But Anthony, he even grew on me last episode. I'm here for Anthony
With the
driving his wife
chocolates,
around
we'll
in
send them
the,
some Godiva
yeah,
chocolates,
send them some
some
Godivas,
roses.
being the pilot on their private jet escapades. I'm here for it. You know, if he does turn out to be like this one says, don't like Nicole or and Anthony either. I think they are elitist, and I hope Anthony isn't a Girardi, but I love their life. Yes, I do love their life very much, and I feel like it's a lot, and I hope it's not the Girardi situation. And yeah, those who can do. That's where I am with them right now. Those who can do. Miss Dugan, that part, I'm getting really, yes. And I've been saying that a couple of times that allegedly I've been getting some kind of, ooh, I hope it doesn't happen. But in the meantime, I'm with Fifi. Thanks for coming through. I'm with Fifi, and I like Anthony. I do right now. I don't think Anthony is a Girardi, that kind of money. I hope his books are clean, squeaky. Mr. Clean, Mr.
Investments.
Clean. Yes, they better be,
They
because
better they better be
Nicole's
invested
reputation is on the line by being associated with him. So I feel like she cares so much about it that she would know possibly
to
if
get out.
things were, she would make it her business to know if things were in order or not, so that her reputation isn't besmirched by affiliation. I don't know. You think? I hope, right?
She would know to get out. That's the thing. Nicole would know to get out.
Yeah, she would definitely stack her ducks and line them up, or however it goes. Now I like Marisol. I feel like Marisol brings down Alexia. She becomes very mean girl when Marisol is around. Yeah, well, she, she did her she can hold her own also, and I feel like you're right when she has that extra energy feeding her, and she knows that she's going to be have that ride or die co-signing like Flavor Flav, what, every other word that Alexia says, Marcel's going to be like, and so she's going to be like, don't, and then you know what I mean, just whatever Marisol's doing, this she's going to take her side, and that strengthens a person. And that's important in life. We should take that as a life lesson, you guys, that in our personal lives, let's strengthen the people in our lives so that they feel empowered to say whatever it is they need to say when they want to say it, you know? And I do agree, it does come off very tag team, mean girl, bandits kind of stuff. Hope you have a speedy recovery. Wait. Been out of the loop. Oh, small surgery. Okay, yeah, well, definitely. Prayers up, speedy recovery. Yeah, it's probably very rich. Yeah, when they are so boastful, it usually blows up. Yep, it can. It can. Sending you healing vibes. Anesthesiologists make more than surgeons. Yes, they make a poop load of money. You know, everyone is going to be digging because, yeah, they're so boastful. Yeah, they better hope that it's not a Joe Gorga situation. No, Joe Giudice. She's buying everything in cash on TV and then wonder why they got popped. You know, like don't have people looking where there's smoke. Um, is all that drinking with Marisol? Yeah, you know, cockies can make you cocky.
Let the woman live, guys.
Yeah, no, she can live. We're
She
just
has
giving
no
them a hard
kid. She
time.
has no kids.
Yes, Marisol has no kids, and
She's
does she have an
spiritually
animal?
married. She's spiritually married.
Okay, and yeah, I hope they're happy.
Um,
I hope they're
she's what's
happy.
it
I just
called?
feel like if people are
She
happy
she is
and
the
you,
founder of the patent group, and her net worth is 30 something $1 million.
yes, and isn't that insurance?
Insurance, I think, it also has to do with hospitality.
Oh, the
Let's,
patent group. Let's look it up. I can look that up for real on here.
the patent group Miami has like
There it is.
it's insurance. It's insurance.
Yeah, see? Bam, told you. That's why I'm in insurance. The two highest paid, well, besides the anesthesiologist, the other ones that are doing very well, Vicky Gunvalson and Marisol. If you guys want a career in insurance, get at me. You can work remotely from home, fortify people's lives and change your own. I had to. I had to. Because look, 36 million, you said, Sebastian?
I think her company's worth that much. She's worth 15 million, which is still a lot.
Oh, that's so much. Ooh, that's right. That's right. That's right. There's 59 millionaires in our company right now. They're from selling life insurance, 59 millionaires. Marisol strikes me as a very selfish, just saying. Um,
They also do PR. But Lisa's the richest of them all. I don't know why she's screaming and crying so much that she can't take care of herself. Lisa's net worth is $30 million.
by herself outside of Lenny.
I don't know if that's by herself.
Yeah, see, I don't know. That might
But
be why she's crying.
over over the years, you know damn well she must have had to put some savings aside and do certain things. She is not
Naughty love. What's good?
Hey,
You
everybody.
guys,
Hey.
eh,
this is Naughty Love. This is my very good sister friend. Okay. She's here in these YouTube streets. Check her out on Naughty Love Movement LLC. Check her out in these YouTube streets. I loved your live earlier with
Thank you.
Royer and Diva. They came through on their Live, Love, Laugh train, and you were the first stop of 2023. And your guys did a thing on the love language, right? And it
Yes.
was so much fun. I just was part of the replay crew. You guys be sure and go check it out. Support Nadi and her what she's doing over there on her platforms. And Nadi, I just posted my haul, my Nadi Love head wrap haul. I just posted a short on that, a video on
Oh,
it.
really?
Yeah, on you on YouTube. You can post it on yours for a commercial if you want.
Yeah.
But anyway, I totally did that and it was awesome. Yeah, where did Lisa get the money from? Where did she
well,
get
that's
it?
the thing. Her husband's a very big plastic surgeon. Like it or not, we're
Yeah,
gonna have
but
to call the man.
does she have money?
Investments, maybe.
Well, then
We did.
yeah, why is she crying so loud?
I
Why is
know
she crying?
the house, the house.
Maybe she
Uh,
has money. Maybe she put money in the walls in the bedroom and he's gonna find I don't
yeah,
know. Maybe she thought she was gonna get
why
it or
can't she
something.
undig them now? He's barely
Yes.
in
So
the
Lisa
house.
is that rich? Let's see. Lisa Hodgson, net worth. That's crazy. Net worth.
She was a model.
$50 million.
Celebrity Net Worth is saying that? Yes, it is.
Yes.
That's even higher than what I said.
Lisa's net worth,
Wait,
$50
is that
million.
that has to be
Former
including Lenny?
Playboy model. Um, Lisa's most famous for being one of the Real Housewives of Miami, married to Dr. Lenny, early career, born in Toronto. Yeah, it doesn't, I don't know how she must be invested. 34 episodes, appeared in 34 episodes of the Real Housewives of Miami. But where did she get this money? Oh, she was on a Nip Tuck episode. Uh, yeah, doesn't know. Oh, she was known for an annual Halloween party. They were fined $3,200 once for throwing a huge house party with unreasonably loud music. 2 months later, they were fined for another party and had to pay $5,000 that time. They paid 4.5 for their house before listing aforementioned. Yeah, it doesn't really say how she makes her money in here.
So it's basically Lenny's money. Well, that's the thing. When you don't make anything of your own and you want to you want to gold dig and you don't make anything of your own, you got to pay the consequences. And that's what's going to happen to Lisa. I'm sorry. I said what I said and I know I'm going to get trapped.
Yes, that is, hey, that's why you need your own stuff, ladies. You agree, Naughty?
Absolutely. I'm all about independence, okay?
Yes,
That's how
yes.
I was raised. To be independent and not dependent on others.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Self
Um
sufficiency.
Self-sufficiency is the key, all right?
Yes.
Nobody got
You
time to
couldn't
be
find the live.
begging.
No way. You couldn't find. Oh, you couldn't find Naughty's live today. Do you have your bell hit and with all? Because from what I hear, if you don't have the all hit, then you're not getting any. That's what I heard. That's what
And
I
it's
heard.
and it's under my live tab.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Lisa had that kind of money. I have a friend, and he has to give 90% of her paycheck to her spouse and has no get out money. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll come back to the comments in just a second. We'll keep moving on. I like the girls getting all packed. I love their digs. I love that they thought of Lisa and gave her her own room instead, because all that women, grown women sharing rooms. I mean, unless you're Vicky and Tamra or the Green Eyed Bandits, I most people want their own room, don't they? Like, I know when I go out with my friends, I'm getting my own room. I don't even want to share a double room with you because I want my own bathroom. Like, I don't want to have to wait for you. I don't want to. I don't want to. Why
I
should
don't
I?
want to share.
Why should I share?
That's
And then
exactly.
plus, you might hear the combinations when I'm talking in my sleep. So yeah, you get in your room and I'll get in my room. How you guys feel about that? What do you think about that, Sebastian? You think that was excellent that Lisa got her own room off top?
Yeah, I agree because we know how Lisa's very dramatic and stuff. So it's good
Yes.
that they gave her her own room. It's good that they established everyone has their own room in the first
Yes.
place.
I thought so too. And I actually enjoyed not having Marisol there the first couple of moments.
Well, listen, Marisol knows that someone did something on her. There are three ethnicities you don't want to mess with when you want to tap into the arts,
Yes.
and there are Cubans, Haitians, and Dominicans. Those three, you do not want to try to tap into something with them.
Yeah.
That's what Julia did. And Marisol had the little hints way from the jump and said, someone's doing witchcraft on me. I have not been doing good.
She said,
She had
I've been gaining weight. I don't feel my mother's presence. Yeah. Stuff that's not supposed to be happening has been happening.
exactly, and
Yes.
she probably visited a doctor.
Yes. And they might have did the egg thing on her and saw about it. Natasha's came through. Is it 5:15?
I'm a little late. I had to run off my nerves. I'm just kidding.
It's all
Um,
good. I appreciate you coming through.
Sebastian, you're forgetting one more group. Slavs, baby.
No, no, no. You don't mess with
You don't mess
they,
with Slavs, okay?
they don't mess dirty how we do it down in the Caribbean, in Latin America.
Yeah,
They
but
don't
you
go
you
that
don't
dirty.
gotta get dirty when you got God on your side, though. Hey
When you got who?
yo, when you got the armor of God.
Oh, right.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
So you can do all the chickens, shaking the chicken on the stick you want. But when you got the armor of God, you're all good, baby. I'm feeling
Yeah.
good, y'all. I just
You,
ran. I feel like I'm like
your
high
endorphins are
vibrational.
kicked in. Your serotonin is popping.
Naughty, I caught the end. I'm so pissed. I thought your thing was at 1, and I literally was ready at 12. I was like, oh, I'll kill an hour. I literally wasted time. And then I show up and it's the end. I was like, are you serious? I was
And
pissed. I did the quiz. I was amped.
Oh
I
my
was looking forward to what your love language was
I
too.
was acts of service mainly, but really I'm everything. Because when you're full of love, you just gotta have it
God.
all.
Yeah, you give it all the way you can, right?
I love it.
What are we talking about, y'all? You know you're right, Sebastian. I was just giving you a hard time. But don't discount us, you know?
Right.
Okay.
Definitely. Definitely. We all got our magic. We all got our magic.
Y'all,
And
I'm really thinking that Marisol is low key evil now that I've heard Anne talk about it, and I heard that she wasn't even around for Elsa when she was dying.
no way.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm not sure about that because Elsa lived with her. Didn't Elsa live with her?
nope. Apparently that she wasn't even around. And remember last season, she didn't act too sad to have her mom gone though. She was like she mentioned how she always felt like she was in her mom's shadow, and I was getting a little resentment vibe, to be honest.
Really? Resentment?
Yeah, because she was like, when my mom was here, she kind of stole the show. Now I really feel like I could be on my own now.
Her
Whoa.
mother died
Y'all,
Wow.
young.
you gotta pay
Those
attention to
mothers.
these people. They
Yeah,
give out
good
hints.
word.
Her
Look,
mother died
it could
literally.
be all the alcohol she's consuming. It does turn to sugar,
Facts.
y'all. It does turn to sugar.
They don't call it spirits for nothing,
What about Jamaicans? Yep, that's true. That's
What about
true.
Jamaicans? Let me say this. I love them, but they don't go hard as those three ethnicities I gave. Okay.
I don't mind
Jamaica.
sharing, but I prefer my own space. Yes. Okay. So I
I
think
love
all
all
of us
y'all
can get
though. I love
triggered,
all the ones. And you're right.
right? I think all of
I
us
think
can
it's
get
interesting
triggered
how you
that affects us deeply.
the first time I ever heard about Cubans and Santeria, because my first job when I was fresh off the boat from Maryland, I worked in like a rich people doctor's office, and like for like 5 seconds, and I didn't I was like the youngest, and I was literally with all Russian Jews and Puerto Ricans. And so I hung out with the Puerto Ricans because like the Russian Jews were mean to me, even though my name was Natasha. They acted like they were like disappointed in me.
Oh my gosh.
So like I was like, all right. And I even went to one of the girls' christenings because she married a Cuban guy, and it was at the St. Patrick's Cathedral. It was awesome. Her name was Carmela. I loved her, still do. But she married a Cuban, and she was always talking about how he had to wear his colors for his saint and all this. And I was like, what's that? And that's when I learned all about it. That's
Wow.
why when you mentioned that, I was like, I was able to name it, and you were like, no, Natasha said it. Remember?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, did you okay, so we were to the part where they were just getting to their rooms. I know it's been a minute. They were getting to their rooms. We appreciate that Lisa got her own room off top. They go down the water slide. I love the ladies having fun. I think that you can wear I don't know why was Larsa telling that Kiki she couldn't wear a bikini. She had to wear a one piece on the water.
Because if you hit a turn, your top could fall off.
Well,
Have you ever
hers
hit a
was
wave? Have you ever tried to like body surf in a bikini? Your top flies off. It's a mess.
oh my
Those
gosh, Corey's in the house. Hi, Corey.
Hey,
What's
Corey.
Hey,
good?
Corey.
Right on. Okay, so you know what? Oh yeah, will you tell Lola that we're talking about her show, please, Corey? Until she gives me a direct contact number. You're my go-between. You know that, right? So let her know that we're talking about her show over here if she has thoughts. Oh yeah, but I think she's
She's
watching the Super Bowl someplace. I
It,
think
the
she's
Super
doing
Bowl's
something.
tomorrow, I thought, right?
Yeah, but I think she went someplace to go do that. Anyway. But
Oh.
okay. So then they get the juxtaposition between the fun ladies and the ladies who lunch
Oh,
was
the spa
hilarious to me.
ladies? Yeah.
Yes, like they were just sitting there like, can we get something to eat? They were like crickets, and the other ladies like, woo ha! Like it looked like so much fun. I wanted to be with the people on the water slide for
Yeah,
real,
I
for
would be
real.
team fun and just put a mask on later.
Yes, yes. Like in hope that the open outdoors. No, I might have had my mask on right then. You guys, I was
No,
just
but like at nighttime, put one of those like collagen masks on later and just like get out there and have the fun while I can.
yeah, yeah. The other day I was in Best Buy and I had my mask on, and this lady comes up to me and she had her mask on. I was like, "Oh, hello, fellow masker." We were only two in there with our masks still on. I was like, "We're the only two left of our kind." And we fell out laughing. It was hilarious. You can laugh about these things. Yes, let her know, please. Thank you. Everybody's saying
I
howdy.
just did. Um,
Oh, she gave you her direct contact? See, it is me. I
no,
see.
no, no,
Oh,
no,
I
no, no,
see.
no, 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 no,
Uh
no, no.
oh. Uh oh.
Sebastian is a
Uh
VIP to
oh.
Lola.
Uh-oh. I'm feeling
No,
away. Am I getting feelings? And was this what the stirring
no,
is? Look, I'm
that's not
stirring myself up, y'all. Wait, wait, wait. So you and Corey have direct contact, and I have intermediaries or whatever y'all are called. Like what? What? Okay. Okay. I still love you. I'm not I no, it's okay.
Corey.
She
Come
knows me well
defend me.
enough to know that I would call. So don't give me the number if you don't want to contact me.
Well, Corey's her girl, and Sebastian and her have like the familia type
Me
going on.
familia type going
Yeah.
on. Larsa acting like she never heard of the Golden Girls. Please, I'm so young. I never seen it, but oh my god, she's so contrite. I'm just like whatever.
Everyone knows the Golden Girls. I'm
Oh,
younger than her. I know the
and then
Golden
these
Girls. She's
freaking box
stupid. You don't
braids
know
that
who
she
Betty
has
White
on.
is? Shut up.
Has has she ever mentioned she's Moroccan before?
She
No, I
said her
thought she was Syrian.
Syrian and Lebanese, but
Yeah,
it's common.
Lebanese. I
It's
always mix
common
those
for
two
them.
up.
It's common for Arabs have moved along a lot
Yeah,
of the Middle
a
Yeah.
lot
East
of people over in North
Africa.
UAE,
Yeah.
North Africa, do rock the braids and are very light skinned. The Berbers were very light skinned also. But okay, so then we had the ladies who lunch, boring, and
But
then
I
they
love
all
how
met
like
back
Gertie
up.
was like, "Well, it's not the same thing."
Huh?
But I love how Gertie, when asked about the braid, she's like, "They're
Yeah,
nice, but it's not the same thing."
yeah. She was like, no, there's not a comparison really. Those are different. Yeah, and
Yeah,
I like
like
Birdie's vibe.
I like the way
I
she
like
put
Birdie's
it
vibe.
because she was being honest, but she wasn't being like too shady, you know?
And I like the way that Gertie and Kiki didn't want to make a whole scene about cultural appropriation.
Yeah, they didn't. They're just like, okay, it's obvious what it is, but it's cool.
Yeah, right on. Okay. And so then they get to their first eating event. Was that eating of the lunch right then? And that was cute. They kind of got along for that. And I feel like Nicole was hosting a great event. They all got dressed. They went back down to some place for something else. And then the shenanigans want to start. Okay. So we're going to go to the shenanigans. And the shenanigans are when Julia with her stones of love started passing them out. And
I love
this is where,
Alexia. She's like, are you. Wait, can I say something though? Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Alexia, when she was like, Marisol thinks that one of you put a witch spell on her. Marisol thinks that because she's the one putting witch spells on people.
That's what my vibe was too. Hello, she's a
Right?
real Bruha,
When
and
when
she's
you're guilty of something, you think other people are. Like when you're a cheater, you think other people are cheating. You think you're
right, right,
Not
exactly,
everyone is fucking. Oh, sorry. Not everyone is doing witch spells on people, Marisol. Just you, sweetie.
No,
right.
no, 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 no. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. I gotta come step into this now.
Oh
Oh my
Lord.
goodness.
No. Okay. As I've said, as the Cuban on this show, I will say this. We are inclined, our ancestors tell us when someone is doing something to us immediately. They tell us immediately.
Okay,
We know
but
it from the jump when someone's doing something
if
wrong.
you're gaining weight, you're not feeling good. It could be drinking every day too.
That's not Marisol is not drinking every day. The only time we see Marisol drinking is when she's on the show turning it up. We do not see Marisol sitting there and just swallowing alcohol.
Sloshed.
Like, come
No,
on.
no, I get what
And
you're
you know,
saying. I'm just
and
giving
low
you a hard
key, I'm
time.
starting to think that producers are trying to like make her seem as like the drunk Hispanic because that's a stereotype. A lot of Hispanics do drink alcohol, and I'm scared that they're trying to push this narrative on
I
Marisol, and
never
I don't
saw
like it.
that
Oh.
stereotype.
I'm really starting to see it happen a lot.
Yeah, I'm totally. Hey, you guys, I've called Marisol pickled a number of times because it appears
Yes,
that
I'm sorry,
she
calling
Emmanuel.
is
anyone pickled is
Yes,
hilarious though.
edited pickled. She is
yes.
edited pickled.
We are
Emmanuel says, "Esas son energías que se
What is Emmanuel saying?
energías
those are
que
energies
se
that you feel.
Well, I feel energies. I'm intuitive, and I'm always everyone's always like, yeah, right, and then it comes
Dean Martin,
true.
oh, she's
That's been my whole life.
pretending to be drunk.
I
Dean
get that
Martin and
I
Jerry
get the feeling
Lewis.
that you feel when there's an evil eye on you, where you
Yeah,
just feel it. You
yeah.
just know when you're sensitive to energies. You could also feel when your body is off or something's off
Right,
or there's
right.
something impacting you.
I
It's
mean,
a,
I usually have my evil eye bracelet on while I'm
And the
doing
thing
lives. I don't
is,
have it right now.
that's why we know when our kids are sick. With I don't have kids, but people get what I mean. When our
yeah.
kids are sick, we know when they're actually truly sick, or if someone is just wishing harm on them. For example, Frankie. I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna sound messed up. I most likely think Frankie was a target.
I think so too.
Oh my
Alexis, I most likely
gosh.
think Frankie was a target.
Okay.
I think so too.
I think Frankie was wished
It's
bad
my gut. I
upon.
can't help it. And
I
I'm
think he
obsessed with Frankie. I
was.
think he's an angel.
He's an
He
angel, and
is.
people saw that that child had so much potential.
I, People saw that that child had a pure soul, and then they yeah. And I
I'm
think
saying
dark
it
forces wanted to sabotage that.
Oh my gosh.
because Alexia's kids were great kids.
Yeah.
Peter, the older one, was a little troubled, and Frankie
Hmm.
was the angel. I'll say. I
Like
feel as
I
if
could like
someone.
if I think about Frankie too much, I like almost will like get emotional. That's how much I feel his
I
energy as
love
just
that
so
too.
pure.
I
Oh, that's so
love
Like
sweet. You always
literally.
say that.
Because you don't see that often. And I
Yeah.
actually just went running and there was this guy walking and he was a little disabled and I felt the same thing for him and I would start crying. Like his
Oh,
smile on his face and I like said a prayer to like protect him. I'm like gonna get
yeah.
emotional because you could just feel it because you don't feel it that often, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
when you're
Like just
around
like the
it,
pure innocence and all that.
yes, it's so
Yes.
beautiful.
yeah. As I'm
Yes.
saying, and Alexia went through a lot because Frankie was at the point where he was almost 6 feet under, then alive.
He was in a coma.
He was in a coma for like months.
Oh my God. No way. That's why he's like slow, right?
He had a traumatic brain injury.
Right, right. And he had to like relearn everything, right?
Hmm.
Yes, like
Yeah.
Exactly.
Bless
it
his
happened when he was
heart.
like 14.
That is crazy. So did it happen when she was on the show or off the show? How old is she now? How old is he now?
She was on the show when it
I
happened. She
thought
was
she
on the
was on
show.
the
Yeah, it
show
was on
like
the
season
show.
She was
one,
on the
right?
show. I think it was
I feel
two
like
or
it was like
three
season 2 or 3.
because she was on the show when it happened, and then the main reason why she said she wanted to come back to show people how Frankie has been because on social
Oh,
media people have always
yeah.
been commenting, "How is Frankie? How is
Right.
Frankie?" People have always been commenting that, so she that was the main reason. And Frankie done a
Oh,
has
and that's why he's in so many of her scenes. That's so sweet.
yes.
Oh. Well, yeah, I totally appreciate Frankie, but his mom,
Protect
I'm not
Frankie
sure
at
why
all
she has to
costs.
be. I don't know why she has to be so mean to the other people in her life.
I'm
Like,
disappointed in Alexia as
I
much
think
as
she
I
just
love her.
projects because
I'm
she carries a
disappointed in
lot.
her. And Alexia's most could be target. Alexia could have a evil eye on her, but you know what? Everything is going well for her so far, and I hope that continues because her mother died on the day of her wedding.
that's
Come to find
crazy.
out, yes,
At the end of the day,
that's why her
when you're
life.
protected by God, like it's like some things may seem like a curse, but they always like kind of work out. You know what I mean?
They do work. That is
Yeah.
true, and she did end up
And
marrying
she's
Todd.
still going. Yeah,
Yeah.
My
What were
thing
you going to say,
is,
most people would
Sebastian?
have not. So I commend her no matter what. And I think she's probably just protecting because at the end of the day, she does carry a lot.
Right. What were you saying, Sebastian?
I think, and this is why I'm always sympathize with Alexia. Her life is the living telenovela we see on Telemundo.
Yeah.
Alexia's life is literally that.
It
That's what it
literally is.
is. Alexia has gone through almost everything that I don't know. Someone has, everyone in the world has probably
It
has
almost
related to
sounds
something
fake, her
she's gone to.
story.
Like she didn't even have to fake it. All of these things were just
Right.
happening to her. Married to a
Yeah.
drug dealer. Come to find out, her ex-husband was gay and
Like,
Are
ran
you
you
to
can't
for
make
real?
this. That's crazy.
died in a hotel with a man on top. Ooh.
I'm
Oh
done.
my
Yeah.
gosh. That is such a telenovela for
Her
real.
son was in a horrible car. She almost lost. Like, it's like these things are straight. Like, they wouldn't even put it
Yeah.
in the movie because
So
they'd be
that
like, this is
could be, oh,
unrealistic.
one who cares is in the house. That could be telenovela-ish or evil
I
eye-ish.
said that. Yeah,
Yeah.
she does have, she does. And Alexia probably had to, because sometimes you got to pay respects to the dead in the
Yeah.
past.
Yeah.
We have to, this is why most of us are Catholics. We have to pay for masses for them to make sure that they're still out there looking out for us. Um,
Right.
well, I'm
I
not
agree
Catholic
with
anymore,
Dugan,
but
Miss Dugan on this. Like, we have grace for her. That's fine. We all agree she gets the grace. She needs to change her ways though. Like, come
uh,
on.
Alexia does not need to change her ways. First of
She
all,
does.
you
She
can
needs to
never
say
tell a Latino to
sorry.
change.
She
That
Latinos
needs to
also
say
can bring the
sorry.
evil eye too if you don't change your
Yes, your
negativity.
refusal to say you're sorry when you're
Because
freaking
you're essentially
wrong.
carrying anger is and I do this too, and I have to recognize this. When you carry anger, you're essentially lowering your vibration, and energetically that could be dangerous because when you lower your vibration, then I believe negative entities can influence you, because normally
Alexia,
we're higher vibrational beings, but certain emotions like anger, fear, they lower, and grief, they lower our vibrations.
well, Alexia just moves on, and that's what she should be doing. She just
But
moves on.
does she? She
She
seems
does.
very grudgy to me.
I,
She does
She
move on.
seems very grudgy.
but it's
Adriana is
still in
just being a
water.
crybaby. I don't know why Adriana's acting as if something is wrong. Oh, Alexia never supported me. Well, sis, you literally lied on your marriage. You had a whole fake marriage on a TV show, and you've been married for 6 years prior to that fake marriage to the man. Come
Okay,
on.
we talked about this. So I don't know if I forget, but like, what happened to
Yeah,
Adrina's
what
marriage?
happened?
She got married to that guy. He wanted to move on a boat, and she was like, "What the hell?" Like, I don't remember. I think I need to go back.
Okay,
But then they got married, and then what happened?
Adriana Gimora's husband, um,
She married that French guy, Frederick, right?
Frederick. Yes, Frederick.
Yeah,
She married
Frederic,
Frederick.
Frederic or something.
Yeah, she married Frederic, and Frederic and her have been married for years prior to having that wedding. Legally, there's actual documents to prove
Oh,
this.
she
But
lied.
they didn't have a huge wedding before,
No, they
or
just had like a little, a courthouse, probably a courthouse
oh,
thing.
that's fine then. That's
Justice of the
okay.
peace type.
But
Yeah.
she just wanted to have a storyline.
But
That's why
she said that it was the very first time they were ever getting married. Is that what it was?
I think that's exactly what she said. But as I'm saying,
Ah,
Adriana is a very fake human being.
Well,
yeah.
That's
Marisol's
That's a good one.
essentially faking it as well.
Who?
Marisol has never faked this. She said she's spiritually
Marisol,
married.
Marisol said she was married.
She
She
said
is
she was
spiritually
married, and
married.
then come to find out they're spiritually married.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just
not
that
really
they're
married.
married
Which
again.
is good, which is good because Marisol has money. I don't want.
But it's also like a form of a marriage they want to recognize too. So if maybe we could give Adriana the same pass. I mean,
I
if her
think
and
so
her
too, because
husband
even
had,
Alexa said she did that to get on the show. Marisol.
Yes,
yeah,
I
well,
agree. I
Alexia doesn't know every freaking thing. She was born a star. She was born a star. She had dust in her ears. She doesn't know.
Emmanuel is right. Alexia is jealous of Nicole. I'm sorry. I love Alexia, but I know it's the truth.
I
Alexia
think
does
so
have
too. I
some
see a
jealousy
little bit.
too,
I'll never
because
forget the gulp that she made when Nicole called herself pretty. The look on
Yes. Oh
Nicole
my
and
God.
Alexa's face.
She was
I know a jealous face when I see it. I was like,
when she said, "You know what it's like to be pretty Latina,"
yep. And Alexia's face.
she
I
looked
know
at
a
her like,
jealous
"Yeah,
face
I
when
know
I
what
see
it's
it.
like, but do you know what it's like?" They're too much. They are too much. Okay. And then freaking, but Alexia was giving me a lot. She was like, if you have a problem, Say it in real time. Don't go around to everybody and be like, nah, 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 nah. So when she got the stone from Julia, right when she said the whole thing about, oh, are you a Bruhas or whatever she said?
It's
And I
Bruja.
don't feel like Julia. So somebody made a comment earlier. I mean, Julia is not the sharpest knife in the drawer. She doesn't. She seems kind of scatterbrained. If she did make a spell, no wonder the freaking curtains were opening and closing because that's not what she meant to do. That is not what she meant to do.
Well,
Okay,
the thing
so
She like
is,
messes up the spell.
yeah, yeah, she put Hogwarts in the corner and the thing starts taking off,
Oh
right?
my god.
I was like, okay, lady. And but her stone, I felt like that did come from a genuine place when she was getting that. I don't know, like I didn't get bad vibes from
Do you
that
think
scene.
Alexia is just hyper vigilant
no,
from
it's
like trauma?
concerning. It's concerning. It's
I'm
concerning.
okay,
It's very
maybe I don't see a
concerning.
problem with it
It's very
because
concerning.
I've been to Botanicas.
I have
I
too.
I have been there and I'll pick up a thing or two for my friends, the people in my life that I'm getting to know and
I
tell
don't
them
go
that
Exactly. Your
anymore,
like
but I
friend,
used to.
your friends. That's the thing. Alexia and Julia, they're not close friends. Why are you giving me some stuff? That's the
well,
problem.
she wants to be her friend because they're
Well,
in
to
this
be fair,
circle.
people that aren't in that culture see it as a lighthearted gesture. They really do.
Yeah, yeah, they don't
They're
see it
like,
as
here,
full
I'm
on
giving you a little
Santeria.
rock. Look, peace offering. Alexia,
Yeah,
knowing the background of it, is going, oh no, this is actually concerning.
yeah.
But
It
I
is
can
She
see
doesn't
where the
concerning.
know.
disconnect is.
You don't.
She
You
and the
don't.
backbone is the back room with the candles burning for 7 days, and then you come back and get your reading.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Debbie, in the chat. Thank you, Debbie.
Let's
What's
see. Debbie says Julia's been in Miami long enough, and Adriana obviously knows what they were doing when they went to the store to buy those trinkets. It was not going to land well with the crew. Yeah, well,
That's
hey,
true.
but it still came
Brazilians
from a
know
good
what's up,
place.
so like,
Adriana's face was kind of like,
yeah.
she did. She was like, oh, this is what you want to get them. Okay, okay.
And Adriana's Brazilian. Shame on you,
That's what I
Adriana. You
mean.
damn
Adriana's
well it's
Brazilian, so
wrong.
she does know what's going on. That's true. Good point.
I don't know. I don't. I
Adriana is
still feel
completely
like it was
innocent in
like
the
innocent
situation.
enough. It was just a freaking stone. I'm totally. I
I
give
think
my friends
Julia meant
crystals
it
all the
innocently, but
time.
I think
I'm totally
Adriana and
crystals. Like
Adrian enjoyed the fact that it was going to stir up trouble.
I like
Exactly.
love crystals, you guys. Look, I love crystals, and I give them to my friends all the time. Like, I hope you wouldn't be offended if I sent you some serpentine for abundance, or from green jade for longevity, or maybe some amethyst or rainbow fluorite for grounding, or some rose chakra for love. I mean, I hope you wouldn't take
Corey.
it personally. You know what I'm
Cor-
saying? Like, that's
Corey,
where
I know you.
that's
I know
why
you
I'm
don't.
like, oh,
I
Julie was being fun. Like, I literally give crystals to everybody I
I
know.
know you don't watch this show, Corey, but if someone that you barely talk to most of the time, or are barely just around for filming, and gives
Mhm.
you certain stuff that they bought from a botanica store, how would you feel?
It depends on what they gave me.
Oh wait, Irene.
Stones. They gave you
Crystals, I don't
stones.
think are.
I don't mind crystals. Yeah, I don't mind crystals.
Because at the end of the day, you could
It
cleanse
depends
the
on what
crystals
crystal
yourself.
they're giving me, though. If they're giving me one for angriness, I'm trying to say, be
Yeah,
what you're
take
trying
that
to
away.
say.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, well, that's exactly what they
That's
were
true,
giving
because then they're kind of
Alexia
calling you
one.
out when they give it
She
to you.
literally gave Alexia a stone and said, "This is for happiness, because you
Ooh,
need it."
she
that
does.
she was being shady, though.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
shady.
That's
she
shady.
was being. She was, and she does. She needs it though.
That's
I
called
feel like
rich shade.
Alexia needs happiness. She was thinking,
No,
why is
Alexia is very
Alexia so mad
happy
at me? She just got married. She has a beautiful husband. Her kids are safe now. Da 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 da. Why is she so mean towards me? And then
because
come to find
Julia
out
does
at
not
the
have a
end of
mind
the
of her
episode,
own. That's the
But that's like
problem.
saying, like,
Julia does not have a mind of her own, and
but
I
think
would
of it
never
if
want.
you were mad at someone, regardless if you're right or wrong, and someone goes, you need happiness, and you just got married, and you're like, no, I need you to be quiet is what I need you to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
um,
it would piss you off.
I don't know. I
If
don't know.
you're
If
already
she
mad at
needs
someone and
happiness.
someone's like, you need happiness. And I'm like,
Julia does not have a mind of her own. Alexia has every right to get mad at Julia because she knows that
So
Adriana
who's
is
putting
making
the thoughts in Julia?
Adriana, 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 because we all know Julia don't think clearly.
I don't know. Okay, so okay,
Julia
what
just gives me
thoughts?
airhead a lot.
I
Exactly.
feel like Julia has had interaction outside of Adriana with Alexia that she would get the opinion that maybe this bitch isn't happy.
Because I heard now that Larsa is actually cool with Julia because she was able to form a relationship and she made a point to say it. I realized I could be closer when once I was able to have my own relationship with her outside of Adriana being in there.
Oh, okay.
Adriana.
Okay.
Why do I
Okay. You
always
know
mess up her
what?
name?
Here it
What is her
comes, you
name?
guys. I just realized are they trying to ice Adriana out? Is Adriana, now that she's a friend of the show and they feel like they're main people,
Honestly, I felt
last acts
I'm
on
not
her?
saying
Because
Adriana is perfect.
listen. They are making up this thing talking about, oh, when Juliana came, she got between us. I felt like you were withdrawing. You were with her so much. And this, that,
Wasn't
and
she
the
though?
other. That's BS, you guys. It's BS.
No, it's
Those
not, because
ladies,
she was with her though. She
she
was with her
was, but
mostly
she
though.
was with her because, like she said, Adriana, Lexi,
Well,
and
my gut,
Marshawn had
my gut when she
cast
was
her
talking.
out.
When Adriana was talking, like I didn't realize Alexia was in her wedding. I do feel like they did ice her out. For
Me
whatever
too.
reason, they're closer. And
Yes.
Adriana did feel a certain
Because
type of
now
way.
they're married and Alexi is the single one.
Alexia's not single. Adriana's the single one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Adriana's
yeah.
the single one, and Lexi and Marisol are spiritually married.
No, Alexia's really married. Marisol's the only one that's spiritually
Well,
married.
I don't know what would make her spirit happier. She needs to display happiness more. Okay, so I have bad days, you guys, and I have good days, but I have both. What we're seeing from Alexia to me is kind of a consistent kind of to everybody on this show. And I'm just like, if you're really happy and you know it, clap your hands. And she's not coming off happy. Now, Nicole, she's living her best life. She comes off happy. Adriana, she comes off like she's exploring her life and she's trying to find herself. And she comes off even happier than Alexia to me. Alexia. And Marisol, as long as she has a cocky, she's happy.
Well,
Julia,
Well, a
go ahead.
lot of people think that Todd is controlling and it's kind of wearing on Alexia.
I can
I
see
can
that.
see that. I
I
could
could
see
see
that
that.
based on that argument they had. I'm like,
Yeah.
no wonder she not happy. She has to argue with him all the time. Oh, I bet it was only sexy during dating. There's only so many no's before the moist dries up.
Oh my God.
Oh my
True
God,
story though.
don't say that. But I think I think this. I love Alexia, but she has a lot of issues she's going on while this show is filming, as you all know. Her son was arrested for alleged DV, but the charges were dropped because, come to find out, the girl was drunk and he didn't want her to drive
Yeah.
and was taking the keys from her hands and like trying to pull the key out of her hands, and then she called the cops and said he
Broke her
beat her
nail and her finger.
in her face.
Um,
I don't know if I
She
100%
has
believe that or I 100%.
well,
I
she
believe
wouldn't be
the
with him
truth.
again.
I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's
mhm.
probably as bad as how it originally was reported, but I don't know if it's
As
that innocent either.
right,
She wouldn't
right.
drop the charges. I do think she was drunk because she wouldn't drop the charges.
She would drop the charges if they would stay together and stuff. Yeah, we'll
And
see.
she was pressured and money and I don't know.
Yeah, because remember, Alexia is not excited that they're still together.
No, she's not.
But maybe the only way they are still together is because she dropped the charges. So he doing what he has to do.
Yep.
And also, as we all can see, Alexia's at a point in her life where she's having the midlife crisis. She feels satisfied or she doesn't, and she's worrying about Frankie. But it's a good
Yeah,
thing. It's a good thing. She got a good foundation that's going to help Frankie with his unique abilities and everything and place him into some type of employment, and Frankie will be great.
yeah. That's
I
beautiful.
really think that she is dressing a little bit too young and it's making her look older. I think she needs to cut her
She
hair
has a
just a
good
little bit.
body. She has a good body. She better.
She is
It's still
spectacular.
making her she's still making her look older than she really is. She's still gorgeous. She's still got it, but she needs to like tone it down just a little, because what happens is that you get to a certain point and it actually makes you look older. And I think she reached that spot because I see her and she's like overly
Oh,
trendy. like overly. And when you get to that age, you look better and younger when you don't go as trendy stylistically. And I really think that she needs to cut her hair just a little bit and get maybe some more movement in it. Because she can't just play the same Barbie role like up until she's 80, you know what I mean? She's got to like figure out a transitional style.
Doesn't Frankie have his own business though?
No, that business is like Alexia created a business so Frankie could like so they could do something together. That's what that business is.
Okay.
It's so cute.
But doesn't I mean, if she would moisturize more, she would look less older and haggard.
Ah, yeah, maybe. I don't
I
know.
And
just
take
think
a little
like
bit of that hair off.
I
I
just
don't
think like
know.
she's like wearing her hair the same way she wore it when she was 20 and she's 55. It's like, you know
Mhm.
what I mean?
I'm reading these comments. Y'all are hilarious. Oh, and I like this one. Somebody said Todd is bada bing, bada gives
Bada
bada
bing,
boom.
bada boom.
Oh,
Forget
that's
about it.
funny. Forget about it. Can we get a first of all, please,
First of
Sebastian?
all,
Sebastian?
Sebastian,
Well, I'm not giving no first of alls. I don't have any to give.
he's not a monkey. He doesn't perform on command, right, Sebastian?
Right,
But
right.
I
I'm
will
sorry.
say
I'm sorry
this: we
for
need
making
to
you.
also acknowledge the fact that the way this thing was, these Adriana and Julia, they were trying to be messy and shady. They wanted to start some ish up, and they were talking about, oh, Marisol's not here, nothing's gonna happen. It's so good, but they're the ones who wanted to start everything.
Mm,
I don't know. I feel like Nicole appreciated Marisol not being there too.
me
Nicole
too.
did, yes, she did. That's true.
You know, I feel like the vibe was super chill and nice. And if she felt like somebody was doing witchcraft and she's a Bruja, just counteract it and do a binding spell. Like, duh.
Well, that's the thing. She probably didn't have the energy for that.
Oh, like her own energy was down, so she couldn't bind
And
it
her
in a
mother was
way.
not present with her, as she
I
said.
rebuke every
Oh,
spell, curse, hex sent my way and return it back to sender in Jesus' name. Thank
in
you.
Jesus' name. Amen. Yes. Um,
Her
yes.
mother wasn't with
So
her. That's why.
so her mother's like her ancestor that protects her. Oh, I see what you're saying. So you were saying earlier about the ancestor connection. And so that's the
Exactly.
kind of a conduit within that belief system. And so without that presence, her powers were down and made her susceptible to said magic.
That Julia's probably doing. Well,
Yeah.
We don't know. Probably Adriana's doing it and using Julia as her beacon. Oh,
I don't know. I don't know. I hope not. I hope not. That didn't seem like the vibe I was getting. If anything, I feel like those two are steadily plotting on Adriana from everything to why are they if you're not going to be my friend and you're not talking to me, then why are you checking out who I'm dating and acting like you're concerned for me? You haven't talked to me in years, B, but you're so concerned for me, really? Really?
And you're only
You're
concerned on
checking the
camera?
database?
Got it.
Yeah, yeah. You're concerned about the data bank and we're here on camera now. Okay, okay, whatever. So I feel like they actually have it in for her based off of their actions and their refusal to apologize. Not even
If you write the facts
Marisol,
on paper,
her
that's what it looks like.
friend, has went to her and been like, you know what? Damn, we were wrong. I'm sorry, girl. And we brought it all on TV. And what you say? He's not talking to you no more because of that. Oh, let me call that fool right
That
now
is
and let
so
him know
messed
how
up.
sorry I am. Or something.
That is
But
like
nothing. They
crazy.
want her alone and they want her sad and they want her doubting herself
but
because that makes them feel better about
Adriana is going to use a horrible analogy next week, though. By Emmanuel. Yep, that is true. Adriana,
That is true.
Oh,
Adriana should
okay.
never brought up the
What's the horrible
angel Frankie.
analogy?
she literally said, accidents have consequences. As you would know, Alexia, look at Frankie.
Yeah,
That I was like, Adrian, I was
it's a
like
true harsh
actually rooting
statement.
for your shady self, but do not mention Frankie. What are you
It's
doing?
a true
And now
harsh
you're sounding
That's
like
statement.
why
you
she's
send a hex.
miserable. Every season she has an issue with someone. 1 minute was Larsa last year. Now it's Alexia and Marisol. Who's it gonna be next? Is it gonna be Gertie next?
Well, I
I
mean,
don't
she
know.
wants
I feel like
attention, and she doesn't like how she has such a
you know
minor
the
role.
Explorers in the house. Debbie H is in the house. Alexia is evil. If that's what you're talking about. Oh my gosh. Yes, goes low. Adriana does go low. She gets there. When you go low, she goes lower. And I'm sure, and she says it like, oh, she says it the way that Marisol says things after you find out she's the reason that all the rumors are out of the bag. Oh, yeah, it was just like an accident. You know what I'm talking about, right, Alexia? That is harsh and it's real though. So
Honestly, if you had like a feeling that like someone like either energetically influenced that accident or whatever, and
yeah.
someone said that to you, I would probably like
Exactly.
float over and strangle them. Like I would probably like not even remember what happened because it would just be
Mhm.
like instinctual. That is crazy
Exactly.
for her to say.
Yeah,
Absolutely
and
insane.
it's kind of that was especially after last week's
I'm
event.
surprised she held it together and she just like had
I
certain
wanna I
words
wanna
for her.
say this to
Don't
Honestly.
you
Adriana. For
mention
someone who
Frankie.
just has one child, Adriana, for someone who just has one child, there's certain things you don't do or say
Right.
because things could bite back, and especially when you want to bring in kids,
I feel like
it could bite
I
hard.
feel like Debbie though, there may be more context than what we saw edited in the commercial that we saw. Um
You
I don't know, maybe she was arguing with her, so she's okay, and then plus she says it because of her
That's true because they
insensitivity.
do shady editing for these.
Right.
okay? If Alex, that's her son's name, if Alex was brought up, okay, but if Alex was not brought up, there was no reason for Frankie to be brought up.
Okay. And if they
Yeah,
were
do not
arguing
mention that
about
angel's name for your mess. Are you crazy?
right. If they were arguing about, I feel like it's going to be a continuation of the whole statement about it was for the best at the dinner table when it was divulged that homeboy wasn't messing with Adriana anymore because Alexia said she was going to wipe her ass with his receipts
As
that
she
she
should.
wasn't that he wasn't married and did that whole thing. And so she damaged a potential love interest of Adriana's after Adriana, who was her friend, came to her and was like, not only is this hurting me, it's also now cost me a potential love interest. And her only thing is still no apology to your supposed
That's what I
friend.
mean. Like, girl, you gotta
It's
humble
just
yourself.
like
Like, you know, you
oh,
looked
some things are
crazy
for the
and you
best.
clearly did something that was, you made a mistake and you were acting crazy. And
Yeah,
it
it was
actually cost the person isn't even talking to this woman anymore.
right. So
Like,
I feel
come
like
on.
if it's a continuation of that argument, the context is right there. You cost me something that she might have liked this guy a lot. She might have potentially loved this guy. It was a love interest, and she
If
knows
it was
that
love, they would have never
Frankie is
broken
her
up.
love spot. So she's not going to Todd. She's going straight to Frankie, the heart of it. So you can feel how I feel when you
Leave
just
kids
said
out of
it was that.
mess.
But
I
you gotta leave
agree.
the kids out of the mess. You don't
I
mention Angel
agree.
Craig.
I agree. And Frankie's grown. And Frankie's grown.
Honest, but at the end of the day, Audrey, oh God, why do okay, whenever the A names, these Adriana names,
I
these
know.
Marianas, I can't keep track of them all. For some reason, I'm struggling. What is her name? Adriana?
Adriana,
Such a
Adriana,
what's a Cara Dura? What's a
Adriana about that, but she's a cara dura. Oh, a
What's
hard
it?
face, like someone who has like a very stingy self.
oh yeah, yeah. Ice Queen.
Grudges,
She
someone
gives
who has
me like
grudges.
kind of Erica Jane-ish, kind of Ice
Oh
Queenish
no,
type of
But
way.
at
or
the end of the day, I believe that these kind of things are like on purpose though. Like, I mean, like when I say like sometimes things work out, maybe that guy wasn't really that good after all. And God was using Alexia's messy ass to like get him
just
away. So you
exactly.
never know.
It still doesn't mean her friend isn't
I
doing
know. It still doesn't mean, but she still needs to say sorry. But as far as
right.
Adriana like worrying
If she
about
would
it,
say she's sorry, she would have never said that about Frankie. She brought that on herself by not saying she's sorry to her
You don't
friend.
bring kids in this though.
I
That's
don't
the
believe in
problem.
bringing kids in it or going that low.
I don't
You
think it's okay.
you could
And
have said
I feel like
you
I
could have
feel
said
like with you know how it is when hurt people say hurtful things. That's
A
Like,
all.
and
love
she,
interest versus bringing up your disabled
She's
son is
hurt.
not the same.
She's hurt. She's hurt. She just got finished saying to that lady at the dinner. She sat down with Alexia and Adriana sat down together. Remember, and Adriana
That's true. She was vulnerable in that
immediately
moment.
turns her vulnerability in on her and blames her for feeling like what we see is the truth, which is you distance yourself from me and you haven't been there for me.
That's
She
kind of true too.
specifically
I see
said
both sides. I do.
she specifically said that she hadn't been there for her when she was going through the divorce several years earlier. They sit down and she knows
What
that's the
happened? What are
reason.
the contentions of that
so
divorce?
this whole
I don't
this
know.
where was last season? What about last season?
Sebastian, do you know what happened with the divorce? I feel like you didn't finish that story
That the
with Frederick.
Adriana,
Oh,
the
there's a
divorce with
story.
Frederick. I think it was because he was cheating or something.
That's it. That's anticlimactic.
Well, she said that the two times she got left was because they wanted younger women or something better. And she said she knew how that felt now twice. And one day she wants Lisa to know that somebody else will come to make her feel desirable and beautiful again, and that wasn't the end. So I think it was for a younger situation both
They
times. She
divorced
said,
after 11 years of being married. Okay.
yeah,
Who? Adriana and
Yes.
Frederick?
Yes.
Wow.
they were. I used to like them getting their vitamin B12 shots at the wedding. They were hilarious to me.
Right?
They were hilarious to me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
She's just trying to become a housewife again because she's technically just a friend of. That's what Adriana's looking
Yeah,
for. She's being messy. And I don't know,
yeah.
this is going to be facts. We always want to talk about Marisol being drinking alcohol. As Larsa said last season about Adriana, every time, every time we've seen Adriana, she's been miserable, drunk, and sloppy. It is a fact.
I
Okay.
don't feel like
Okay.
she came in. She didn't come in this time drunk or sloppy or miserable. I feel like she came in this whole season being light. She did. She said she was sorry about the ass. Said she was going to get her own butt shots.
She
She
was
tried
being
to make
a
nice
little
with.
bit better this season.
Yeah, she. I think she did good because she got her, friend zoned. Because she got friend zoned. She got friend zoned. But and also I'm not excusing what Alexia did. I do need some context, and I will
Yeah, I need some
definitely
additional information.
if it's out of anger, she'll get a little grace. You're right, leave kids out of it. And if it was out of anger, I can understand why she would say that. So I was
I
getting
would.
back to the thing when
I'm shocked. I
Adriana
didn't.
and Alexia both were sitting there. How weird was it to anybody else in the chat or on the panel that when Adriana is talking specifically about the divorce time, that Alexia turned it and made it all Julia's fault? Did you guys notice that? And that was well after the divorce period that Adriana was talking about she felt alienated in. And I feel like it wasn't an honest,
Wait,
accountable.
can you say that again? I'm not sure if I'm understanding.
So when Adriana and Alexia sat down, when she
They
was
had
giving
that
dirty
heart to
news to
heart.
Dirty, she said, "I don't feel like you were there for me when I was going through my divorce." And that was what the bone collector braids, Larsa, told her in the bathroom. Remember? Larsa went to Alexia and said, "Oh, and she feels like you weren't there for her, and da 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 da, and blah
Oh
blah blah."
yeah.
Remember? So then they're at the table talking about it. So now Alexia semi confronts Adriana about the bone collector's information message about you weren't there for me, specifically around my divorce. She immediately says, "Oh, well, it's because Julia." What's that have to do with when I was going through a divorce?
Exactly.
Nothing. She was trying to gaslight, and it's no accountability. And that's why I also feel like for now, Larsa, the person who went to Alexia and said all the things too, now they are coming back making Julia and Adriana's relationship an issue for other people to get to know them or be close to them. And it's BS, you guys. It's B freaking S. Am I the only
Yeah,
one?
I mean, like if everyone's like plotting against you and trying to ostracize you, I
Yeah.
mean,
And now you're one
you can't
person. You're
expect
one.
her
So
to act
like
like an
Natasha.
angel.
Why would they be plotting against Adriana? Adriana's not even a housewife.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they don't like that Julia is a housewife either. So they're saying now
Well,
they're
I
saying
don't know why
Julia
Julia's a housewife
is the
either, because Julia
problem.
doesn't really bring anything except her cows and goats and animals. That's all I see that Julia
That's
really,
why I
really
always put her
brings.
goat in the thing. I love the goat.
Who are
That's the
Austrians?
those are the only
Mistaken.
things that I hear that Julia brings. Is her goats. Those are the only things I really see that Julia brings. I don't see her bring anything as a housewife. I don't
Did
know.
y'all see what Emmanuel just said? He said Andy and
Let's-
Larsa might have started fighting in the reunion.
Oh,
Who did?
Andy and Larsa, they got into it apparently, allegedly,
Ooh, oh
according
yeah, when
to
he
Amanda.
yelled at her. Yeah, I saw that. Ooh, Toria's in the house. What's good, Mama Toria? Sorry, that was no love connection. He wanted TV time and he was wrong to bring her child into it, period.
thank you.
Emmanuel, yes. Hi, Toria. Oh, Naughty Love, come back when you can, okay, darling? I know she wasn't feeling great today. Hello, Miss Dugan. Marisol said, right on, she came back. Marisol
I had to
said,
switch devices.
no worries. Marisol said last season that Alexia is always going through turmoil.
She is.
Yes, she
She is.
is. She's like the perpetual turmoil girl, right? Technically, what she says about the accident is factually true, but actually, verbally, to say it is very low. I agree. That's exactly what I just said. Like, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
not
Like,
low.
it's
That's
true.
hell. That is hell. That is not
That's
low. That
true.
is
And
hell.
it's low. Yeah. Don't like Adriana. She is messy. And the way she went after La Rosa. Now
Larsa.
she wants her. Oh, Larsa. Now she wants her butt. She doesn't want that whole butt, Mama Toria. She just wants a little piece of it. She just wants the under cheek right on the left side. And then she's going to spread it amongst both her cheeks,
Oh my
therefore, to
God.
ensure that she has toothiness also. And there's nothing wrong with it. At least I hope it matches her thigh in 3 years. Anyway. Okay. Did y'all hear about Andy? Yes. He even
Was
said,
that
I'm
this
sorry
year
for
or
yelling at
last
you.
reunion?
No, this year. He even they it was floating around social
How are they
media
bring?
that
But
he
that argument happened
apologized
last year
for
about the
yelling to
whole
her. He yelled at
children
her.
out of wedlock or whatever.
Alexia can't counter Adriana's argument without Marisol being there to help her. That's true. That's so
Hey,
true. That's why
DT.
she's gonna be there though when she pipes up like this. Watch, and immediately starts crying. Immediately, she's like, "Don't bring Frankie into it. You better not." Alexia takes zero accountability. Yes, zero accountability does she take, while Nicole gives zero Fs. So I love it. I
Thing
love
is
this
all
girl.
these ladies are flawed, so like we can't really 100% argue for any of them.
Yeah, no, I only argue for the points I like. For the yeah,
Yeah, because
Austrians
like I can't
with
100% back
apologies.
any of
Who's
them if I'm honest.
Austrian? Who's
Yeah, who are
Austrian?
Austrians?
Who the Austrians are? I thought this was a Latina cast.
No, not all.
No
Larsa's
one
Middle
is
Eastern.
Austrian. She's
Larsa's Middle
Russian.
Eastern. Julia's Russian. Um, Alexia and Marisol are Cuban.
No one on the
And
cast
then
is
there's
Austrian.
Haiti, and what is Kiki? Dominican?
No,
What is Kiki?
Kiki's Haitian as
Kiki is
well.
Haitian.
Oh, so two Haitis in the house. All
Yeah.
Two
right.
Haiti
So
ladies.
during the time Alexia was going through her own drama with her child and husband, sick of that nasty goat beaten being in the kitchen with the food. That is just nasty. The diaper too, Mama
Like
Toria.
I,
That
my
diaper.
mouth
Oh my
immediately started
God.
gathering spit, extra spit, as soon as that
Ah,
diaper was
so
mentioned.
gross. I could just imagine the smell. Oh no, I can't do
No,
farm smell.
that's
Like farm to table
that's
fresh. There needs to
atrocious.
be some air freshener between for me to really enjoy a meal. I can't smell cow butts and fertilizer while you expect me to enjoy the meal. Therefore, the dog
Fertilizer.
and the goat need to be outside. Cough, cough, Kyle. Um, hello, daughter. Ah, hi. This is the only franchise where friends of the show get just as much air as the housewives. That's what I'm saying. Like
Thank you.
freaking
Thank you.
Kiki and Adriana are coming through. I want more Kiki, but she said we might get it if they let her back. She said we might get it. Hello, Sebastian. My son, love you. Oh, wait. Yeah, he yelled at her after arguing over the definition of ooh, really? Why? Who said that? Who uses that word? Oh,
But my
I
thing
don't
is,
think
that's
a good
weird that that
word
was
is a
brought
good
up
word.
again because
Never.
they did have an argument last year regarding children out of wedlock. So it's weird that
DT
that was
came
brought up
in.
again. You know what I mean?
Thanks for coming through, DT. You know we love
I
you
agree,
here.
Miss Dugan. Do we need more Kiki? Kiki's kind of annoying. I don't mind her being around, but like I don't think we need any more.
Yeah, no, I love Kiki. I want to see more. I want to
I
see where
like
she lives. I want to see what she does during the day. I want to see the other beautiful people she goes to lunch with. I want to know, how many times does she eat bread a day? I want to know, you
No.
know what I'm saying? I want to know Kiki. I would love
How many times she
to
eats bread a
know
day? You're
Kiki.
hilarious.
Yes, I would love to. And I feel like she would be worth it. Like, I don't know what she even does for a living. Like, what is she? I need more Kiki in my life. What's wrong with Kiki
I don't
that
know.
people don't want her?
I like Kiki, okay? I never have nothing against Kiki nor Gertie. Both of
Yeah.
them are
I
the
like Gertie way more than Kiki.
I don't
But
understand
I
why they
don't
were at the
mind
end of
Kiki.
the couch.
I don't like I'm not anti her, but I'm just like like I don't know. I don't think she brings a lot of substance. She's a
Yes, I
good laugh
mean,
once in a while,
exactly.
but like I don't think she brings any real substance at
well,
all.
she is a friend of the show.
Yeah, so her friend of the role, I feel like maybe that's why we don't know, and that's why you
Maybe
can
that's
say
what
that.
they're kind of portraying her as, just like the comic relief, whatever. And maybe she is deeper. Who knows? Maybe you're right.
I don't know. I feel like they need good. I want them fun. I want fun. That's why her comic relief, so natural and easy, is
I
like
love
fun to me. I just love it. And her, whether it's in a confessional or IRL, she's sitting there giving it to us, and I
she
want her more.
she
And then when
sometimes
she
has
gave
to
us,
stir the pot. She sometimes stirs
yes,
the pot. She has
and
to.
then when she gave us that storm out, I loved it. I was here. If there was a door on that boat,
I
that
don't think,
shit
I
would have
think
been
that was
slammed.
gross of her to threaten to sue everyone and do like all that. That was like,
I like her. I don't like.
no.
Okay, now with Larsa, it's interesting. Her and Larsa hang out. I do feel like that. That's where I question Kiki. But outside of
Mm.
that, like when I see her with Lisa, when I see her with Gertie, when she's sitting over there on the couch, when she's walking around in her fabulous fashions, being the like all eyes on her when she walks in a room. I mean, I love it. I want to know what's in her head. I want to know, is she smart? I want to know, is she dumb? You know, and maybe away from Larsa, we'll get more of that. And the more established she gets in herself on this series, I'm hoping we'll find that out. I don't feel like she only agrees with Larsa, but she does carry a lot back to her to give her to say, don't she? Hmm. Okay, one thing I will say about Kiki, I feel like she could use some glasses because she did tell Larsa that she looked just like Cleopatra. Just okay, all right, okay. Irene, Andy don't like Larsa because she gives I don't need the show. She doesn't, and I wish she knew that and would get off. She wants her own series, like her friend the Kardashian girl, right? So I think that she should go over there. I don't think that, and I don't. You know
Well,
what,
that's
you
why
guys?
she left the show. That's why she left the show because she was following the Kardashians. Larsa left the show because she
Yes,
was following the Kardashians and moved to LA.
right,
Bad
and then they
move.
fell out.
And then they fell
Yo,
out.
Emmanuel must have like some kind of like Google alert or whatever because he's bringing more tea.
The fakest housewife in an interview. Yes. And I saw also that Gertie is feeling vindicated now that the divorce is going through with Lisa and Lenny for some reason, but I'm not sure about the particulars of that statement.
Yeah, what's
I
to be
have missed a
investigated?
whole bunch on YTube trying to catch up on all the shows.
What did Gertie say
Finishing
that I don't get it?
Joyzy
What's to be
in
vindicated?
episode 3 of
Y'all know
Miami.
Lenny's.
Yeah, Mama Toria, we didn't even watch the final episode, the season finale of Real Housewives of Potomac over
I
here.
didn't.
We didn't even watch it. I was so disappointed,
Annoyed.
Mama Toria. I don't know if you heard, but it was all lies. All lies. They
Oh, I
had
found
stuff
out something.
they could have been talking about for 2 seasons. They could have been talking about other stuff, especially this current season. And they are not giving us nothing but what they want us to have. The only real storylines in the Potomac streets, in my opinion, are Candace and Wendy. Karen, I grew on me this season. I'm a recent Karen convert, especially because she dropped the news and blew up the spot about the lies and the gas in
Mm.
Potomac. It was fascinating,
Karen's
but
a
I could not
Taurus.
bring myself to watch,
brings
not
facts.
dare another episode. I don't even know if I'll watch the reunion, you guys.
I don't know
even
either.
know.
But
I
I
don't
just
even
found
know
out
at this
something.
point because I already know that's BS too, because the interview with the lady came out after that. So it's just going to be more talking out the sides of their neck and hot air.
And
Anyway,
not taking
I just heard
accountability.
something. Can I say something real quick? I heard, because I was struggling with the fact of, I was like asking, I was like, okay, so what came first? The Watch What Happens Live, or them setting up a an interview with Robin, like we all care to listen. You know, I was like, because if you saw her performance on Watch What Happens Live, why would you, seeing her just adamantly come up with the most ridiculous lies that no one believes, and her saying it with conviction, and her at no point ever showing any point of any accountability to save her life, why would you go, you know what, this needs a 30-minute interview? Like, why? But then, so I was listening to another channel, and the guy who was with what's the girl who was on the show with, who was on New York, that was also there on What Happens Live? Ebony.
Oh,
Ebony.
Ebony
So
K.
Ebony's
Williams.
co-host was the
Her.
bartender, right? So he
Uh-huh.
has a podcast, right? So on his podcast, he was saying some stuff that we didn't realize. He was like, first
You
of all,
good, Naughty?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm listening.
he
Okay.
was like,
It's my allergies.
I know,
Okay,
mine
right
are
on.
really bad too. You know what? You need one of those aerosol like things that you like shoot up your nose. I love
Look, we all skipped it. Ooh.
it. So
That's because we are
the guy who was
intelligent and they were playing with our minds. They
So
were
the guy who
talking.
was on the Ebony's co-host, he was a bartender that night, so he was there, and he was saying how they weren't allowed to say anything until that was finally broadcasted, and he was saying that the rumors were true, that what actually went down is not what we saw, like not like it was way worse. We only saw like 10%.
No way.
And he said, I don't know if I interpreted this right, but I thought I understood that he was saying that that supposed interview that's going to be shown after like part 2 of the reunion
Yeah.
was filmed that night.
So
So I guess when they were doing that, they're like, all right, enough of this. We're doing a one-on-one right now. We're gonna film it real quick and then we'll air it, because this is getting out of hand. You know, since you're here in New York, we got to get this taken care of right now. I don't know, but that's kind of like how I interpreted what he was saying.
Well, I just thought it was asinine for Robin to do all of this, and you still married the cheater supposedly anyway.
Thank you.
yeah.
And
Thank
my
you.
thing is, I almost don't even like talking about the cheating part, because we all know that that's like the least. We're not mad about the cheating. We don't care.
Right.
Okay. We know most of us didn't even think you really have a real relationship. So the thought of even cheating, like, that's ridiculous.
I mean,
what we care about is the
like to be
gaslighting, the lying, you bullying, you trying to take down other people's marriages, and you playing in our face and literally lying and gaslighting us. That's what we care about.
Hit a whole storyline. That's what she did. She hit a whole storyline. She wanted to be riding the coattails of Giselle, creating lies among Karen, saying that Karen's cheating all over the place, but you know damn well the man that you have at your house has been in other women's genital areas.
Community D.
Oh, Kelly Nola, hey girl.
Community D. You know what you get, and all that foolery. Talk about a prenup and putting.
I love the way you said it in your accent. Community D. Community D.
But I'm just sorry, guys. Her and Gizzy, the Green Ambassador, their fashions is grounds of termination for me.
Grounds. Jail, immediate jail.
Yeah, I hope they do get rid of Robin sooner than later. I'm done. She doesn't even get another chance. I'm a one and done on this stuff right here. I'm 7 years invested in Robin and Juan.
We gotta look after our mental health.
And not only did you keep the wedding from me, which was fake, because remember she said, oh, if there was ever any infidelity again, I'm not going to marry you. Remember she said that a couple more seasons ago. And then this time we're wondering, we're like really scratching our head. What about, why are you thinking about an infidelity clause? Because there was a whole cheating storyline we could have heard to make it make sense about why you asking for this infidelity clause that then you didn't get after Brittany came through and said she and him hooked up in the hotel room.
Robin is a pathological liar. That guy even brought up the fact that that she said he brought up. He's like, because they didn't air his whole question. You know how you saw him asking about Wendy. Well, apparently that whole thing was kind of cut because he also brought up. He's like, you said you didn't like her. Robin, Miss Pathological Liar, literally like looked him dead in the face. Was like, I never said that. It's ridiculous. This woman is a pathological liar. She's a waste of time. I'm done. She's got to go.
Robin is a closeted drunk. That's why she doesn't remember half the stuff she says. And once you tell one lie, you got to keep telling more lies. I mean, but I would have took this whole cheating thing over that sorry picnic she planned as an outing. Like, why is she always
her
so
wedding and her picnic were the same par?
She's so low budget and classless, and I have no respect for her, especially
and the way she was flopping around on that floor.
I don't
when they were doing the TikTok dance thing. It's like no wonder when the girl from Canada called for him, he answered. He was like, "Well, let me see how you roll around on the floor." She probably sent him a good video of her. Hey, Callie. He probably sent her a good video of her rolling around on the floor the right way. And he was like, United Airways 101. You know what I'm saying? Let me get some fun because, and then the reason I'm saying 2 seasons is because now, as it turns out, last season when he was like, "Oh, it's not sexy, Robin, you laying in the bed all day."
I was just you
turned around and said is because you cheating with that community team during the COVID out there going around giving out pandem dick, going around. What you doing?
Exactly. But Robin, she is emotionally deprived and is starved. Okay.
No, you guys, I have another theory on this whole thing. I think that it is very possible that they had wrapped up her storyline in the finale. Just the way that it was seen and the way that it was shot. This might be some sort of plot to come back next season that has spun out of control and backfired. Because why would it come out right on cue? Right when that episode airs, it's like everything is happening with the perfect timing as though it's being orchestrated, and people forget that Robin was a PR person. That is what she did for a living. It would not.
That is true.
At all. If all 3 of them are in on this together, I have never believed that Robin and Juan ever got back together after they
right.
Me neither.
I never actually believed that, and I still don't. So Juan may have been seeing this woman and went to that hotel. And Robin may have started getting like the buzz, like, okay, can we come up with something?
Well, did anybody hear the interview with the mistress on the podcast?
Yes.
She said their whole storyline was made up.
The lady said.
It was just a business arrangement.
Yep. And I believe her.
I do too.
You know it's bad when you believe the side chick over the main one.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, the main one was not Robin. Robin was not the main one. Last time I checked, there were no documents legally binding them together as married.
Come on, Sebastian.
But wait a minute, you guys. In certain states, marriage is not publicly declared. And I know this from Janet Jackson because she was married for many years in California. And
like common law?
Because it's not public here. So I don't know if they're married or not, but Robin would totally stay on the show. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Do we really care? These people are irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't care.
I think Robin and Gizzy are a couple.
Not really.
I think Robin and Gizzy are a couple.
To be honest, I think I'm out on the show.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
When you actually think about it,
then I'm out.
If we're going to protect our mental health, we can't be putting more energy into people that are literally admitting that they're lying to us and don't care.
Exactly.
A whole platform. I created a whole channel.
Okay, so can we cancel Jaguar right then?
You know what, you guys
please, yes.
Are fabulous about Potomac. Like at least on Miami and Beverly Hills, like we're seeing like the different outfits and the looks that they do, whether if we like them or not. You know, we're seeing them sort of do quirky things and go on these trips and stuff. Potomac, we're not getting anything but fake storylines.
But can I tell you, I'm really proud of Candace and Chris. Okay,
Me
the way they
too.
handled themselves this season and the way they handle Ashley forehead
I'm not
asshole. Okay,
fully.
they
They're MVPs.
There's some
All
disappointing
right.
parts though. I don't like
Cancel
how
the
they invited
government.
Giselle to that thing.
Cancel the
Mm-mm.
damn government, she said.
You know, I
Okay.
wonder how much control they actually have. Like, I wonder if they can actually disinvite someone to that type of an event, or is that actually thrown by production? And it's like everyone who works here has to come. You
Right,
know
if
what?
it's designated as at the final scene.
Yeah. I wonder if they could have disinvited her if they wanted to. I have my
But they
doubts.
made
They
up. Her and Candace
disinvited.
made up.
They
Her and Candace
disinvited
made up.
Wendy the whole season.
But they didn't
What you
really
mean,
show
can
that,
they?
which was weird.
They
They
just
just did
invited her,
a
but they still had to shoot some scenes with her though.
And also
Right.
the mistreatment of Wendy, I really think that production should have stepped in and said, look, she is a part of this cast. If you want to be on this cast, you need to work with her. This woman has not really done anything to you. Now, if you don't like it, you can leave. Production should have never allowed that to go to that degree. I understand with Monique because Monique assaulted somebody, but Wendy had not done anything to anyone.
Right.
they
And
were just
imagine
jealous.
that's another
I
reason
feel
I'm
like
pissed.
production is lazy and they
Because
let them run amok.
yes,
Yeah.
they don't do any vetting. Like, what the hell? Like, not only in character, but in storyline too. Like, they need to make sure that whatever meat we're given is edible.
You
Okay.
know what I
This
think
is-
happened with
yes.
this franchise? You guys know this was supposed to be a different show, right?
It
Yeah, it was
was.
supposed to be the
Part-
Jack and Jill show. We
Yeah.
talked
Yeah.
about this here before.
So I think what
Yeah.
happened was once they made them part of the Real Housewives, they really didn't have a Housewives cast. And
Right.
instead of them recasting the show gradually, they let
Right.
these same people stay on here. And
Because
these
Jack
people
and
are
Jill
not
was going to be about the
housewives.
pomp
They're
and
not
circumstance
housewives.
and etiquette and
Yeah.
society of Potomac. And then Jack and Jill was like, you better not use our image and likeness ever no more over there in the Bravo. And so they had to ixnay. And yeah, so that's how we got this fiasco. And they do this worse on Potomac than they were doing it on Beverly Hills. Because I feel like Beverly Hills just turned into everybody trying to blow up each other's spot too. But this place in Potomac, blowing up Black love every chance you get, like, I'm like, that's detrimental to the culture. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's like
but I
Black
also
crime
think,
and detrimental to the culture. It's
but I
like,
believe
okay,
that
I'm not
happens
with
because
it.
they're not really friends. People probably barely know each other, and they don't have nothing else to do. Like, this is not a friend group.
Well,
Well,
the thing is, they had to bring
Exactly.
in Ashley and Giselle. No, Ashley and Candace's thing. Giselle's the one who really started the whole nonsense. I'm not gonna say it's nonsense. Her quote unquote truth. She's the one who started it. Ashley was just, as much as
she
I love
sure
her,
did.
she just wanted to be messy because she had to be. Um, that's what really happened. That's why it would make more sense to invite Ashley, but not to invite Giselle.
Can we talk
I
about
would've invited
Ashley and her gold digging skills? Can we talk
Oh,
about
I
that?
know. Like,
Everyone was
Ashley is
saying she was smart and she was playing the long game, and look at her.
I told y'all.
I told y'all she
I
was
told y'all.
stupid. I told y'all that too.
I
But
knew she wasn't playing the long game.
Michael gaslighted her the whole season.
The whole time he got over on her.
Ashley did not have nothing that she can auction off at Sotheby's or anywhere else
Sure
to pay for anything. She doesn't have any real jewelry. She doesn't have any Birkins. She doesn't have any Kellys. She doesn't have any Chanels that could pay her house note or feed her children. If Michael so sides to not give her a dime of alimony and child support.
Which sounds like that's what's happening.
Alimony.
Wait.
Exactly.
And then that house is in his LLC, correct?
Exactly.
Well,
Dumb.
Exactly.
I think that we kind of fell for a little bit of a scam that both Ashley and Michael were running on this show.
No,
I do
you
not
fell
think
for
that
it.
Michael has that kind of money. I don't think he's broke, but I don't think that he has.
Oh my God, DT
that
your
kind-
picture.
Honey, I didn't fall for nothing.
Look at Ashley. Ashley is wearing stuff from Fredericks of Hollywood.
Right.
He's
Michael
giving her
does have
too
money.
much.
Ashley is
He's
wearing
giving her too
Sheen.
much, Frederica Hollywood. She's wearing
She's wearing
Fashion
Sheen.
Nova for seniors
She's wearing
and
Sheen.
Rainbow for seniors.
And I
Hollywood
will
is
not
too
miss her.
expensive for her. Okay?
Exactly.
Ashley would have you to believe that Michael is on the same level as Mauricio. I'm sorry. I don't think that Michael has.
Michael does have
like
money.
that.
Most of his money's in Australia.
I don't
Because
think he has like that.
he
I
has
just
money like that.
don't.
He's just hiding his assets.
But where are you getting that?
I think he has more assets than liquidity.
Yeah, he has lots of real estate and probably
He
investment
doesn't have
properties
liquid funds.
under shell companies or
Mhm.
whatever. And yeah, he's a smart man. He's been
He's
Oh.
been married
long
before.
game.
He's been
And
married
he probably
Well,
bought,
yeah.
you know, what's it called? Gold. He probably bought gold and silver.
Yeah,
before. Mhm.
And
Well,
is using
I'm
that.
trying
because
to
the
understand
oil industry is
where
very
you got
lucrative in Australia.
this information
Mhm. And
that Michael
opals.
has all this money. That's something that I'm a
Oh,
little
look,
bit
somebody said they
lost.
grew up in Jack and Jill. Who said that? Did somebody
Yeah,
say
but I'm not
I
missing.
just want to know when Michael will become
TikToking.
Michaela.
I know, right?
Mhm.
And you know, that speaks volumes about why Juan could tolerate baby hands.
Baby hands.
Because abuse ain't
They
a
both
thing to
had that
him.
same predatory mind. He was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
hey, dude, you grab ass. I pass girls around."
Yeah,
Let's high five later.
You know what? You guys, let's just be real. I think that we are not really seeing the situation for what it is because Ashley had a ring. Michael was basically passing Ashley around, and that's why their relationship ended because she didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, they were
You
swingers.
think so?
True.
It could be.
That's true.
No,
Wait, what do you mean?
it's
Wait,
not.
my mind could go even like further. Like, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that he wasn't trafficking her, right?
Not necessarily trafficking her, but they were basically doing the same thing, just not getting paid for it.
Got it.
Well, I think the kids was a deal breaker for Michael. I mean, although he loves his kids, don't get me wrong, but he did not want any more.
But why did
Ashley
Yeah.
forced that on him?
Well, the thing is,
Ashley
Ashley,
did. The same way Lenny forced those kids on poor Lisa. And she should have stuck to
no,
her
Lisa
guns.
wanted kids. Lisa
Yeah.
wanted kids too.
She-
We're not gonna act as Lisa. She wanted kids, but she saw that she was struggling too much.
Right.
And then
And
she started to like
did
lean
say
off
she was
of it.
scared to try and she wasn't ready to try again. And him and his mom sat her down on national TV and said, "No, here, do this."
Like,
and she did it, and now he's leaving her.
I'm pretty sure they
She
threatened
didn't
to. He threatened to divorce her if they didn't have kids.
Yeah.
See, Ashley forgot her role. She was a trophy wife. Okay, that's all her role was to look pretty on Michael's arm and swap partners whenever he was ready. He did not sign up for kids, none of that.
True.
But you guys, why did he leave after the? I don't think it was the kids. I think it was the fact that she changed.
Yep.
Like he would have just gave those kids to the nanny and went back doing whatever they had been doing. He would have been cool. But she changed on him, and that's not who he married.
Right.
I think that's what happened to Lisa too. She changed.
Changed the contract.
Lisa changed, and Lisa became a little, as Lenny said it. I'm sorry, Lisa became a little
Party girl?
controlling
Oh.
on
And
Lenny,
entitled, very entitled.
and
Yeah.
controlling,
At the
and that's
end of
why
the day-
Lenny was like, mm-mm.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that is Lenny's money. I know that we are very upset with Lenny. I'm a woman, I understand. But also, if I was the person and that was my house and the situation reversed, I would want her ass out of my house. I'm not gonna lie.
And you're working like 20 hours a day. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Because Lisa has never even made it outside of the Real Housewives.
We just looked up her net worth, though, Callie. And did you know her net worth is allegedly $50 million? Her net worth. It doesn't say her and Lenny. It says Lisa's net worth is $50 million, you guys. We're
Then why is she
mind
crying?
blown. Why are you crying?
Ray has $50 million. You guys, those sites aren't accurate.
No,
And
Ray
that's why
does, because his company is a very huge company. I think it is a Fortune 500 company.
What, Ray's company?
Paradigm Solutions International is responsible for IBM.
Yeah. So, okay.
Oh.
There's work of the company, and then there is your personal work.
Yeah,
And
I have heard that.
Happening, they're taking
He's the
value
CEO
of these people's companies and saying that this is their personal money, and it doesn't work that way. And this is
For
why
Mia Thornton, it didn't either.
I was
But
just about
Karen-
to say, what was
but
what
Karen-
Mia's worth?
And I don't believe that Ray is broke either, but I think that there are levels of money. And Ashley was trying to make it seem like she was going to walk out of there with millions of dollars. Michael probably barely has millions of dollars for himself.
Michael is worth a lot. Like they own the building he lives in, and as the owner,
information,
he like be the person
there
that was
is
either the
Where you getting your information from, Kelly?
when they sold it. Like
real estate development has a lot of money.
Kelly, where are you getting
Oh my
your
gosh.
information from?
I'm looking at Ashley on the show. I'm
Oh,
She's like my eyes.
Speaking
You're lying, darling.
Michael
Kelly,
doesn't have
you're
money.
lying.
Ashley did
That's
not
why
know
we're
that.
upset.
Ashley has
They've
no
been
faith.
lying.
She fondled the
Oh, yeah,
she
look.
fondled the
Mhm.
bag. She did not know.
I said I love those earrings.
Ashley is verbally telling me, or what these websites are putting up. I'm looking at what I see in Ashley, and I'm
You can't tell that by
Kyle
Ashley.
Richards. I'm sorry,
You can't tell that by Ashley. Ashley was born to someone with no taste who lived under a bridge for
That's
a
nice, right?
crackhead.
Corey,
I could do a head
Oh my
just
God.
like this.
You
Yeah.
cannot judge that. You cannot judge Michael's wealth on Ashley's cheapness. You cannot. You just can't.
That's
Ashley
what we're
does not
saying.
have any taste.
I'm sorry. I think that we've
You
been
can't.
had. I think that there's something up.
I haven't been had. You've been had, okay? Because let me tell you this.
No.
Ashley has no concept of what it's like to be the wife of a rich man.
Exactly.
Doesn't have
She
the
came from
trappings. She came from nothing.
poverty.
She doesn't know what to get to save
Mhm.
her butt in case his businesses go down the drain or he decides not to care for her anymore. Like he tossed her in that little rinky-dink apartment and took her Porsche.
And he followed
had
up to
nothing to
follow
fall
up
back
on Corey's
on.
point.
Nothing.
Her family was telling her, stop being stupid.
Yep.
Get a lawyer. Stop being stupid. They kept telling her over
Her
and over.
uncle, what's
Exactly.
his name? Uncle
she did get a lawyer.
Uncle
She did get a
Dusty,
lawyer.
or what was his name?
Lump.
Lump. I
She
love
did
him.
get a lawyer. She did
So
get a lawyer. It was the fact that Ashley
He was like,
did
"Are
not
you out of your
know-
mind?"
Ashley
No,
did
that
not
was the
get
lawyer
raw
for the show.
assets.
She only went for the show. I don't think
She
that
did
she
not get
really
raw
engaged that
assets.
I
lawyer.
don't know. Something ain't right here.
She did
Something
not
Let me
get
tell you
raw
No, I
assets.
agree. Something isn't right. I agree with
Something is
you,
not
Kelly, with
right.
that.
Ashley's stupid. That's what's right. That's what it
She's
is.
dumb
I
as
don't know if it's as
stupid.
black
Dumb
and
as
white as
rock.
Let
that.
me tell you this. Ellen Barkin, actress, right? She married the heir to the Revlon Cosmetics, right? He cheated on her. She left. You know what she left with? She didn't leave with a lump sum. She said, give me all of my jewelry. Do you know what she did with her jewelry? She took it to Sotheby's and got $300 million for it. Okay? $300 million. She doesn't even have to act again in her life. Ashley could have at least gotten some good jewelry and some perfume so she can pad herself when Michael doesn't want to take care of her and his children.
Not for nothing, Corey, you're making me like, if my next relationship, I'm asking for jewelry at all times.
And the other thing is,
Exactly.
Ashley
You should
never,
always ask for jewelry all the time and good jewelry, not Zales.
Yep. No, that better be some carrots on that. Thank you.
Ashley made
So you guys are correct. Whoever said it, look, upon further reading within the $50 million article of Lisa says she earned her net worth
by marrying a prominent
plastic surgeon.
by marrying.
She should have funneled money into
So
her
what was that? Her
surgeon.
allowance? I don't get it.
Yeah,
How
she
was that
didn't just
hers?
like.
Because these sites are not accurate.
No, that's a
They
lady
really
that
aren't.
has a wife.
These things are
she-
rich by
that
people.
money is her husband's money and hers combined.
Well, these things aren't accurate, and it's proven because, like, what happens is that people that don't have a lot of money exaggerate, and people that do have a lot of money lowball because they don't want you knowing how much money they have.
Exactly.
I can tell you
Yeah.
that my old boss was in Forbes magazine, and I know for a fact he did not have what they said he had. A PR person padded that. I talked to the PR person. So this stuff on the internet is
that's all self-reported.
Up there, these are PR. They actually will hire PR people to do SEO so that these stories will come up when you Google their net worth. Like this is a whole like genre of SEO, like doing this type of stuff. So this, I have to go by what I see. Now, do I believe Mauricio is rich? Yeah. Michael, I don't know what the hell.
Michael's rich. He's the founder of Monument Realty, which actually owns a lot of buildings, even a lab.
Yeah, like he's like
founder of something and
in
have
the
sold most of
DMV.
the company years ago.
He owns
Just
a very
saying.
good portfolio.
I
His
want
real
to know
estate-
Michael's family, what they do, where he comes from. I like to get to the nitty gritty of these
Yeah, I
weird
want to
characters.
find out where all of the children from his first marriage are.
What brought him to America? I want to know.
They don't talk to him.
A lot of Australians come to America.
They just don't show him. Michael's son, they reference him. They just don't show him. He doesn't want to be on camera.
He doesn't want to be near Michael.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was the person.
Oh.
I thought he was around, like he was at the restaurant and stuff.
He does. His children from his first marriage don't like him.
They don't want to be on camera
They don't
either.
like you.
I can see that.
Yeah.
He owns the Watergate Hotel.
I also,
That's not
I don't know
shocking.
if this is true, but last time I did hear that they were still in Australia. They may have moved to America now or something like that.
That's a possibility.
I could imagine they're Ashley's age too, right? Like
they are.
One
in the
is
same
Ashley's
group.
age.
Yeah.
One is Ashley's
Yes.
age. But I do know this though. Michael does own the Watergate Hotel. The actual.
He used to.
That's
No,
what I
he
heard.
does not.
It's still under his portfolio
used to.
now. It's still under his portfolio.
I don't think
But
he has
that's
a
what I'm
controlling
saying.
interest in it
Things are
anymore.
not
Sebas.
accurate. Even Ashley said he don't own that no more.
He may not have a controlling interest in it. He may
doesn't
still
have-
own
yeah.
a little bit of stock in it.
Yes, he doesn't have the main share. Yes, Corey, exactly.
No, Ashley said he does not own that anymore. That is-
Ashley said he sold it when they were doing that gross
Yeah.
scene when she was wearing leopard print.
He may have sold it, but he could have retained a little bit of stock in it to have the money.
True,
Just
but
not
that
quite.
wouldn't be
That is done
substantial.
too.
if he had, because
It wouldn't be
loves
substantial.
telling people Michael is rich.
No, I didn't say a substantial amount of stock. Just some that he can keep.
Michael used to
some
own it.
dividends coming in.
That's like saying I own a few Apple shares. I'm not the CEO of Apple.
Exactly.
Michael
So,
used to
guys,
own
I'm
it.
in no way saying that Michael is broke. That's not what I'm saying at all. But what I'm saying is that there are
Monument
different
Realty.
levels of money. And I don't think that Michael is like, we're actually going to be getting a $20 million settlement.
Also, a lot of times your money is tied up.
Curves. Look at
Yeah.
Monument Realty and look at their portfolio.
Look at
Look it
him.
up.
Let's do an investigation.
Monument
I know what
Realty
I
and look at their portfolio. Type in
So-
Monument Realty and you'll see their portfolio. They own multiple buildings in the DMV.
Let me look. I'm gonna do a little investigation.
And I believe the reason
What is
why
his name?
she
Michael
cannot get
Darby.
alimony is probably because she makes too much money. Because you gotta remember, she getting paid to be on this show.
She's been on since season 1. She's
Wait,
got-
let's find out what her salary is first. I'm ready to investigate, y'all. Okay.
That's
Ashley,
good money.
I want to know what she's making per year on this show. And she has endorsement deals. And doesn't she have a yoga company?
See,
That's why she's
look.
always
Yoga
wearing
clothes
stretch
or
pants.
something.
Where is this yoga company? Because I tried to find it and I didn't have
So it
You gotta
looks
go
like
on her
they
IG.
have ground up construction for condominiums, apartments,
Yes, but this is
commercial
a
use
business. This is
buildings,
not his
offices,
No.
labs, retail
Income.
shopping centers, townhome developments. I mean, but if this is his company, then these are all projects that these are lucrative projects.
It's not
y'all.
quite that simple. Usually these people have investors, they have partners. They're not just getting all of this money from this business like that. And I only know this because, like I said, my old boss was in Forbes. They pad this stuff.
They do.
They what?
Yeah.
They pad their income. The PR people.
Oh, yeah.
There are people that you can hire that will come in and literally make you look like you are a millionaire.
That's so weird. She
And
has
our
some birth-
investment partner. So there's your investment you were talking about.
They do have
So it
investment
says
partners.
that in 97, Monument Realty and their investment partner, Apollo Real Estate Advisors, contracted to purchase this building, which is 1.5 acres almost, in New York, Mount Vernon Square, in 18 months. The market shifted. They were supposed to be building over 500,000 square feet of office building at $30 a foot.
80.
That's a lot of money, y'all.
Oh, she was born in 88? I thought she was younger than that.
Look, there's
No,
principal
actually,
founder.
well in her 30s.
And look, what's good, Chronicles?
Not much.
That's good. Thanks for coming up. Look, we're talking about Baby Yans being in charge of all the businesses.
But
so
Ashley didn't still have her Porsche.
They received an offer from Boston Properties to purchase the property that they completed, this project that we're talking about, for $42.6 million at $80 a foot. And in their first 2 years of operations, they built the portfolio for 2.5 million square feet of the property.
Question: why was it so difficult? First of all, I don't understand why Ashley didn't already have a house. But I understand, why was it so difficult for her to get this house? Like, you would think it would be like a
She waited too long. She waited too long.
That's the look on his face right now that he ain't got to give her nothing.
Yep.
He's not done.
He's dragging through this thing. Told Lisa, go pick out a house and I'll get it. Michael didn't even really want, I don't even think that's Ashley's house.
No, because someone said that
the LLC.
That when you have two names on the LLC, one, she doesn't even, we don't know that she has equal shares in that LLC.
It might be the kids.
And two, that's true. And two, someone said that legally one of the shareholders can just take over without the other one even knowing.
Uh-huh.
So there aren't.
Ashley is dumb.
What I'm trying to say is, you have all of this.
No, she's just a bag of hammers.
That's petty. Why
not a bag of hammers.
No, instead of digging at everybody else's business, she should have been digging at her own. She talking about, oh, I didn't pay anything. You should have knew about every bill that's going on in your house. That's a lot of mistakes women make.
I would just have like a pre-made PowerPoint presentation on every girl whenever I enter the season.
You guys, there's a legal.
Ashley's wrong. Ashley should have called me. I know how to do spreadsheets. She should have called me. I would have made charts for her.
No, you guys, there is a legal.
You're paid about 300.
Saying that actually will go in her favor if she says, "I never paid the bills. He paid everything." That actually would help her out in the divorce.
Okay, guys. So Monique Samuels revealed that in season 5 she received $42,000 for 12 episodes.
Oh, that's
it.
That's it.
That's about it.
Oh my god!
Newer.
I don't think they get paid that much. If you look at
they don't get paid that much anymore.
If you look at their trips are always like low budget compared to
I think the big paychecks are kind of done.
Karen has to get
guys about the trips before I get off. Do they have to pay for the trips and are later reimbursed?
I don't know. What did you hear? I heard.
I'm just wondering because I don't understand. If production is paying for the trips, it shouldn't really matter what franchise you're on. So I'm wondering if they have to pay for those trips up front and then they get the money back.
Yeah, and that's why some franchises are way low budget and other ones are PJs.
I'm not true, but I'm just wondering if that is the case.
If you notice the difference in the different franchises, Potomac's trips suck. They're always like driving somewhere.
Yeah.
They go
always look like something that we would go on.
The Bahamas trip seems comped. It seemed like a swag trip from the hotel. It seemed like it was an advertising for the hotel because you can tell that they didn't plan the trip because they were like, oh my God, that's so fabulous. What is that doing here? So you can tell that the hotel was just like giving them these things, as probably as promotion. And actually known for doing swag and promotion and things like that.
It says Michael Darby is the co-founder of Monument Realty in DC. Some of his projects include Columbia Center, Half Street, the Odyssey Condominium, and Franklin Square North.
I just don't understand why.
So what's Michael Darby's net worth right now?
Her a house.
I know it's lower than Ray's.
The girl has 2 children. I don't know why you
20
that petty.
That's why his other children aren't talking to him, because he is that petty.
40.
Mm.
Nice.
Left Michael at that bar when she met him. I'm sorry. She should have. This was a waste of her good years.
Right?
was.
That
Still,
is
she
now
has
that
no
is the
good
truth
sense.
there.
It was.
She
Karen's
wasted her youth on this scab.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least she
She ain't
kept
got
her
the sense,
body.
dog.
She kept her body, guys. Y'all gotta give
She
it up.
did.
Ashley kept her body.
Well, I
Oh,
mean,
actually?
yes, she did, but in 2023, most women do. I mean, you see pregnant women at the gym lifting weights. Like, that's like normal now.
Which
You
is
gotta have enough
crazy when
energy
you
for
think
that.
about it.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, actually?
I have seen multiple
Robin
pregnant
is the
at the
poorest
gym
one.
on the weight machine.
Oh, Robin.
Wendy and Robin have to be the poor. Wendy, Robin, and Giselle.
Wendy is 1.5. Robin,
The
I
thing
think, is
about
2.
Wendy is that I don't think that she has like this big business or asset, but I think her and Eddie make very good salaries.
And they're savers. Eddie's real smart about where their money goes. You see when she tried to invest with Peter, the scam artist. Okay, he
Yeah,
was like,
I think by the time they're 50, they'll be millionaires.
Yeah, they
Four.
both
Yeah.
at minimum make 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They just, you know what I mean? It's different when you don't come from money.
10.
It really
And
it
that's
is,
outside the show.
because you're starting from nothing. You're like building up from nothing.
Yeah. And Wendy's like
4.5.
not even 40. So
Exactly. They're still in their 30s. I think Wendy and Eddie will
Nice.
be fine.
yeah, me too.
Well,
Now,
you gotta wait.
Candace,
Curves, that money that Candace Diller Bastard's worth, you gotta
Yeah.
forget Mama Dot's share in that too.
well,
What's your mom's name?
Mama Dot has a good share.
Dorothy.
That,
Dorothy Dillard.
most of Candace's net worth is probably her house. But
Public-
Yeah, I'm sure Dorothy
Unavailable.
put some real estate in her name, and that's how she accumulated whatever network she has.
yeah, probably. But no, it might be in a trust. A lot of people use trust because of the tax breaks. But the thing with Candace, you guys, I don't hate Chris. I don't think that he is a bad man, but I
I
think
like
that
Chris.
he can do better. And
I
I
kind of believe
that
Giselle
he should
sometimes.
be with this man
I
with 3
don't.
children and 2 baby mamas and no stable job. He's 10 years older than
Oh,
I'm sorry. I this
oh my God.
man.
And he wasn't taking care of him either.
And one of them not at all. I don't even think he was paying child support for one of them.
I want to say
Yeah.
this. I haven't seen. I'm sorry, but I do sometimes debate should I believe Giselle sometimes, even though I know Giselle could be a liar. But the last reunion, Chris was very when he was drunk in that reunion with Nikki, he was very uncomfortable to watch. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
The
Well,
white
I
rage is
would
killing
have
me.
believed Giselle if she would have said Chris was trying to talk to me and he was just so
I don't
drunk,
think Chris is that
so
smart.
comfortable. You know what I mean? It's the way that Giselle said it, and she was kind of trying to me.
Yeah, that's why I side eye both of them.
And
I
that's
think
why
he
was like,
doesn't know how to articulate well either.
yeah.
Well,
That makes sense. She
When you
said
don't
that
know-
they get 3 events each. I never realized that.
Well, the thing is, that's why when you can't articulate well,
Wait,
you try
what?
not to drink in public.
This
Each
comment
episode was responsible for hosting
that
3 events. Oh.
I
So
see.
Robin does the BS. Oh my God. Robin, she needs to go. This is ridiculous. This is an actual joke. Anyone who is supporting Robin, please get help.
Well, you know, they got rid of 3 housewives on Jersey, right? They got rid of Lisa Rinna and on Beverly Hills. I do not understand why they cannot get rid of Robin. I'm sorry. It seems like they're getting rid of people. Robin needs to go. Honestly, Mia too, but Robin really needs to go.
You want to hear something hilarious? There's someone on these YouTube streets, and I don't know who they are, but their name is Juan's Blonde. And they pop up in chat rooms, and they're hilarious.
This says, plot twist, Michael Darby scraped up dealing with Juan's Blonde. Remember the cheating scandal?
You guys, that is Karen under a fake name.
Right?
But
No,
still
it's
stars for me
Karen
forever.
trolling.
She had her eyes
Wow.
open the whole time.
That's
She should
hilarious.
have never had those babies with that man. He was a party dude.
No, it's
He
good that
should
she had the
he
baby. She
should have
should get some
secured
child
the
support.
bag first.
She should get some child support. It's good that she
For a
has.
little
He ain't
while.
gonna pay
That
child
kid's
support.
damn near 18.
Yep,
Or was
that's
the
the problem.
babies her workaround, the prenup that she knew wasn't in her favor already? So
You
at least now
guys.
she gets child
Wow.
support. You know,
I cannot believe that they browbeat Lisa into having those kids, and it doesn't seem like Lenny even wants a family lifestyle.
right?
It's okay to not want
Curves.
to be married.
Yeah,
It's
Curves,
okay.
can you do me a favor?
yeah.
Can you please look up John C. Riley? And I want you to tell me that this isn't the spitting image of Dean, and to the point where I'm frightened.
Ooh.
Oh no! Oh
Look
no.
up John,
Oh,
Oh my
actor
God,
John
you're
C.
right.
Riley.
Dang.
Look up John C.
Guys,
Riley.
you ain't
I
right.
know who you.
You're-
Yep. I know
You're
it.
gonna
Oh!
die. You're gonna die. You're going to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I was just like completely shocked by it.
I'm not going to hell with you.
You've uncovered
You ain't right, Natasha.
Those are kids. I'm not going to hell.
Now
You
bring
ain't
up
right.
a picture. Now
Those are
do a
kids.
side by side with Dean, and it's frightening. I'm scared. Look at the Christmas picture with Ashley, and put it next to this picture. You're gonna die.
Get a picture of Uncle Lump and put that beside Dean. And
There
No,
we
do,
go.
no, the Christmas picture of this year when
Uncle Lump
he's in
is
a
not
suit.
cute.
Stop, everybody's killing me.
Oh, look at this.
The real reason for the divorce.
Someone already did this. See, I told y'all.
Oh my
No,
God.
this isn't a
Oh
good picture.
no!
You
I
need to
think
look
we
at
need
Dean
a
now.
DNA test.
If you look at Dean now and him, it's the same person. It's
Yeah.
like Benjamin
That's
Button.
hilarious.
I'm frightened.
Y'all are
That's
going to hell.
hilarious.
Oh, Lord, not Benjamin
Look at
Button.
that
I'm
little
going to
face.
hell
He
with a
does look just
gasoline
like
thong
him.
on.
I'm not
Sebastian.
going to hell by myself. Y'all are going to hell.
Look,
by
I
yourself.
don't know what to do. I can't help it.
These are children. These are
That's
children. Come on
hilarious.
now.
No,
Oh
you
my
Okay,
God.
I'm sorry. That was a great
the real
interlude.
reason for the
That was
divorce.
great. That's
Maybe-
That's
hilarious.
I
so
can't help
screwed
it.
up.
That's what the truth is.
You ain't right, Natasha. You
Oh
ain't
my
right.
God.
Yep, it's the guy from Step Brothers.
Oh!
You guys, have you guys been hearing about Married to Medicine and how Simone is hanging out with
Dr.
Dr.
G's new wife or fiance.
Yes,
Uh-oh.
Yes. And Dr. Heavenly is taking pictures with her new friend.
as she should.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Wait,
But I'd
what?
rather that than Phaedra.
Heavenly?
I just think that Phaedra.
Oh,
kinda-
Phaedra's coming too. Phaedra's
You know,
Phaedra's
they
is coming
said she
too.
was
That's what
coming
Dr.
to
Heavenly
Monday,
said.
and she was there for 2 episodes. So we don't really know the extent in which Phaedra is going to be on this show.
Do we really care?
No.
Because I don't really watch it like that. I watch it here and there. Yeah, I'm not a big Married to Medicine watcher.
I love Married to
I
Medicine.
Yeah,
love
like
Married
I
to
only
Medicine.
catch it
I
when
think I'm done with Potomac.
We're Heavenly's
like-
Angels over
it's
here.
not-
Shout out to Dr. Heavenly.
I love Miami.
I like Dr. Heavenly, but I don't have to watch the show all that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true too. That's true too.
I only catch it when I can.
I like Dr. Heavenly off the show.
Yeah, me
No,
too.
When she's her real self.
Yeah.
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 Oh, you ain't right.
He's so cute when you think of him as a little baby,
John
that
C.
dude
Reilly.
or something. He's adorable. Look how cute he is. It
Dean
looks
is
like they
adorable.
took him and
It's
shrunk
cute.
him.
You know what? She needs to put some discipline in Dean because Dean,
Yeah.
in the last episode,
Yeah.
he
What
was
happened?
such a terror.
No way.
Well, he's at that age though where they're just kind of
Love
annoying.
Married to Medicine.
It starts at
Care
the.
for
It starts at.
Phaedra.
It starts
It
young.
starts at 2. If you don't nip it in the
Yeah.
bud at 2, they're going to be like that at 12, 13, 16,
Oh, no, I hope
27.
She's creating a monster by not
She is.
instilling discipline.
Right.
And that
And he's-
granola mess is not
He's
going to work.
one of those millennial parents,
And
I
Michael-
believe.
And Michael's not going to be alive to see it.
Oh no.
This is one of those millennial parents.
See, Ashley, she's looking at him still as a little baby. He's growing up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's rowdy, huh?
He bowed it. He was
As-
bout it,
you
bout
know,
it
he
all
was.
over
You
that
could tell he
restaurant.
one of them kids that will run amok in your house. As soon as you let him in, he jumping on the couch, everything.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he did that at Uncle Lump's house. He was running all around crazy. Remember? Or was it?
Yeah.
You better do something quick, boy. So Kim slapping her for a sippy cup.
He wanted to take off his shirt. He wanted to disrobe in the restaurant.
Terrible
he was,
twos and effing fours.
yeah, he was screaming at the
And
top
she's
of
got
his
a horrifying
lungs.
image.
No,
Oh
they
my
She's got a
say that
horrifying
your
image. I can't
personality
unsee that
is.
now.
They say your personality is fully formed by the age of
Brandon,
8.
you too loud.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
but
Sorry.
at the end of the day, what was the point of Ashley
So it's
taking
like a
her
wrap at
to
8. If they're
I mean, I
still like
get
that
a
at
mom
8, it's over.
I get a mommy son date, but like Dean really cares about moving to a house. He doesn't care about that stuff. He just wants to play.
He wanted to be with his daddy.
Yeah,
He
he was
did
like,
not
"Where's
want to
Dad?"
be
Yeah,
with
I don't know why
Ashley.
she can film the scene with her mom, like her and her mom just talking about the house or whatever. Why did we?
I feel like that's fake. I feel like they don't even really have a relationship like that.
They don't.
They don't.
She left Ashley to live under a bridge with her crackhead boyfriend.
Well,
Would you have a relationship
Damn.
with your mom?
Nope.
Corey.
I understand.
Nope.
But
It's
you
the
guys,
truth.
this under the bridge thing, I have a feeling that this was not a
Sometimes
long-term
I
thing.
feel
I have
like
a
I
feeling
can
that it
Wait.
was like a time where her mama just like tripped out for a few days and
Sometimes
her
I
she
feel
came and got Ashley and took him to her house.
like
You
Yeah,
know
no.
what I mean? Like, I don't think that this was like a thing that went on for months and months.
You
Because
never
I
do
do.
something else.
I do because
Together
she
we
has a
cry.
younger sister.
Right.
get on that track.
And I don't ever wanna feel like I
Oh
can
God.
take me to the place I love.
Oh my
Take me all
God.
the way, 'cause I don't ever wanna
Wanna
feel
feel.
like I did
Where is
that
that
day.
song
Take me
from?
to the place I love.
Come on, you.
Take me all the
All the
way. Yeah, yeah.
All right now.
Oh, I love that song, Under the Bridge. You guys just triggered me. That was beautiful. I can't remember.
Wait, you mean that she was living under a bridge like a troll?
Gosh.
John Frusciante used to be a babe back in the
Damn.
day. I was obsessed with him.
Oh my gosh, totally.
Oh, guys, I think it's 1 o'clock for me. That's the only thing that's going to resolve these allergies, I think.
Did you say 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock, yes.
Yeah.
1 o'clock
But, you
in
know,
the
guys, the whole bridge
afternoon.
stuff.
Okay,
I'm not
sorry.
saying it didn't happen, but what I'm saying is I don't think that they were like living under this bridge for
I
an
do.
period of time, because how did Ashley get to college and in beauty pageants and stuff?
Because Uncle Lump,
Grandma.
Uncle Lump.
Grandma and Uncle Lump
Before he
raised
passed
her.
away.
Yep, exactly.
That's
Corey,
why.
you're right.
Exactly.
Is that why she giving a stack of hammers?
And they raising her younger sister right now.
Didn't
Wow.
Who, the
okay.
Chrisleys?
I thought Ashley
No,
The
Uncle Lump.
Chrisleys. Curves, you're out of control.
But
Didn't
ago, I don't
didn't she say that Uncle Lump brought her to Nema Colon?
What's Nema Colon?
Not Nema Colon.
I
I'm
don't
saying it
know.
wrong. I'm saying it wrong. I'm tired. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm like, what?
the whole bridge stuff.
I just woke up from a food
Yeah,
coma.
Nema Colon. That's right. It's a big resort in
Wait,
Pennsylvania.
Callie's been trying to
What
explain
she
the bridge.
did.
Wait, you guys, Callie's been trying to explain this bridge story for this whole time. Sorry.
No, I'm trying to figure out the timeline of this bridge thing, because at some point Ashley became a well-spoken, educated woman who was a beauty pageant
That's
winner.
my Max.
So something happened.
Uncle Lump and Grandma.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just like how Kenya had her grandmother and her father in her life.
Oh, that explains why Ashley's so dumb. That's what happens when you get rejected by your parents.
Pretty much.
She told
Yeah.
me.
You seek affirmation from that sort of thing. It makes sense.
But Kenya has never denied that her grandmother and father were there for her. She's never denied that. She's never tried to make it seem like she was like an orphan or something.
Oh no, she didn't.
Yeah.
She's always
But
said
she
her father,
is,
her grandmother in her life.
She,
Y'all better watch
she
what
was
y'all say.
nurture deprived for a long time, and it came out in the beginning when she first came on the Housewives or whatever. And when you're rejected by your parent like that, you're always looking for attention and love in all the wrong places.
Well,
And
mother's
all
rejection by your
relationships.
mother in particular, because in the animal kingdom, like think about mammals, like that's so unnatural. Like even mama, like animals
Right
protect
on.
their young. You know what I mean?
Well, usually
So for
the-
to have that
the-
level of
doesn't
rejection
survive.
as a human, it
Yeah.
does something to you. That's why men who rejected or like have mommy issues, 99% of all serial killers have had mommy issues. You know what I mean? It does something to your psychology.
Sometimes
With Kenya, I have
there's no
always
male role model.
of her mother's from mental illness.
Her
I'm
mother
not.
doesn't suffer from mental
I just have
illness.
always wondered.
I
We've
know
never
her
mental
mother
illness in
suffers from
that.
deep postpartum depression, and she's not getting the help. She never got the help that she needed.
Ooh, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She suffers
The
from deep
serial killer
postpartum
thing makes
depression.
sense.
Postpartum will
He
really
suffers
mess
from
with you.
what?
Long postpartum depression.
Postpartum depression.
Postpartum lasts 5 years per birth.
Yep.
Per
That's
birth
crazy.
or
You're
per pregnancy,
kidding.
rather.
How do you
It's actually per pregnancy. The birth doesn't have to happen. Like, so even if you had a,
Miscarriage.
termination, if you had a
Yeah.
miscarriage, whatever, you still have 5 years of postpartum potential per pregnancy. And so then it can compound. So like if you're already postpartum, then you have the second baby like within 2 years. So now it's compounded. So now you've only been through 2 of those years. You're 5 years on the first one. Now you got 5 years on the second one.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I
Yes.
wonder if it has other
Is there any
siblings.
cure for it?
Kenya has other siblings
No.
on her father's side. On her father's side, she has
Wow.
other siblings on her father's side. But I do know this about Kenya. I think
Be right back.
her mother also has. Her mother
Yeah,
is
right back to that.
probably embarrassed that a lot of big life moments that Kenya did, for example, winning Miss USA, she wasn't there
Yeah.
for, and all these things,
True.
and that's one of the probably big reasons why she does not want Kenya in her life at all.
I just think she never wanted Kenya, period.
Because like it's almost like it's too hard for her to face the fact that she was not there and to acknowledge that this girl achieved these things without her mom. Like that pain is too much for her, so she'd rather just pretend she doesn't exist and just like write it off than
Kenya
to face it.
Kenya said recently her mother spoke to her.
Oh yes, she had been speaking to her mother last season.
She's seeing her grandbaby grow up on national TV. Like, get it together, woman. That child did not ask to be here.
She looks exactly like Kenya. Maybe that's probably why she gets like very triggered when she sees Kenya. She sees her younger self. She looks exactly like Kenya.
Yeah.
Who? The mom?
Yes.
The mother?
Maybe.
Yes. Like the picture's been released.
Can we Google her mom?
Yes, you can. Type in Patricia.
No, I'm right here.
Patricia Moore. Type in Patricia Moore.
Type in Patricia Moore. Let's have a
Here,
little look.
Yeah, I've
I'm
always
typing.
wondered if there was something more wrong with Kenya's mother other than I just don't like Kenya. You know what I mean?
I love Kenya. Whoever comes to Kenya, I come for them hard. I drag them.
What were the circumstances around the pregnancy? Like she gets along with her dad, right? Like he's not.
He was 16. It's because it was a
I
teen
think they were in
pregnancy.
high school. That's why the grandmother had to step in.
Her mom was 15.
Yeah, I think they were in high school when they had
No,
her.
I've never interviewed this lady. Has anybody?
Oh, so she had postpartum and she was a teen mom? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So what's the lady's name again? Patricia Dean?
Moore. Patricia Moore.
Let's see.
See, I love digging and getting to the root of situations. What's your family like? Where did this come from? You know what I mean?
If people are going to go on these reality shows, they have to understand that people are going to want to know the backstory. Like you can't just come on here and just bring something out and we're like, okay, but why?
Well,
yeah,
Kenya
we're like, where did this character come from?
But Kenya did try to explore it. Y'all saw when she locked the door on Kenya.
Yeah.
Kenya knocked and she locked the door.
Oh, wasn't that Darby? Wasn't that when Ashley went to go try to talk to her dad?
No, that happened to Ashley too. When Ashley tried to talk to her dad, he opened the
Those
door.
are major.
Ashley said that he looked at her and then shut the door after.
That was crazy.
Kenya's situation, the mother heard when she said, "It's Kenya," she came to the door and locked it.
But you know what? Ashley's aunt said that the dad had some sort of issues that he didn't even talk to her anymore.
Yeah, he fell out with the whole family.
Yeah, he owed her money or something like that, she said. So that man, it's something up with that man.
Not for nothing, someone told me that he looks exactly like Michael Darby.
His pictures
I don't know. I mean, we saw his brother, right? We saw the aunt and uncle.
Someone said that Michael Darby could be like his brother. Like it's clear as day that there's some kind of daddy issue situation happening.
Well, that's what happens.
Yeah.
His picture's out. Just type in Chuck Bolch.
Okay, full name.
I know, right? I'm on Ashley
No,
Darby's
I feel like
dad.
she was that my dad was a responsible.
She's typing Ashley's Darby's real dad, and he's like, type in
Oh
Chuck
my
Chuck
god.
Bulge.
Henry Bolts the Third, and we're like,
Chuck
okay.
Bulge.
What's his last name, Sebastian?
Oh,
Bulge.
that's not the right thing. How do you spell it?
I put it in the private chat.
Okay.
Did you find Kenya's mom? I sent the link.
Yeah,
to
we
Kenya's
just
mom.
showed her. You didn't
No,
see
you
her?
didn't show it.
No, you
Oh my
didn't.
God, I'm totally.
I'm back, shady people.
I'm doing it
Curves.
again. Oh my God, why didn't somebody stop me? I'm all looking. I'm like, ooh.
You're like, got it. Moving on. Meanwhile, we never saw
Okay,
it.
let me go back.
Curves.
Let me go. I'm on. You see what happens when you type in bulge, right? Like this is what happens
It's
when you type
bulge.
in bulge.
Dude, there is a resemblance. I just saw that.
Why?
And then Ashley
That's
Darby's
Ashley's
That
dad.
does look like his.
That's what I had typed in for Ashley
Oh,
Darby's dad,
wow.
and that popped up. Here is Kenya Moore's mom.
She looks just like her mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lipstick
She
Alley
looks
did
just
that
like her
one.
mother.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I
She
see
does.
it. The mom's this
I don't know. She doesn't
Her
really
mother's
look like her mom.
beautiful.
I'm not
She
seeing
looks
it.
beautiful.
She looks like her mom.
Okay, here's all three of them. Wait. Oh shit.
Kenya's mom is pretty.
There we go. No, I didn't.
But
I didn't say she wasn't pretty. I just said I didn't see the
Um,
resemblance.
I can see the indigenous
It's
in
the
her
age.
mom.
It's the
So can
age.
I.
That's why the mother looks
I
like
feel like
her.
she looks like a mix. She looks like a mix of all of
She
them.
look, yeah, she
Yeah.
does.
So
She does.
all these
A good mix
Where's
between
she?
mom and dad.
But her father looks indigenous too, Corey. Don't you think?
She looks like a mix.
A mix
Right? I
between
don't know. I don't
mom
see
and dad.
Kenya
Yeah.
right here.
Oh, you know
said
what?
Kenya.
Yeah, around the
She
mouth.
look like
I'm like, who you talking to?
Remember her aunt? They look alike.
Oh yeah, Sherry, that's her sister.
Yeah.
Around the mouth.
Yeah, that's the mother's sister.
That's Kenya. Kenya's mom looks like Kenya around
So
the
the
mouth
eyes
area.
maybe
Mm-hmm.
and the nose. Okay, yeah, the eyes and the nose. But she has fuller lips like
The
her
hair.
dad, maybe.
The hair.
Yeah.
There's
hair.
the aunt.
Yeah.
She looks like her aunt from the mouth down.
Look,
Mhm.
that season
the
after
mother's sister.
Kenya went to her mom's house, you noticed the aunt, she never came back on the show after
Well,
that.
She was mad at Kenya for doing that.
Dad was even against that. He told them when they were riding on the bus.
Oh no, that cost her that, huh?
So that's what makes me think that there's something up with the mom, because even the dad was like, don't do that. You know,
Mental health issues.
Maybe she has mental health issues.
The
I mean,
dad
she
didn't
did
want-
have Kenya at 15. And back then they didn't get help for postpartum and depression and things
Exactly.
like that.
And a lot of people believe that's what happened to Britney. She had extreme postpartum and had 2 kids back to back.
Yeah.
And in the middle of all that fame situation, when the height of paparazzi, yeah.
You know what I also think happened? They medicated her to the point where they made her crazy.
Exactly.
Because
I
if you
fully
take
believe they made her. Like
psychiatric medicine that you're not supposed to be taking,
Yeah, they
it
did
actually
something
has
to
the
her.
opposite of.
I'm gonna be silent on this one.
Definitely.
They gave her lithium. That's the problem. The lithium has a big issue in it. But my thing is, Britney is unwell. We need to accept the fact that she is unwell. She needs to be
It's not just
committed.
postpartum.
She
It's
needs
other
to be
things.
committed.
Oh yeah, now it is.
Even then, back when she
No,
had her
you think she
kids,
needs to be committed? We're to that?
even when she had her kids,
No
she
way.
was
They
one
would
of
commit
either.
Britney Spears?
I showed you guys
She
my
needs to
findings.
go.
So.
Really, she needs to go to an institution or a hospital somewhere where she can get her body chemistry
She needs nutrients.
regulated.
Yeah.
She needs meds that are exactly for her condition. There are, when you have bipolar like she does, there are medications that you don't have to take. You don't have to take stimulants. You don't have to take lithium. None of that. There are other meds that can help that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to say. Like, they gave her a lot of these medicines that are either wrong for her or she may not need to be on, and the medicine actually driving
She needs
her
to be
out of
regulated.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Oh,
Did we do that to you?
Hmm?
Can we regulate, or Britney down?
No, it can't.
No,
No.
she needs psychiatric help.
She needs
Real
IV meds right
psychiatric help.
now. She looks like she's
Oh.
dehydrated too, Corey.
She needs to detox. She needs like chlorella. She needs spirulina.
Oh
She
my
She looks like a
needs.
gosh.
mummy.
She
Can
She
I
needs
can I
needs
say
psychiatric
this?
help. She
Jesus.
doesn't need those
I
herbs.
suspect that Brittany, once that conservative shit was over, she stopped all her meds, and what you're
Exactly.
witnessing is the meltdown from that. Because you can't just stop
Man,
those meds like
Stop.
that.
Yeah,
You
no,
have to
you
really
No,
cannot.
my
Yeah.
friend,
Turn game.
my friend took Zoloft for 3 years, and she was literally in her bed, like dying for 3 months. She had to call out of work, like 3, 4 months. Like I saw her, and she was like, it was
It
hell.
all
Like
depends on your dosage because Brendan had Zoloft for a little while, but what happened was he had a reaction to it,
I
an
did
allergic
too.
reaction, and it didn't take him that long to wean off of it.
No,
So
I
it
took it for
depends on
2
the
weeks,
dosage.
and I, you know how I speak, like how I'm like I can be dramatic, and I like raise my voice and lower it or whatever my inflections. I got freaked out. I'll never forget this. It was only 2 weeks, and I went to tell a story to my friend, and I couldn't change my voice, and I was very aware of it. I was speaking in this monotone way, and I was like, why can't I? And then in my head, I was like, I literally can't raise my voice to save my life. And I was like, oh no. And I don't recommend this, and it's not good to do it, but I just like stopped taking it. Thank God it was only 2 weeks. But I got so freaked out by it. Like those drugs are really strong.
Yeah, it's you got to have a really good doctor. My brother has mental illness, and also I do feel because I used to suffer from depression, haven't had any issue with depression in years, lost my dad, everything. I'm good, and I think it was more of a mindset thing with me, more so than I was clinically depressed and needed medicine. But had I gone to a therapist, who knows what they might have put me on. So
I
I think
really
that
enjoy right now
yeah, everyone
gabapentin.
is different. They need to you got to really have a good doctor because everyone's different, and I do think that there are some people who are more damage is done to them by being on these drugs, and then
Some doctors just pass it out like that's just their go-to. They don't
yeah,
even.
right.
I had a psychiatrist who was European. So over there, it's not like quite as a business as far as like, so she was more open to holistic things. And she knew that my, like, how I was like kind of weary of certain drugs. And she recommended for me when I was going through a lot of anxiety, gabapentin. And that does really help me. And it's something that it's not like you don't have to wean off it. You just take as needed kind of. And it just like it naturally just like calms you down. They have it actually in supplemental form too, but she had prescribed me.
I was gonna say, isn't that a supplement? Because I thought I
Yeah, you can get it in
yeah,
supplemental form
okay.
too.
The thing is,
What are you talking about?
this is why I'm saying she needs to be committed because when you go through this series of psychiatric stuff, you need to have multiple interventions medically so they can list down which ones are working and which ones aren't, which is why I'm saying Brittany needs to be committed.
But
What they call
Sebastian,
it,
didn't they do that? And that's
Well,
Ah.
they did not
wanted.
know. They committed her for the wrong reasons.
Okay, because I
Why? Oh my
okay,
gosh!
it's
Can't we
it's
just
not
get her
like
some
a
in-home
it's
sobriety
it's not like a
coach or
commit
something?
curves. It's not like a commit. What it
It,
is when she's gone through hella horse things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Like we don't even know the half of what she's gone through.
what
Right.
happens is she wasn't on the right medication to begin with. She wasn't
Right.
really diagnosed to begin with. She needs a diagnostic. That's what she needs. She needs a diagnostic. She needs to know what drugs work for her, what doesn't work for her, what combos work for her. And
Right.
in the mental health field, with psychiatric nurses they call it a tune-up. Sometimes you need a tune-up. You have to go in, something's not working. So you need intensive therapy, intensive group therapy. She hasn't had real therapy. The
Right.
child needs serious help.
When you have trauma,
Yeah,
you
like
have to have
suicide.
Corey,
serious therapy because your mind gets rewired based on being in a constant fight or flight
yeah, survival.
existence and stress of survival. Your mind just naturally does. So it's unavoidable for you need the cognitive therapy kind of thing where you like retrain your brain to think out of like the hyper diligence of it all.
Yeah, they call that, Corey, recalibrating your meds. Like when you, every once in a while, you got to go in so that they can adjust. Like especially like if you have a weight change or things like that. It also, the body also starts to build up immunities to certain things. So every once in a while, they have to go in and adjust the meds. Remember Andre from Empire?
Yes.
How he always had to go in and you know, they always knew he was off. And they knew when it was time for him to go and adjust his medication.
Can I share something too, though? I discovered this because I was like determined to find something. And I found these studies. Now, I'm not a doctor, so whatever I'm saying is just my opinion. Whatever, you know the deal. But I found these studies that saffron extract is just as powerful as Prozac.
No way.
And I started taking it, and I swear to God, it's amazing.
Now, I would be afraid to take that because I'd be afraid it's going to throw my chemistry off and cause me to have some.
Saffron is like a food, so like they have it in a lot of cooking anyway. And
it's
also,
like a spice.
It's a spice.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but if it has that type of effect, stuff like that scares me a little bit.
It's good with shrimp.
Just look at the studies, and they could also there's websites to see what herbs interfere with what medications or whatever. You could easily look that up or ask your doctor or whatever. Always ask your doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm just giving suggestions of what I found because I like doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, but for me, it gave me a little more focus, a little more like motivation. I felt calmer. It's also an antioxidant. It also helps with your eyesight. It's like a win-win. So if anything, just take it just for that.
Right.
So,
what milligrams are you finding work for you?
Well, I first took something that was it was about like 50.
Oh.
And it was like mixed, and then I took it with like some B vitamins. B vitamins, you don't realize how important they are.
Yeah, I be up all the day.
Like stress, if you're under a lot of stress, you need to take more B5 because that helps metabolize the cortisol levels in your body. And once you have high cortisol levels, that messes up your hormones, everything.
Well, the main issue, what we really, really need to stop doing is not just take these supplements. That's not really going to stop it. We need to lobby.
That's right, Dina.
The people need to lobby the government.
Don't get me started on that.
I'm not done.
I'm about to grab him.
No, he's not done.
The people need to lobby the government and tell the FDA that these certain chemicals that are having in our foods are having a bad implication. It should not make sense when an American travels to France, eats the same exact stuff, and loses 20 pounds, and we here still eat the same, but due to the many chemicals and stuff, we don't lose those.
No, they're poisoning us. And no one cares, and it's never brought up in any election, and we're all just like, oh.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I recently found out.
No, the last thing I want is for the government to tell me what I can and can't eat.
Yeah, well,
Big Pharma is the biggest gangster in America.
We're not telling you. It's your choice if you want to eat poisonous stuff.
It's and it's not even just a partisan issue.
Well,
it's
not what I'm saying.
Money issue, because that's what Big Pharma donates.
Yeah, magnesium glycinate is also really good. Americans are the number one deficient in America is magnesium.
And I'm allergic to it.
I love magnesium.
What? Really?
No way.
That and sulfur, I can't because it does something to my lady parts.
Wait, are you allergic to a certain? Because there's lots of different kinds of magnesiums. Are you allergic to a certain kind, or like a certain way of like? They have oils that you can absorb it through your skin.
There's glycate to my lady parts. I don't care what form I take it.
Look, Natasha, did you just finish reading this? Because you're spot on with your 50% of Americans are deficient in magnesium.
No, I just read some stuff sometimes.
It's something about your kidneys. All right, on husband. Thank you, my love. I love you. Can I have a kiss? We're not on
Yeah,
camera.
I mean, they just sell us so many poisonous things. I mean, I recently found out that the
Thank
underwear
you.
that I was using
Me
was
too. I only wear
poison,
cotton now
and they now have a
because I have
lawsuit.
a sensitive poon myself. So
Yeah,
like I gotta wear all cotton. I decided to work out because the unnatural fibers in most workout gear when you're sweating, that is microplastics are going into your bloodstream and you don't even realize it. So I wear all cotton. I try to wear, I'm not gonna lie, like I like to vintage shop, so once in a while I'll have like some, but like other than that I try to wear like undergarments natural. Sports bras are the only hard thing for me. Like you have to like give in sometimes because like basically it's like stressful trying to like depoison yourself in this world. It's like crazy. It's like they're attacking us on every level. So I just do what I can kind of, because when I first learned about this I was like honestly stressed out because you realize it's coming at every single level, so you're just like, all right, I just do my best and pray at this point. Like I'm like, but
and
yeah,
then for me, on top of that, I recently found out that my doctor is no longer going to take my insurance. So now I'm very freaked out that I have to now find a new
that's the
doctor.
worst.
And it's like I went through a surgery. I'm still actually having follow-ups from this surgery. It was a lump. It was not cancer, but they still have to remove the lump. And it's like now I have to go to another facility.
Callie, can I recommend another supplement? But also, please look into it. Sour sop.
Yeah.
It's basically been known to. It's by Dr. Sebi is the one who researched it. It's known to like literally like kill cancer better, some cancers better than chemo. And basically what it does is finds foreign things that don't belong in your body and it like extracts it. It's like a good detoxer and it's amazing. And you could do it along with everything else you're doing. And I ordered an organic one, and if you look at Amazon and if you look at like all the reviews, people are saying, yeah, my levels are lowering. It's amazing. And I take like I take it once a day just to like prevent, because like God only, I have like, and they say like I have a root canal. They say that most people that have breast cancer, it's on the same size of the root canal. And I'm like, great, I have a root canal. So I'm making sure I'm oil pulling. I'm trying to get rid of those. They're trying to kill us on every level. It's like I'm exhausted trying to keep myself alive at this point.
Well, I won't be living in this country for that long anymore.
So. Where are you going?
Not yet. Not
yet. But where do you think you're going though?
Maybe Europe, maybe the Middle East, maybe Europe.
I thought about Europe, but they're about to go under like a one world government, so I'm not sure about that.
Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know?
What the hell?
You get what you're hoping for when you look behind you.
Right, Dina, I feel like me and you are on the same level. I just said that. I'm like, Europe is not the move.
Is this?
Do you know? I'm sorry.
We definitely read the same stuff, Dina.
What the hell?
That was mahogany, folks. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know that my depression, cold weather triggers, like warm weather, like you were saying how the saffron makes you feel, warm weather makes me feel that way. And
sunshine, amazing.
Trying to see if maybe there's a way for me to live in Hawaii part of the time. Like maybe I can get like a little condo there for like half the year or something.
Right.
That's the goal anyway. It might not happen for another 10 years, but that's the goal. Because even Los Angeles is too cold for me.
You know you're spoiled if LA is getting too cold.
No, it's not good for my depression. Like one of the ways I beat my depression is to stop doing things that made me depressed.
I do get seasonal.
Things that made me happy.
I get seasonal depression.
I saw this meme. It's like, I love how every spring where I get to find out whether I have depression or a regular depression or just seasonal depression.
Yeah. But one of the things that makes me happy is like it was warm for like the past like 3 days, and I was working on a big project at work. I was able to focus. I was optimistic. I had all.
You feel more motivated.
And now it is 59 degrees, and I can barely get up to finish working on my house.
Spring, summer, it's so weird.
See, 59 degrees is warm for us this time of year, so I was actually motivated by 50. I like went running in a park. I was like, okay.
I
No,
don't understand, but spring
really
summer's
like
when I go into hibernation.
under
Like
74. We start getting under 74. It's a little chilly for me.
I'm done.
I used to
You're
go
out
to
of control.
amplify my mind.
Actually, it's pretty warm on the East Coast. It's
It was
Oh boy.
60.
unseasonably warm.
It was
Yeah, it
yeah,
was
it was
60
60.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's normally like 17.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Well,
and
normally I would.
that's when I
not for
hibernate because
me.
I can't
That's when
stand
I
the
like
cold.
hate the world. I'm like the earth
I
hates me.
not
I
Oh
for
mean,
me.
no.
I don't know. I couldn't live on the East Coast, and I already know that. Like, there's no other place I think I would be able to live,
Uh-huh.
other than maybe Hawaii. Unless I
Florida,
Florida, I hear is hot most of the time.
it is. Florida's
But
winter
you
is
get
like 70
humidity.
degrees.
the hurricanes,
Yeah,
though,
all time.
Hurricanes and humidity.
the hurricanes.
Y'all don't have humidity over
Yeah,
in Cali.
But
It
no.
does
where
it'll
my
make
brother
you
lives in Florida, they never get the hurricanes. Where my brother lives,
where is
Exactly.
every
that?
single time, I
Is he
Where
by
forget,
is
but
that,
where,
Jacksonville?
Curves? Curves, you gotta
no,
find
he's
out
like, yeah, but where he
I'm
lives, the
down
rent's
to move
not,
to
it's
Florida
not
if
all
that's the
crazy
case.
high,
I
and it's
wouldn't.
beautiful, and freaking wherever we have a report that, oh my God, Florida is under tornado, he's like, girl, I am fine. That's over there, like for
He's
30
like in the
miles.
backyard pool
Yeah,
floating.
yeah. With
Yeah,
his
I
little
need to
like
find out where that is.
umbrella.
Yeah, me
And,
too.
Yeah, he has like an umbrella in his drink.
yeah.
I
Where
know.
was
I
I
went.
How
though?
many times I gotta tell you,
He's
Florida
like
is
grilling
full of,
hot dogs. He's like, "What's up?"
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
No,
so
But I
to
feel
your
you,
point,
Callie.
Hers, remember Dr. Heavenly was talking about dual citizenship in other
Yeah,
countries or
yeah,
whatever. Ghana has a thing going on right now where they opened up citizenship and they're
yeah.
like
Ghana's
welcoming.
trip.
well,
I would go. I would
I,
land to
I, I,
Jamaica.
would, I would have to go visit first. I have to. I'm straight shooter. I can't lie. What I have seen of Ghana, I'm straight, but I haven't been there, so I might go there and might be like, oh, this is beautiful. Why did
I
they show?
saw a
You
video of them
know.
selling dog meat similar to China, and I was not
Hmm?
pleased.
Well, there's a
And
lot
this
of
man was rescuing the dogs, and the men were handing him spices to cook them. And I was like, "Oh hell no!"
Well,
But to
in
me,
some
it
poor
was the
regions
culture.
that happens.
It was that the air
It
didn't look,
tends to happen to us.
the roads didn't look clean. I'm an American. I'm very spoiled, and I also live in Los Angeles on top of being an American. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Ghana's
also have the
beautiful.
desire to live someplace where I'm wanted.
Me too.
And
Mm,
America does
Yeah,
not want us. Okay,
because
let's
that
just face
whole
the
wait
facts.
stress.
a minute
but
now.
And
you know,
It
if you
doesn't
go
want
over
any poor people. It's trying to kill us all.
But this
if
No,
you
we're
go
talking
over
about
to
black people.
Africa, a lot of the areas, if you bring citizenship back to Africa, they will give you like 5 acres of land. As long as you employ like the locals and everything and create business, they
yeah,
give you 5 acres of land for coming back home.
Ghana right now is on a build up of modern
Yeah,
and
this is Ghana right
technology.
here.
They have what's called they have a new city that they're building now, which is called Wakanda One. They are really trying to modernize and change things the way they used to be.
Well, the
I
problem is
can't wait.
China has infiltrated all throughout
yeah.
there.
That's what I'm saying.
And
That's why
they're
I call
stealing
that
their
dog meat, because I'm not trying. I don't want nobody to think I'm saying something bad about Chinese people. I know all Chinese people don't do this, but there's a lot of Chinese people in Africa now, and that's why a lot of this stuff is happening. So
exactly.
you
No,
got
they have decided to move
say,
in and
go
they're
check out
extracting a lot of natural
Highway Drive.
resources. And they're basically stealing like the resources from China and they're buying up.
Oh, like the clear people didn't do that before.
Okay, the slave trade. Shall we remind you?
But I
What?
also
But I
Goes
don't
from the
understand if
whole
I'm
Caribbean.
saying something. How does that make that the other thing? Like I'm not saying that's okay or versus. I'm just saying right now that is a fact. That's what's happening.
yeah,
I'm
it's
not saying like they're the only
Yeah.
bad people in the world. I'm just saying right now that is currently what's happening.
But also, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't necessarily believe that there is absolutely no xenophobia in Africa. that we as Americans are just gonna go anywhere in Africa and they just don't love Americans.
Well, I saw a TikTok. On
That's true.
This girl,
People don't really like Americans that much.
who's a Ghanaian. This girl who's a Ghanaian on TikTok. She literally said, Black Americans don't come here because y'all don't know how to act. Y'all just throw stuff on the floor whenever y'all want. Y'all do everything in these streets.
Oh, I've heard worse. That's what I'm saying.
People don't really like Americans that much. You'd be surprised.
And I'm not gonna be called the dirty American by somebody. I
Right? Honestly, when I lived in New York and there was a period where I waited tables and I'll never forget because I used to get so much, people are always like, Americans. But I'm telling you, tourists from other countries, they are just as bad. Yep. They don't know how are you going to go to a country and not look up? You look up when you go to another country. How do you eat? What are the customs and how you eat? How do you look up shelter and hotel? How do you look up how to travel? Those are basic things that you learn. They know you're supposed to tip and they don't. They do this. They say, well, in my country, we do this. I'm like, are you in your country right now? Like they do the same stuff. So living in New York among tourists and then working around that, you really realize that I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
No,
but like
people are no better.
It's hypocritical, is what I'm saying.
Not. I know exactly what you mean because I work in a part of Los Angeles where a lot of tourists come, and so we see a lot of tourists when we go out to lunch or whatever. And I've witnessed the same exact thing.
We don't see many tourists here.
Oh, we do this in my country. If I heard that, the amount of times I heard that, it used to drive me nuts. And I'm not even that patriotic, and I was like ready to like fly the flag because I was getting pissed.
For me, it's not even being patriotic. I just think that, like, as you were saying, that as Americans, we are labeled to be a certain way, but
that's what I mean. They're doing the same thing.
They're European or something. You know what I mean? Like, they're allowed to do this. You know?
Yeah. They because they think that we're not going to say anything, and I'm like, then you have the wrong person because I see you acting a fool over here.
But don't you think that's a bit presumptuous? I mean, they should be looking at the person as an individual, not the culture.
Yeah, I agree with you, but
absolutely, but that's not reality, unfortunately.
Some people are just nasty like that. That's
I have a cousin of mine. He grew up in France. His mother is my aunt. His father is the French guy, and when he came over to visit for vacation, so I see him. I woke up early because I was going to go to school. When he came over, this happened in high school. When he came over, I came back because my classes were done for the day. It was like 9 or 10 a.m. And he woke up and he's like, "Where's my coffee? Where's my croissant? And where's my eggs?" I'm like, it don't work like that.
I'm like, I'm sorry, did you think you were in France right now?
Wow.
You gotta figure that. I'm like,
and if we did that over there, do you know how much hell they would give us?
I'm like, I'm not here to cook for you. And he's like, well, I'm European, you're American, we have routines, and you guys are just sloppy. That's what he said to me. I was like, whoa.
Wow. He's been picking his jaw off the floor.
No, there's some things
and I would have said, when's the last
you know
time
who was president when he said that? When he said that, Donnie was president. And I said, you know what? It's people like you that cause we have politicians who want them out of here.
Exactly. No, like I saw it. Like it was really bad.
He shook my soul. Like my soul left my body when this kid said.
Well, I had that experience in college.
I'm not saying everyone, but like the tourists.
I'm not saying don't travel. I'm not saying don't move. But what I'm saying is there is a way that a lot of people see Americans, and I think a lot of people think that they're gonna move to these countries and there's no xenophobia there, and everybody just loves Americans. That's not always the case.
I mean, I get that people have disdain for Americans, but it's all about perception and judge me as an individual. Don't, you know what I mean? Because I contributed to like what culture I want to highlight in my life or whatever, and to throw a blanketed statement like that out
I agree
there,
with you.
I feel like it's just like irresponsible.
No, you should definitely go and experience for yourself. I'm just saying that a lot of
No,
times
well, they do that to us,
people
and it's a lot of us are
don't
not
experience
aware
it.
of
And
that.
guess what? We do it too to other countries. We have
It's
different perceptions and things like that.
But we're just saying, like, you're not. We need to. We're so you're not having this fantasy of going to some places
Mm-hmm.
and being like lifted up with open arms. Like there is going to be some hesitation with, unfortunately, because there is a lot of generalizing in the world.
Yeah, my
I'm
friend
not saying there's not
is
exceptions.
Vietnamese. She went to Vietnam and had a very bad experience. And she's had the same impression. I'm going home. I'm going back to my people and all of this stuff. And this is basically like, you're a rich, stuck up American. We don't want to have nothing to do with you.
Damn.
I've heard of that too. Like
No.
firstborn Americans going back to their parents' homeland and not being really accepted. I've heard stories like that before. Because it's
All
like
right.
you're trying to like get back to your country, but they're like they don't see you, even though you kind of see them, because you're like we have the same roots, blah blah blah. Like, but like they don't really see you like that. Unfortunately, sometimes I don't know.
I don't know
It's
why people have
complicated,
this perception
Yeah.
that America is rich and privileged. Like you have to work really hard here
right? I don't know.
to
Yeah,
earn
we know
every.
that.
Because when I
And
used to
Look,
go to
in most
Jamaica, they
cultures,
used
that's
to
what we are.
see over in Jamaica, the culture is you go there and you usually bring gifts. So I went with my girlfriend. She was a native of Montego Bay, and we would go to the beach, and she would give like all her stuff away. Like she'll be coming off the beach with no shoes, nothing, because she gave everything away. But they're under the impression over there that everything is just so easy in America. You have to work and earn everything you have here in America.
I want to say something. Economically speaking,
first of all,
the poorest person in America, the poorest of the poorest in America, is richer than like 50% of the world. Is than anyone else in the world.
You mean
How
because of the
so?
resources
In
that
that
we
same
have for poor
in
people?
that same economic standing. Because the reason is, in this country, if you are poor, you most likely will be able to get food somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You will most likely be able to get that could be debatable, but you could try to get housing and
but
all
it's
those
like
things. In
it's
those
almost like when
countries,
you
you
see
can.
the slums in third world countries, they have at least like a community. You know what I mean? Like here, a slum would be like basically the tent city, and
Well,
that's
yeah.
not a
Oh,
community, and
yeah.
that's dangerous. And like you know what I mean? It's like I don't know. It's like it's so different. It's hard to compare.
I think
I've been to
because
Colombia
a
too.
lot of because my cousin works with the homeless and stuff, and a lot of those people, their issue is not financial, it's mental and drug addiction.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of
Because they
financial
have
support
families that want
if you
them.
are in your right mind and able to
Wow.
fill out the paperwork. It really is. It's very hard to be homeless and not have some other issue. I don't mean being homeless for like a day or two or sleeping on someone's couch. I'm talking about long-term homeless that really isn't
Okay.
possible because they have
No, actually, I'm about to.
yeah. So if you are in your right mind and you're able to fill out paperwork and communicate with people, there are programs that it might take a few weeks that they will get you back on your feet. Um, the people that we see like in Skid Row, those people have other issues. It's not just
Yeah,
financial.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
But in the perception is that because you're in America, the dollar is very powerful. It's one of the most powerful currencies in the world.
Well, no.
It's one of
No
them. There's
more.
multiple now, but
Yeah.
it can go a lot. It can do a lot back home. That's the thing.
Mm.
Yeah, but I have heard from I have not really traveled out of the country other than Mexico. I haven't really, you know what I mean? I've traveled around the United States. I've been in many different states.
I've literally only been to
Yeah.
London, and that was like way more than the dollar. So like I can't even like it literally was
Oh, I
twice
have
as I went
coworkers
there when it was
inviting me to
1.6
London.
conversion rate. I was robbed.
No, I have coworkers that invite me to London and they swear I will love it. I hate cold. I like the sun, and they're like, "No, it's sunny and warm here for like 4 months." I'm like,
I went in the spring. It actually was sunny for once. I was like, "Where's all the rain y'all are talking about?"
I
Yeah,
actually, I
it's
will be
there.
going.
Trust me.
I will be going to
It's
France.
there.
Not now, but like in a couple more months. Um, to visit. I'm very concerned in terms of hygienic things because I know how they are. They
so I'm glad you said that because that was something that I have
The
always worried
sigh.
about, but I never wanted to say that.
Oh my
And the
god.
I'm
cigarettes,
very concerned.
Your sigh.
Sebastian, the cigarettes too.
Yeah, the French don't take showers.
Yeah.
They don't
That's
like
what it
bathing.
says.
They
That's
don't.
what Sebastian was saying. His people was like, "Oh, where's my breakfast?" I would have been like, "When the last time you took a shower? Don't come to my table dirty."
I dated
If
a
someone
French
had
guy
said that to
once,
me,
and he told me,
they'd
and
be
I
6 feet
keep in
under.
mind
I'm
I was like
sorry.
thin. He told me that he's never dated someone that has so much meat on their bones, and I was literally thin. I'm not joking you. I wore a size like 2'4". I was like,
No.
what? I was like, you need to go.
No way.
No, he wanted you to be a ruler. He wanted you not to have know anything, just straight up and down.
I
Another
was like,
thing
oh,
is
you don't want me to eat solid foods. Got it. No, you gotta go.
Wow.
today that cousin of mine now he actually came to college in the U.S. He had a lot. They beat his ass up.
Damn.
He learned real
How
quick that
bad?
wasn't gonna fly. Real quick.
That's not
How
funny.
bad they beat him up?
Not for that reason. They beat him up for something else. He was saying something.
Yeah, you gotta. Okay, so my beloved ex, Mafood, he was my mentor, and I worked under him in makeup. His family was originally from Somalia, but he was raised in France, Lyon. He always was like, Americans say France, and it's France. But working under him, I'll tell you what, those French love a good gossip session.
Yes, they do.
I
Yes,
remember
they
I
do.
worked on a commercial and the lead actress was French, and those two were. I was like, I don't even know what you're saying, but I can tell you guys are gossiping up a storm. And they looked at me and they go, "Of course, we're French." And I'm like, "Oh God,
Yeah,
they're
I
hilarious."
have French speaking bosses.
Wow.
That's why I'm trying.
Um,
The thing is, I took French in high school.
yeah.
So did I, Sebastian.
I took French in high school.
Me
That's
too.
why I know the tiny French. That's why when Gabrielle said, "Do you speak French?" Fashion when I was pronouncing well.
I
She,
actually found my old French books from high school, and I actually took one class to try to like review in college, but I was like, nah.
I'm trying to brush up on it.
I want to brush up on it too, because I'm like,
I'm struggling to learn
I
Farsi,
like
and you're.
the idea of knowing another language. It's just really hard when you're an adult.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
trying to decide between French and German because the thing is, this is a karmic thing for me because when I was a child, I refused to learn French and I was being defiant. And so I ended up having, no, actually three French speaking bosses as soon as I got out of college. It was like boss
Oh.
after boss spoke French
that's
in
not
Los
normal.
Angeles.
Mm-mm.
And then I ended up working on some stuff in German, which I can read it a little bit because I have to do it for work, but I don't actually speak German. So I'm like, well, maybe I need to learn what I'm actually working on. I mean, they're like weather websites and stuff. It's nothing
Well,
taboo.
German is very easy to learn if you speak English. German is
Yeah,
English
because
is
there's
the
a lot of
language.
Germanic things in our language.
That's what I'm being told. I know their written word is very long. Like,
Honestly, English is probably
I
the
know
hardest
it.
language to learn, and that's
It
why
is.
I probably like still suck at it. It's my first
English
and
is
only
the
language.
hardest. English is a
well,
very
that's what I was told by my teacher in college. He said you already have an advantage because you know how to speak English. And he said that English is the hardest language to learn. And that during that time, everyone thought they needed to learn how to speak Spanish because they were using Spanish to sort of, to be honest, shut people out of jobs. I mean, it was something that was being done
It's
to get around discrimination laws, and we didn't really catch on until like 10 years later. But now,
Yeah, in my high school, we were the only French class. Everything else was Spanish,
yeah,
and then there was
yeah.
one
But now
Latin.
I go to Mexico and people talking to me in English. I'm trying to learn Spanish. Oh, we speak English. We speak English. I'm like, okay.
You're like, no, I don't want you to.
So at the time, we were a little slow on the uptake. That was actually something that they were just doing to sort of shut people and push people out of certain jobs.
Well, English is the international language of business.
Yeah, I mean, the world speaks
English,
If you
German,
speak
English,
there's
German,
no
and
reason
French,
why you should be learning.
In Japanese.
Yeah.
and Japanese,
In Japanese.
And Arabic.
You know what? Tried to
And
learn
Mandarin,
Japanese.
maybe a little bit Mandarin.
Well, Mandarin is something that makes you show off. It's very good for networking. And Farsi, especially if you live here in Los Angeles, you not speak Farsi. You get
Oh
your
yeah, because you have like a very big
Yeah.
I
population.
know only 2 words in Arabic, maybe Farsi. That's about it.
Yeah, one of the
That's
guys
about it.
he actually is learning Farsi so that he can start working on like some of the mansions and stuff up in Beverly Hills. And he's like, yeah,
Nice.
hire me, but I don't understand what they're saying. So, so he's like, I'm gonna learn because I don't want these.
He's like, so Rosetta Stone, here I come.
Yeah.
I'm about to start signing up for Rosetta Stone because
Yeah.
It's just
I
like
don't
you
really
have
know
to
what I
really
mean.
commit to it, and like, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, but here
I'm really pissed that my parents honestly didn't like infuse a language, because you could pick it up very easily when you're like what we're talking about, like personalities developing below the age of 6. You can pick up any language like that.
my parents tried, and I was a very defiant child, and that's why karma has come back for me.
I grew up speaking 2 languages, practically 3. So
See, what was the third one?
Portuguese.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Wow.
from Brazil or from Portugal?
Portuguese is like
Brazil.
half French, half Spanish, and
Sim,
half Italian.
eu falo pouco português.
Third. I have a friend from makeup school. She's from Rio, and I would always listen to her speak, and I like, it's really cool. Like it sounds, it's not Spanish and it's not French. It sounds like in between, to me, French and Spanish.
Oh my God, you guys! I had the hottest Brazilian Uber driver. He was married though. Damn it! but he was oh my,
But you were about to fall in love.
so hot. He was like,
Better be careful with the
You
Uber
remind me of this
driver.
Ask Wendy. You remind me of this Ask Wendy thing, where the woman was like, "Wendy, I met this fine chocolate gentleman, but the problem is, Wendy, he's married."
oh well,
And she said,
that would be a problem.
and, and, and Wendy said, "I'm the wife. What are you gonna tell? What are you gonna say to me?"
I actually remember that. Was that girl wearing white?
She was
I feel
wearing
like
green. She was wearing green, and she was
yeah,
like,
I remember her. She's wearing like a lace kind of.
"Yes."
I remember this.
And she was like, "Well,
I
I
love it.
care." And Wendy's like, "Sit down," and took the mic from her hand.
Yeah,
She told her to sit
Wow.
down. It was amazing. She goes, sit down.
That's ridiculous. No, it was nothing worse than this used to actually be on YouTube. There was a YouTuber's mom that used to do like a Dear Abby segment on their channel. And this woman called in and said that she's in love with her sister's husband and she feels that God brought her this man through her sister.
No, the devil
And I
brought
was
you a
like,
temptation.
Just hang up on her.
Wow.
Like, how can you put God in something like that? Like,
Yeah, don't bring God into this,
that has
sweetie.
nothing
Right?
to do with God. Maybe
Nothing.
maybe you're confusing God with Satan. I don't
Right, exactly.
Or maybe that is her God.
Yeah, which God are we talking about? Because I know mine's not into that.
That's probably why I'm very. Emmanuel put something in the chat that's very things. That's why I'm very, very excited to like brush up on my French, because I know I'll probably pick it up very quickly.
No, you will. Because I remember she could speak
Portuguese.
French. My friend who's from Brazil, she could speak French, and she said that it was very easy for her to pick it up because she's Portuguese.
Ah.
Yeah, when you
She's
are
like we went skincare shopping, and she like nailed all the names of the,
Well, they're all Latin languages: Portuguese, French, and Spanish.
Yeah, the romantic languages.
If I won the lottery tomorrow, I would do nothing but study and learn things.
Right? Me too.
All that information.
Right?
I wish I would just live in a garden studying around miniature ponies, surrounded by miniature ponies, learning.
What the Lisa Vanderpump is going on?
A troop of miniature ponies in a garden learning.
In the words of Ken Vanderpump.
My little pony.
Miniature pony shit.
My little
And
pony.
shit.
I'm bringing that up.
I would train them to be to poop outside like the dogs. I follow this miniature pony, and he's a house pony, and he lives inside. He trots around. I love it.
I would travel a lot. I would settle somewhere, obviously, but I would travel from that place. It would not be America, obviously.
I would build like my own little like city.
Oh no, I would never do that.
Nah, I'm a Cali girl. It's a state in Malibu for me. I'm old school.
You know, in New York, we always used to say California people never last in New York because once you're Cali, you cannot be un-Cali.
I don't see how people move. I really don't. I
The
think
Cali people that used to come to New York, they'd last 6
yeah.
months.
Yeah, I don't I stayed in New York for a few weeks because my friend was going to school there and I came to stay with her for like a not even I didn't even last the whole quarter. But but yeah, I when people move from Los Angeles,
Y'all get
and I know
spoiled.
people that have moved and regretted it, and I know some people that have lied and said they didn't regret it. But to be honest, Hawaii is the only place I've ever been where I'm like, okay, I could possibly live here.
But you know you're spoiled if the only other option is literal paradise.
Corey,
Mhm.
Corey, how about
Yeah.
Maryland? Corey, how about Maryland, Corey? Do you love it? Would you ever?
Maryland,
Well,
stop.
Brendan. I mean,
Corey hates
Chronicles.
Maryland. I think Maryland's
Chronicles.
gorgeous.
Wait, you said you hate it, Corey?
Yes, I hate it.
I
Oh,
love Maryland.
Oh,
Where are you gonna go?
She wants to move to Las Vegas.
Yes, right.
you know what? I
Hell
think,
yeah.
actually, I wouldn't want to live there full time, but I actually do kind of like it there.
My best friend's brother lives there.
Yeah, the only thing for me, I don't think I would want to live in
In
the
fee.
desert
It's a girl.
all year
Un
round.
garçon. Un garçon.
I don't like living anywhere that doesn't have like its own water source because I just think ahead. Because the way this world's heading,
yeah, that is a thing.
I don't like deserts.
What about Palm Springs? I'm not sure how their water is out that way. It's actually very nice. It's just that I like by the ocean.
La fille boit.
And
The girl eats.
Le garçon boit.
Not someone listening to learning languages as we speak. Le garçon.
Wow.
yeah, the weather is very funky in the desert. That's why like a lot of rich people.
I feel like
Palm Springs
Un garçon.
here because you don't want to be in Palm Springs all year.
no.
It's in Vegas. They got like the same
Il
weather.
boit. Le garçon boit.
I feel like if you don't grow up,
Le
but I
garçon
feel like if
mange.
you don't grow up with 4 seasons, then you can't handle that. But I also feel like 4
A lot of
seasons
people that
builds
have
character.
that have moved. I just think for me, like I said, I know that I can.
Irene said she lives in Palm Springs.
No, I can sometimes have a little depression, so I do things to trigger my depression. So one
That's
of those
true.
would be not to live somewhere where it's cold and raining all the
I
time.
could picture you like hanging out in Costa Rica almost.
I've never been.
I could see you
I
living that kind of life.
No, my coworker
And-
moved down there.
L'homme boit.
And like I don't know, maybe like your job, like you kind of like come back just to like
L'homme
once a
mange.
year for your job, but you kind of like whatever commute or whatever, and you're like chilling in a rainforest, like living your best life.
No, my coworker said he's in the mountains in Costa Rica right now.
Yeah.
Good.
Like,
I don't. That just
Very
came to
good.
me. I feel like
Yeah.
it's like a sign.
Le garçon mange.
And you can learn Spanish. Hello.
I would really like to move to Vegas.
La fille mange.
Corey, move to Vegas.
yeah,
Soon
Vegas.
as I
Because
can.
Baltimore ain't crap.
Wait, why can't you do it now?
L'homme mange.
I need money.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
L'homme
I
mange.
forgot we live in a society where money functions.
Yeah, stupid capital.
I love like where I grew up in Maryland. There's all these mountains. It's just gorgeous. And when you leave that place and you go, you forget how gorgeous it is. You come back, you're like, damn, I really took this for granted.
Okay.
There's
I-
like orchards.
like
That's why
Go
people are
there.
getting married.
Like
There's
the
wedding
weather.
venues, wineries. There was this like one winery where it's like on this rolling hill. The Appalachian Trail was right across the street. There's literally like backpackers, and it was like I forget what it was called. And it was like this girl and her husband. They had their 100-year-old grandma sitting in the corner by the fireplace, and this like giant senile wolf dogs running around like cute. And people are just you're like in their yard drinking their wine. It's amazing.
Maryland wine is not that great.
New York wine and California wine are the biggest.
Well, the
I'm
best.
thinking about
If
the
we're gonna talk wine,
baby.
there's nothing
We got
better
some
than an
good
Italian
wine out
red.
here.
Italian reds better than French reds. A Sangiovese, See you later.
Red makes me so
A
sleepy.
Montepulciano. Hello.
Well,
You
I'm
know, I tried to drink
Going
that
up to
damn
the
Panini
Appalachian Mountains and
Grigio
that
because of
Ramona.
Ramona
yeah,
Singer.
so
That stuff is like freaking gasoline. I was like, nah,
what?
I didn't like
It
that.
depends on
Monte,
what. It
a
depends on what.
Montepulciano is my
It
favorite
depends on
red.
what price point you're drinking at, Curves.
Oh, well, it was the $20 price point, and it tasted
Yep,
like
that explains why.
gasoline.
She
Gasoline.
has like Franzia box
And,
wine. She's
the
like,
way
girl.
like it crawled down the cup after a sip, I was like, is that what it's doing to my
Oh, you
stomach?
drinking at a?
Oh,
you
like the
drinking out of a cup?
acidity.
Huh?
You drank it out of a cup and not the proper glass?
If I drink
drank
red,
it out
if I
of a
drink
wine
white,
glass.
it's
That's what I'm saying. No, it was a wine glass, but it like
a
had,
Sauvignon
like,
Blanc
it was
or
so
a
thick. I was like, ugh.
Oh, because it had no legs.
Well,
The price
there are
point
really
matters.
good. Yeah, if the really good Pinot Grigios are good, but cheap Pinot Grigios are like gross.
Yeah,
I wish I could like go with you guys and you guys could teach me about wine.
If someone would like to send me a bottle of good Pinot
No, like I
Grigio,
randomly
I'm
know
glad
a
to
lot
have
just from
it.
like
Yeah.
being around.
Well, I'm Muslim. I don't
Yeah, a white Sangiovese
anything.
or no, a white Sauvignon Blanc, but I prefer like a Sancerre is the same grape, but it's in French. It's more mineral. I like that, but I technically love a New Zealand. Shout out to DT Sauvignon Blanc.
Portuguese wines are good.
I love a Italian red, a Montepulciano, like I said, all day.
Yeah, Spanish wines are good. Even South African stuff is good.
I like Spanish wines too. I like their sparkling cava, which is like their version of sparkling, because it has like almost hints of lime in it. Almost.
Really, sparkling cava has hints
Yeah,
of
like
lime in it?
Prosecco is Italian's version of sparkling wine, you know, and
Uh-huh.
cava is the Spanish version, and it's almost like tastes like hints of lime. It's good.
Sounds nice and yummy and refreshing.
Yeah, that's
and
the
like,
one wine I do know. I like that one. But
wait, Naughty, are you is it wine o'clock over there? Are they made it? They make you go get
I
your
didn't
wine?
hear the cork pop.
She has it on mute. We wouldn't hear it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry, I had to go do my neti pot. I couldn't take my nose.
Right? Right on. Good for you. A good neti
That's
pot.
what I was talking about. I got one of those. They have the same people that make the neti pot. They have like those like travel ones that are like an aerosol. It has the same stuff, and you just like I have to do that. I watched some because I've always had terrible sinuses because I have a deviated septum, and so I watched this one singer I'll never forget, and he said he described his situation very similar to mine. He's like, if you do this every day during the winter, I do not get sick. Because you'd be surprised, most of the storage of sicknesses like get stuck in the mucus in your nose.
Mm-hmm.
They even said the panini virus, like that's would start there too.
Yes, it did. It loved.
So you gotta clean that nostrils out.
I feel you. I love a good Modelo, Irene.
Oh my God! Have you guys ever had Pacifico?
Yeah.
It's a Mexican beer. It's amazing.
Have you ever had
Modelo?
Yeah, Modelo Negro is my favorite.
You ever had that good Tecate?
Yep. Oh my God! At the bar, by my old apartment in Brooklyn, they had tequila and Tecate because they had beer and shot combos all the time.
Yeah.
And they always had tequila and a Tecate for like $6.
Oh, nice.
That
when
is
I used
good.
to drink, I liked the Jaeger shot. I would do Jaeger bombs all day.
Oh my God! When I was 21, me and my friend would be like, "See you later," meaning we're blacking out.
That's what it was. Look, last night Curves was a Henny and Corona night. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Take a shot.
We'd literally cheers and be like, "See you tomorrow."
Is that Callie Lone? Is that you, Callie, laughing at my Jaeger bombs?
I will be on the floor.
Yes.
No, Jaeger will. So there's this stuff, and it's actually medicinal. It's from the Czech Republic. It's called God, what is it called? Oh my God. No, it's hold on. Let me text my mom.
Okay.
Because it's a special, and it always reminded me of Jaeger, but it's plum.
Can you have her send you a PDF of the Piorgis so that I can get a recipe, please?
Oh yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Well, always looking for a good recipe.
A good Armenian cognac That is the
Curves, you would have
best.
loved the salmon I made this week because I have the
Oh,
sauce that I made. I use brown sugar, ginger, soy sauce,
Oh, nice.
and garlic.
Oh, yeah.
And I mix it together and I top it off on the salmon.
Yeah. On that bake, how you bake it.
Good.
That bake style that you do when it comes out so pretty and juicy, that one. And flaky. And then you know what she does sometimes? I always tell it. She makes those salmon croquets with her baked salmon, y'all. So
I
yummy.
love my man loves those when he
I got it. It's called
me,
Bekriovka.
When he hears me chopping up, he
Bekriovka.
cannot leave the kitchen, Curves.
Oh,
he will not leave the kitchen.
Yes.
What, the salmon cakes?
Oh my gosh. We were on a FaceTime thingy, and he was standing in the kitchen watching her cook the stuff. Literally, you guys.
Wow.
Literally.
I don't know. Well, he loves the salmon croquettes, but then I do the grits a little different too, because I always put bouillon
grits.
cube.
I love shrimp and grits.
Yeah, I make shrimp and grits too.
That sounds appetizing.
I make like a curry shrimp and grits.
Oh, that's
for breakfast.
I like it with peppers and onions and like chili. Oh my god.
That does not sound appetizing. I'm sorry.
I had to cut the grits out because I've been on a diet since the new year. I got it. COVID been gone. I'm sorry, the virus has been going for like 2 years. I need to lose that weight.
Yeah, the COVID 20.
Yeah, you know what I
the
mean?
COVID 25. The COVID 42.
Yes.
The COVID 63.
The COVID 84. Oh my god!
Because it's been like almost 3 years, so like 15 is like up to like 45 at least now.
I had to come to terms with myself. I said, look, you got to get back to your old size because I'm in my 40s. I feel like if you start falling off a cliff, you might not be able to.
I'm pushing
you might
40.
not ever like you'll be crawling your way out.
Like it's only downhill from here.
The reason why I'm gotta lose weight because
I love pierogies, and
that's why she's gonna have to send
we
us
put
the recipe.
farmer's cheese in ours. Farmer's cheese is similar to cottage cheese a little bit, but it's like a different kind. And we put that in. We put mushrooms and sauerkraut sometimes, and we put. It sounds weird, but we put stewed prunes, and basically you do caramelized onions on top, and then you have sour cream and a little applesauce, and then we do like pickled beets.
That sounds like a stomach ache.
I love it. So I got 2 jars of them in the refrigerator right now.
I can eat like a whole jar to myself.
Yeah, I like beets. I like beets.
We used to make our
I also like liver. I don't know if anybody else likes liver, but my mom makes a mean smothered liver.
I know I like liver, but if it's good and smothered right, oh my gosh, I can eat.
I can't do organ meats. It freaks me out.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
So when I suffered,
but I know
with
it's
fibroids,
really good for you, actually.
When I suffered with fibroids, I had to eat a lot of liver to keep my blood count up.
Oh.
Yeah, they say liver is really good for you. It's gross, but
it's nasty. That's what it is.
But it's really good for increasing your iron. So for anemic people, that's why they're always eating liver.
Exactly.
My friend actually, like, there's this like supernatural like supplement company, and basically it's like they somehow like powdered form of like several organs and of like livers of different animals, so you get like all the enzymes. It sounds disgusting, but she was trying to talk me into it, and I'm a supplement queen, and even I almost can't.
I love smothered liver. I grew up on smothered liver. My mom, she sauteed those onions down. Okay. Put that
we always
caramelized onions are what's up, and I love pickled onions too.
Well, you know, black syrup is also very good if you need iron. It's really good. You could take like a tablespoon a day. It will also make your gray hair start to turn back. Not all of them, but it will be noticeably different.
You know what else is good that I noticed from that is kelp.
Kelp?
I take kelp supplements.
Kelp?
It's really good with iron. It also helps your thyroid. Yeah. I feel like it like makes my teeth stronger. I don't know. It sounds weird.
You mean seaweed?
Yeah, I love seaweed.
Me too.
I love seaweed.
I'm a little.
My kids love it too.
I'm a little classist. Seaweed, liver, all these things. Ugh.
But
there's something I
take seaweed. I love.
And chlorella tablets.
Y'all can have all that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Corey.
because they have you detox from heavy metals, and they provide a high contact a chlorophyll, which actually like cleanses your whole body. And like if you take enough of chlorophyll in your system, you literally won't have body odor.
The problem is chlorophyll is so expensive. I was gonna do this whole chlorophyll thing until I found out how much it costs,
It's
and
expensive.
I'm like, this is not realistic.
I
So
know,
wait,
right?
I mean,
what
it's
is
just as much that they have organic spirulina chlorella tablets on Amazon, and they're about like
I ain't
2
trusting this
months
for
worth
Amazon.
Thank you,
for
Corey.
$20. I
Because
mean,
I was gonna do the liquid chlorophyll, and when I saw the price, I said, "There's no way I could drink enough of this for it to do." Like,
no,
there's just
and
no way.
spirulina and chlorella have other benefits too. Plus, you get the chlorophyll because they have amino acids and proteins, and they'll make your hair grow. They detox heavy metals. Heavy metals or degenerate your brain cells. They're awful.
Well, that's what was in that underwear that they have now sued the people.
I heard that. I
Metal.
remember that the ads of it were all in the
seen that.
subway.
What underwear?
The period underwear.
Yeah.
You?
They were
Look
advertising
outside.
the special period underwear where you didn't have to put anything. You could just wear it and it would absorb or whatever. It was
Oh,
all
I
over
wouldn't
the
do
subway like 5
What
years
the
ago.
No, I
hell?
wore it with something because I have fibroids, so I needed.
Whatever.
You know
Oh,
what
you
I
needed the extra help. I get you. I
Yeah.
get you.
Yeah, I get you too.
did them for about
Been there.
months before
Yeah.
I heard about that they had the metal in it, and I was so disappointed because they worked, and I was like, oh man.
I actually
Yeah, I'm
thought
sorry you're suffering with fibroids because I had a 4-year journey with that, but the day I had that surgery, woo, my life
Surgery, they
changed.
came back. I had
Well, no, I got the partial hysterectomy.
Oh, my doctor's saying that.
Yeah, I need that too, but I can't. Who's gonna take care of my people? You know,
But Corey, can I
Oh,
tell
no, they
you,
can do it
the
without
surgery was so. When I
Yeah.
say by the next day I
Mhm.
bounced back with no problem. I only took a week off of work, and I didn't even need a whole week because they don't cut you anymore.
Yeah, it's the driving part. I wouldn't be able to drive.
Yeah.
I have to drive.
Fibroids removed, but they said my doctor was like, "This is worse than a C-section." He's like, "This is like you have 58 incisions, so you really cannot compare this to anything else." Because I was in a lot of pain. I had 11 removed, and 5 have come back. You know,
So I did have that. I did have the one surgery to have them removed, and they came back. Not only did they come back, but they came back more aggressive.
You guys, this might sound crazy, but I really feel like this epidemic of reproductive issues has to do with all the toxins in our food and stuff.
Yeah,
it's not okay.
And in our products, they are.
I feel like fibroids is an alien parasite inside our body.
Endocrine disruptors. Most of these chemicals are all endocrine system disruptors.
Listen,
well, can I say this? It got to the point where my quality of life, like I couldn't even go anywhere. Only thing I could do was sit in the bed, wrapped up in a towel. I was basically in diapers.
Yes.
And the last straw was I took my daughter and a couple of her friends out for the day, and we went to Wendy's, and I looked down and I was standing in a pool of blood.
I remember you said that story.
And my doctor's like, no more, no more, like you're losing. It was so embarrassing, like, and people started recording me and everything.
I remember you said that.
No,
like what in the devil?
Like, are you
help or whatever? But the day I had that surgery changed my guys. It changed the quality of my life. So I had the free ball for like a month. I couldn't believe that I didn't have to buy another pad. Or
I got these bamboo
saved you
rewashable
economically
ones, and they're like super strong, and I'm like amazed by them.
That's
crazy.
Now I'm afraid that they're not really bamboo because of what happened with this other company. So
I get it.
If I should use the bamboo ones.
They're
you know what I do, Callie, when now I'm going through perimenopause, so I don't have that to worry about now. I'm just waiting for them to shrink because I have 2 huge ones.
Well, that's what my doctor said. They said you're already almost 43. They're gonna shrink. So do you really want to have another surgery?
Correct. But what I do
Yeah, I would
is
just try to, if anything, just try to detox and just wait it out.
what I did was if you're still menstruating, Callie, what I used to do is I would double the Always Overnight size 5, the real long one. I would double them, and then if I had to put a Depend on or something. You know what Always does have though? They have the Depend like
Yeah.
nighttime pants. So you don't
I
mess your bed
tried
up.
those.
Put those on with the long thing. I know
Do
it's
you hear
gonna feel
Brandon
like,
in the background?
I do. He's so
it's
sweet.
gonna feel
This
funny,
is his own personal hell, hearing his
but
mom talking
it'll
about
keep
periods.
you from embarrassing yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I might try it because like I said, these were working, but and I actually started with the bamboo ones and I switched to this company because they were a little bit cuter and they fit a little bit better. But now I'm afraid that the bamboo ones are not really bamboo. Like I don't know what to believe now.
Right.
Well, you just have to look at the ingredients.
They
A lot of times
listed-
the ingredients are
lie.
there. We just don't know what it is, and we trust the marketing. Most
You
of
know,
us don't even look at the
watched a
ingredients.
video about Thinks. They actually did not disclose that it had metal in it. They said
really?
that it was they just said natural fibers, which technically metal does exist.
That's what we need to lobby against because I don't like these natural flavors. What's natural? Poop is natural. What is natural flavors? And I heard that raspberry flavor comes from like a beaver spleen or something crazy.
That's vanilla. That's
nuts.
vanilla.
Who?
That's vanilla. Vanilla comes from of beavers.
No, vanilla is
natural vanilla flavoring is a beaver spleen. Like we do, like they are secretly, no, we're not allowed to have these vague terms anymore. And just fragrance is vague term. Fragrance could have they can say paraben free, but fragrance is in there. They could hide thousands of parabens inside the fragrance.
Which is why it's important that you make sure, this is why I recommend people buy vanilla extract from like their local farmers.
Exactly, natural vanilla extract.
You know what? Vanilla extract is expensive. Even in Mexico, it was expensive. So I think it's so expensive. People are like, well, I'll just get this non-natural one. It's $10 cheaper, not really realizing that that's not even vanilla at all. You know?
The food over here is just like, it's a tragedy, really.
Well, the thing that I
wait to leave.
know that Subway had rubber in their bread for many years.
Yeah, I believe it.
God,
I
can't stand
And did you know that all their meat, regardless of what they indicate, is made from turkey?
I heard the tuna wasn't real.
The tuna wasn't real fish. Like, it's bad.
That's why people were losing all of that weight. Remember, if they were marketing themselves as a diet program, because
they were.
Yeah, with Jared, and look what Jared did.
But your stomach was filled with rubber, so of course you're not going to eat again all day. So you would just eat that one Subway sandwich and be full all day and lose all this weight because they're eating you rubber. Wow.
It's just really, processed food is really, really bad for you because your body actually doesn't recognize it. And so it stores a lot of toxins and you get a lot of like, those immune, what are they, immune suppressant diseases?
Autoimmune diseases?
Yeah, autoimmune disease. It causes everything because your body doesn't naturally recognize these highly processed fake food, essentially.
Yeah, I don't eat like processed meats and stuff like that. I don't eat that stuff.
I try not to, but
it's true, you guys. Okay, so beaver gland. So you know how like you can milk a gland.
What's this about beaver butts?
Right.
I heard it was raspberry flavoring, but he said vanilla.
So it says when it comes to imitation vanilla, there is a secretion that comes from beaver's castor.
I said it comes from a gland. Yep.
Sacs located by has been used as a food additive for much of the last century.
Don't worry, the FDA says it's safe. This is what I mean.
There is nothing safe about the FDA. Can I tell you guys a story?
Thank you. If the FDA says it's safe, run.
How did this get this? Can I tell you guys something about the FDA?
You don't have to. I'm holding back.
So when things and it sneaks onto ingredients listed under natural flavorings. And
That's
it's actually, it
I
says
don't
its
like these
production is
blanket
very limited.
terms. They can
Oh, and they
hide
use it in
really crazy
perfumes
stuff.
and cosmetics. Yes.
They don't regulate
That
anything.
is
The FDA stands for
crazy.
Fugazi Drug Administration.
Fugazi.
I work in pharmaceutical, you
No,
guys.
Yes.
you're
I
100%
see the
correct.
foolery on a regular
Oh
basis,
my
and
gosh.
so I don't know if you guys are
Wow.
familiar with the community hemophiliacs.
Mm.
So
Many.
they are a community
Wow.
of people.
Uh-huh.
It's a very small community.
Yeah, I know what you're
But
talking about.
yeah, they're missing like certain chromosomes
Their
where their
blood doesn't
blood doesn't
clot.
clot.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Oh
Yeah.
Oh
I know.
yeah,
yes,
hemophiliacs. Yeah.
I
affiliate.
know who
Oh,
And a
has
I'm
a
lot
sorry.
of
friend. I know someone like that.
royals had
Yeah,
it because of the
yeah.
inbreeding.
Yeah.
There's this one famous queen
Yeah.
whose son had it.
Yeah. So you'll hear a lot of people in their community say that they have royal blood or whatever. But for a long time they didn't have treatment for it. And so a lot of the parents, when they take their kids to the hospital and stuff, they would call like Department of Family Services on them because they thought they were like beating on their kids because they weren't familiar with the disorder. So finally they
Yeah.
came up with a treatment, and the treatment derived from blood plasma. Okay. And so one doctor
Wait.
came forward and said, before we start spreading this to the community and stuff like that, we really need to
Yeah, we
check for
still here,
blood
Miss Dugan.
Yeah, I'm like, where is this
blood
blood plasma
pathogens.
coming from?
Exactly. And remember, back in the day, they would go to like the inner city to collect blood. So who was
They
giving
still
blood?
do.
People that were on drugs, all type of people, or
They
Oh,
still
whatever.
do.
And the FDA
Wait a minute.
single-handedly spread the H, the I to the, you fill it in,
Yep.
throughout the
And
world.
they admitted it. They admitted it
Once they
through
finally
the Red
stopped the
Cross.
production, they didn't stop selling the medication. What they did, they shipped the medication overseas and infected more people. This is the FDA.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
people have
I have a
FDA is
question.
not to be trusted. They really are not.
people have asked the FDA that we need to ban the FDA because they really don't do nothing.
They don't do nothing but
No.
kill us.
No, I
I
think
have a
that they have
question.
pharmaceutical companies and run amok. And what I mean by pharmaceutical companies, I'm including Johnson and Johnson within that
Oh,
because they were behind a lot of this relaxer shit.
Uh-huh.
When I first started having female problems is when I got my first kitty perm, almost to the date.
When
And
you
I
got your first what?
kept telling my mom it's something wrong with her. She needs to go to the doctor. I was maybe 9 or 10 years old when I got my first kitty perm. And I too, from that, almost at that moment, started having cramps and period came early, all of this stuff.
A lot of these products, these especially beauty products, have tons of endocrine disruptors, like tons.
Mm-hmm.
They say that it is not natural to have cramps.
Nana.
Cramps is a sign of something's wrong. We're not
Steve.
really supposed to have cramps.
Well, since
We
I
can
have
eat
three, I don't have
one.
cramps. Yeah, but I was having them from like 9, 10 years
It's
old.
not time to go.
Yeah, I
Brenda,
get it.
mute. Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah,
No,
but
I agree. I think there is a connection. I think there's all a connection. I don't believe in like coincidences at all
no, I
anymore.
made this point that it
Sorry
was
about that, guy.
from the information that has came out of these studies recently. I 100%
Oh my God, Curbs,
Oh.
I'm obsessed with you. Look at you like casually researching as we're talking.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're like
Man.
hidden endocrine disruptors in
Got
house.
it.
What?
And the sad
I
part
have a
about it
question.
is that what my mom felt that I needed a relaxer for, it was actually something that was caused by hair products. Because I had very long, thick hair, and a lot of the hair products that they sell us build up on your hair and actually make your hair mat up and tangle up. It's not so much that your hair is so bad; it's that your hair is not clean.
Yeah, the buildup,
Have
it
sold
goes.
you all these products that have built up on your hair over time. So
And,
then
they came out with all these products, right, for
yeah.
convenience or whatever. But your hair, it'll naturally do certain things if you train it. You know, like if you want your hair straight, you could get your hair straight. There's natural ways you can do it.
Well, now that I don't have all that junk in my hair, I can just roll my hair with some big rollers.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much straight when I take it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The doobie. We call that the doobie on the East
Yeah.
Coast.
But when I was using hair grease, detangler, leave-in conditioner, all of these damn products you don't need, all of that stuff builds up on your hair, and that actually makes your hair mat up.
Yeah.
So a lot of these people that are thinking like, oh, I have such bad hair, I have 4C, whatever name they want to give it, is a lot of that is the buildup of these products.
And guys, remember when Beyonce had Blue Ivy and they were ragging on the little girl's hair? She did the best thing she could have done for her hair. That you're supposed to leave their hair alone and let it naturally be. See, you know, people are so used to running, put the braids in and all these bobos and stuff. All that stuff is not good for your hair.
Well, nowadays I do see that most Black little girls that I see, they might have cornrows or they just have like an afro. Like, I don't see all of this like pressing and relaxers and all of that stuff. Thank God. You know.
You guys, look, parabens show that it can signal testicular cells to die in fertility, and it's found in all these house. It's in lotion, hair products, shaving creams, toothpaste, suntan, personal lube, deodorants, and it also has been found in breast cancer tissue.
And here's the thing. And so even if it's a small percentage in these products, we use 20 of these products daily. So 20 times whatever percentage.
Yeah,
it's astronomical what we're exposed to.
It's called phthalates, like parabens, decrease male fertility.
Oh, look at
we need to sue all these companies and all get money and live a healthy life.
I'm so happy I went natural when I did. Me and my two daughters, we all went natural together.
I honestly think for me the damage was done.
They got a loop for us. Look, so people found out that this stuff was dangerous, and this phthalates stuff was dangerous. So they get it in under the word fragrance use.
That's what I said. They can hide thousands of different parabens inside the fragrance.
Could hide, yep.
It's very important to avoid fragrance,
and this allows
regardless of whether you're sensitive or not.
Also, the word natural. I just recently learned.
I love
it's a complete marketing lie.
Yeah.
Oh, the FDA is changing the term of organic. They're actually going to be adding certain foods that may have some chemicals in the organic section of markets.
No way.
I think they came up with organic just so they could raise the prices on everything.
Yeah, I do.
Because a lot of organic,
if they a country that wants to drive health and well-being, why is it more expensive to be healthy?
That's true.
Because when I was in a lot of countries, organic is just their food.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying this country, I truly believe we're some kind of guinea pigs for some evil plan or something, because they are literally poisoning us.
That's why I loved when I traveled to Jamaica, because they really live off the earth. They're really real life naturalists there. You know, I learned so much when I went there, like how they use the salt water to clean their jewelry and things like that. Or like it's better to, like, if you have a cold or something, to just go into the sea and sit in the salt water to drain all the toxins out of your body. They
it's like, think about when you take an Epsom salt bath. That draws out toxins. It's like the same.
Exactly. I sleep with my little toxin pads on my feet at night at least once a week.
Oh, those little charcoal ones?
Yeah.
I can't decide if they're real or not. Do you think they're real? You know what? I wanted to do that one foot detox thing where it's an ion and all of a sudden the water gets disgusting. Have you
I
seen
was
that?
invited to go with a group to do that, but I don't believe it's real.
I don't know either, but I definitely know your toxins do. My friend, what she did is she looked up this thing where you put an onion, because onions actually, they did this since like the plague times. They would put onions around your house to draw out the bacteria in the air.
Yeah.
It probably smelled rank, but like, you know, that's why you shouldn't eat pre-cut onions, because they absorb bacteria all around. So she put sliced onions. It was disgusting, and wore a sock to bed. She said the onion was black. You could do that with potatoes too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, potatoes turn black.
Oh.
No, because they did a test with like a baby or something, and theirs didn't turn black, but hers was black.
I've heard of garlic around your house. The onion thing, I don't, because onion is this sugar. So
onions naturally absorb bacteria. So that's why you shouldn't eat, like if you go to a sandwich shop and they have like sliced onions pre-sliced, that's full of bacteria, literally full.
Yeah, like avocado. Avocado's not supposed to be pre-sliced either.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's always some kind of preserve agent if it's pre-sliced and it's not completely browned.
Yeah.
Which probably isn't healthy. They're trying to kill us, y'all. That's just
you know what, you guys? I really honestly think that this stuff was population control. I don't think it started that way. It started with greed. And when they found out that it would mess up people's reproductive system, they were like, "Oh, that's great, because we don't have too many people." You know what I mean? I think that they found this stuff out like 50 years ago, what it was doing to people, and they were just like, anyway.
Watch hair dyes too, women. Watch hair dyes as well.
I've never ever dyed my hair ever in my life. If I wanted to
it's
color,
a link to breast cancer as well.
You guys, let's go in a rabbit hole. Oh no, I don't know. Wait. Jaguar Wright just went live.
Oh, I know. I'm seeing that. I want to see.
She's just jamming in the car right now. I don't see her lips moving.
Oh, the one that didn't blow up.
Yeah, her car did. So look, you guys are right. Onions do improve circulation. It breaks up mucus, congestion.
Apparently, for men, it helps increase testosterone.
And it's to soften lymph node, making soothing, painful, swollen glands in the neck. They can be placed in a rounded pouch or a flat envelope for your ear and swollen glands, or your feet. For colds, you put the pouch in the child's room to help with congestion. And you can use a cloth or a sock and make a pouch and secure it tied, and then you can place it on their nightstand by the bed or the crib. And if you have a chest cold, you can put an onion on your chest and wrap it in a scarf. And the onion can also be applied to the feet with onion socks, y'all. And
did I not say they use this since the plague times? Y'all think I'm making this stuff up?
And then to make one, you prepare an onion in a small pouch, secure it tightly, and put the poultice in their sock or whatever this word is. And then you fit the sock to your child's foot and use the pouch securely and place it on the sole of her foot or his foot. And you let your child sleep overnight with the onion sock. For swollen glands, you place it next chopped onion over the swollen gland, wrap it with the scarf, and you can also use it for ear aches, teething, and bladder infections.
Onions are actually like magical.
Yes.
Did you know that garlic is actually like, I could fall down a rabbit hole and I'm like, I just get overwhelmed sometimes because it's just so much, you know? But apparently, according to Dr. Sebi, garlic isn't even natural. It comes from an onion. It's actually a genetically modified plant that actually comes from an onion.
Garlic.
But I'm obsessed with
genetically modified.
But I refuse.
Dr. Sebi, but it was on Earth long before Dr. Sebi was even on Earth.
Thank you.
Come on, doctor.
Well, I'm sorry. I love garlic. When I'm sick, I'll roast a garlic and I'll eat it, and it's delicious. Or I make a soup with like bone broth and put a ton of garlic in it. and it'll like heal you from the inside
Well,
out.
it's possible that they mixed a couple of plants together to make the garlic that we know of today, because that's true of a lot of plants.
Oh,
actually.
here's a tip too. Do not buy garlic that's white and it says the made in China. The made in China one looks like it doesn't have the roots and it's extra white. That's not good. Like you do not want that garlic.
It's too fake.
Oh,
I've seen it, but I've never bought it because I don't understand why it's that white like that.
Exactly. Don't do it, please.
I always thought garlic was good for digestion.
No, it is. It's amazing for you too.
Really?
You know
Yeah.
what? With Dr. Sebi, I believe that he knew a few things, but he just kept going because he liked the attention. So, and this is what happens with a lot of people. Yes, they are right about a few things, but then they eventually start making up stuff because they like the attention and they don't have any more information. And so it's not that he was wrong about everything, but there are some things where I feel like he just made them up.
Yeah, but
He's not wrong about Shilajit.
I feel like he changed a lot of people's lives with his research, and
he was murdered. He was absolutely murdered.
Yeah, no, he was right about. I just
he created the monster known as Nick
there was maybe one or two things that he was wrong about. That he was wrong about everything. That's not the case. He was right about a lot of things, but what a lot of times what people do, unfortunately, is that, okay, this is all the information I have, but I still want to make money or get attention or whatever. So now I'm going to start embellishing it a little bit.
I
did that. A lot of sister wives he had to support.
Let me say this. Let me say this about Dr. Sebi. One thing he is right is the Shilajit thing. I take that thing every
I take Shilajit too. What kind? I take the dry drops. You take the dry drops are the best because they're just as good as the resin. And they're easier.
Take the actual, like the little gel, like you just gotta take a little dab and drop it in tea.
I take the dry drops. It's similar, but yeah.
You said Shilajit?
Shilajit, S-H-I-J-A-T. I take it every day too.
No, it's S-H-I-L-J.
Oh yeah, S-H-I-L Shil-I-J-A-T. Yeah, sorry.
It is it works so good. I wake up in the morning. I never feel tired again. I wake up. Oof, I'm ready.
I'll be right back, guys.
I'm ready to do everything in the morning.
It's tons of fulvic. Alexander the Great used to give it to his army. Well, yeah, look at dry drops. They're really inexpensive too.
That psycho in Germany was giving his army meth, so there is that.
Oh, is it the H word?
Yes.
Oh,
they were all meth out.
I saw this video
were giving them meth.
Of him like clearly like on something, rocking back and forth, watching like the Olympics. It was, but I know I've heard that. It's one thing to hear it and it's another thing to see it. And I was like, yikes.
You know who else was a meth head? Jim Jones, the cult leader.
Yeah, he was disturbing.
In front of people, and they said nothing.
Only people.
Look up the dry drops. It helps detox. Shilajit helps detox too.
What these
There's
honey
actually
sticks?
a family in my neighborhood whose mom unfortunately passed away in that cult. And when I saw the documentary, I said, this man is literally sitting here with a meth pipe, smoking meth in front of these people. And these people don't even know what's going on.
Type in dry drops. Shilajit dry drops. And it's basically just the resin, like little pieces of resin, just like hardened. It's nothing added to it. So it's not in a capsule. It's not like anything. Because the problem is that pack, that's what I take right there. That square.
Oh, okay.
I take those.
That $14.50.
And that's 2 months worth.
Oh,
I take those too. I take the actual gel and I take that.
Oh, so that's why you're fired up. Good God.
Oh. You take both daily.
Sebastian is blasting off.
I take the actual supplement gel and I actually take that exact brand.
I take that brand and the gray brand. I interchange depending on like what's available.
Gosh, yeah, what is that?
You guys tried Lion's Mane?
It's really good for men. I take Lion's Mane. Lion's Mane. No, you've opened up a can of worms because this is my stuff right now. We're talking about. Yeah, Lion's Mane.
That's the one I take too.
Is one of the only things that can regrow brain cells.
But see, I'm so inconsistent.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, I got another thing too, guys. Rhodiello. RHODI. Yeah, rhodiola. They actually did studies in the government, like they were thinking about giving it to people to become super soldiers. It basically provides you alertness and it helps with stress. Rhodiola. So I actually drink a tea every morning. It's organic and it has rhodiola and lion's mane in it.
Oh, I put lion's mane in my coffee sometimes. But I haven't tried this one.
I don't know what any of this stuff is.
There's a place here in Los Angeles called Napoli Naturals.
Did I spell it wrong?
Yeah, you spelled it
What's
wrong.
it called?
RHOD. It's rhodiola
Oh, here we go.
roseo is the RHOD.
No.
Yeah,
Oh, it's not
rhodiola
these?
roseo. No, not drops. No, don't look up drops. Just look up rhodiola. Go back and just delete drops, and it's the one that says the rosea.
Isn't there some the fourth one? Isn't that it?
Let's see.
I don't know what. Get rid of all the weird stuff.
Isn't that it? The fourth one?
Rhodiola rosea is a proper name.
Yes, it's right there.
Okay.
It's amazing.
So can we just eat the flowers?
Flower.
I mean, right? Let's just grow. Should I just grow a medicinal garden? Like, what is happening?
You know, they have a place here in Los Angeles called Napoli Naturals that sells all of this stuff. It's like an apothecary.
I would die for apothecary near me.
Yeah, no, there's one here in Los Angeles. The only thing that I don't like a little bit is that the energy is very masculine, which is fine if it's owned by men. But I almost want to steal their idea and open up my own and make it really good.
I know what you mean because you go in there and you almost feel like when it's that energy, it's like creates a natural like kind of like stress almost because you feel like you're almost as a woman when that energy is there, you almost feel like you naturally have to go into a defense mode.
Well, I feel like a lot of people are not in tune, so they're probably not picking up the energy. I'm not or nothing. But I do sometimes pick up energy.
So do I. Not everyone does.
So masculine in here. The place is very cool. I get my cocoa butter, all of that stuff from there, but it's very masculine when I go in there. And I've been really thinking about, I'm like, man, I could like steal their idea and open up one of these and make it very girly. Like have everything pink and you know.
There's also a brand, it's called RHOM and it has it's really good. I take sometimes in the mornings too. And it has lion's mane. What's that tea? Yerba mate. Yerba mate's really good. Cristiano Renato takes yerba mate.
Yeah.
No, not Cristiano. It's Lionel Messi who takes.
Oh yeah, Messi.
Because that's it's mostly the indigenous people of Argentina has been passed down for centuries.
Yes, so this has lion's mane.
No, yerba mate. Yerba mate.
Oh,
it has yerba mate, lion's mane, and it had reishi, which is really good for your immune system, and it's an adaptogen. Yeah, and if you throw, I used to have this other stuff too, but I ran out, and it even had ashwagandha in it, which I love. Ashwagandha is amazing for anxiety.
My dream is to like open up a business that would be like an apothecary,
Me too,
store, and a tea shop. Like it would just be like
I'm obsessed with tea. Oh, here's another tip, guys. I learned: do not use tea bags. They're bleached. It has hidden glues. Do not use tea bags. I rip mine. I buy like the standard organic teas, but I'll rip it. And I'll pour it in and use a different strainer.
But it's already been in that bag, though.
Yeah, so I do, Natasha. My friend she sell herbs and everything, so I get all my teas through her and all my own tea bags, and I even have the little metal one that you fill it up and put it in the water. That way, I don't buy teas like that anymore over the counter. I just buy the herbs and I make my own concoctions.
Yeah, I started like I think it's okay like as long as they're dry, but if they're wet they'll absorb it more. I'm sure it's better to not have it been in there in the first place. But like the blend of some of these the Yogi brand teas are just like there's one that saves my life every time I'm sick. It's particularly the one I have like 2 packs because I run out of it. It's the echinacea immune support. If you look at the ingredients, it has literally everything in it, including burdock root and mullein. Mullein
that one
is
the yogi teas, period, are good.
the mullein root will literally save your life. It cleans out your lungs. So if I get I've gotten pneumonia before from postnatal drip. If I feel that pressure building up, if I take anything with mullein, it's clear within 30 minutes. It's amazing.
Yeah, they
Mullein
have,
is
can
good
get mullein,
for
But
muscle tuning.
on going back to rhodiola real quick, you guys, look, it enhances the body's tolerance to stress by
That's what I said.
influencing key brain chemicals such as serotonin and norepinephrine and and
You're
natural
hilarious.
feel-good opiates such as endorphins. Ooh.
No, literally, Kelly, like you're inside my head. That is my dream, to be a little herbalist. And then maybe I'll do my like art and fashion or whatever on the side. But yeah, like I'm obsessed with it. And like you said, Nadi, what I do is I do this like every night and sometimes in the morning. I just like literally look through my different teas and I and I just like make my own mixture. So I'll take some immune tea. I'll be like, I could use a little of that today. Sprinkle that in. I'll sprinkle a little bit of this one in today. Like I literally have like this concoction going on that I don't even know what's in there anymore. But it's like whatever I feel.
Like what I really want is a plant store, but I'm just not sure how, with the business model. I would need more help. And there is actually a couple here that own a plant store in Hollywood that knows my hairstylist. He's like, maybe I could get you to meet with them or something. They're really nice. Because I just would like to learn the business, but I also think that this would be a good thing to also add.
I would like to go to officially to like herbalism school or whatever, so I can like actually.
Yeah, where would we go to learn?
Oh, there is one.
Like
I think
to
the
get
University
like
of
certified.
University of Bridgeport has like a naturopathic school. In Connecticut,
because I have like books and like articles that I try to save to like keep.
Yeah, that's also
my
problem. I don't feel like I know enough about these herbs to be like running a store. I would have to hire somebody.
I only know like because I'm the type of person that if I'm like interested in something, I like learn it to the fullest. And if I'm not, I like can't even look at it. So like I was like really deep sea diving. So I definitely like learned a lot. But like I'm the type of person, for me to provide anything professionally, I would need to be confident enough to know that I know everything,
Well, I mean, this is all dream world because I am not about to go and take out like $1 million loan to open up this store.
There's some online.
But I'm thinking that I would have to hire
You could do an e-commerce.
You
could start with, I thought about an easy one would be like the dried herbs and like loose leaf teas.
Look, you guys, so Berkeley,
I'm obsessed with you right now, Curves. You're amazing. Everything we talk about, you're like, no problem. Uno momento.
Yeah, no, I love it. This is what I do, you guys. I love it. I do this for myself. I'm so glad to have y'all here doing this with me. This is cool. Okay. So there are herbalism schools online. Look. So this Berkeley Herbal Center online or in person.
Yeah.
Even if it's just for our own information too. Like, what if something happens? Like, knowledge is just valuable.
Because my grandmother,
and then they have illuminated herbalism online. It's a year-long certification course.
What are the prices?
This one is online only. Herbal Academy.
Oh,
David Winston is online and in person. Chestnut School for Herbal Medicine is online only. California School of Hogwarts is online and in person.
Oh, not Hogwarts. I can't.
I'm like, that sounds a little fishy.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I'm not trying to do that.
It's
like,
herbal.
No, it sounds herbal.
I don't want any witch stuff. I just want to learn herbs. Like this is like, yeah, like they are gonna have us doing spells.
Yeah, there's so many online only. Look, the Science and Art of Herbalism course is online early. 10-lesson course. This East-West one.
You can create so many.
Only.
Like, did you know elderberry is naturally occurring on the East Coast? Do you know how good elderberry is for you?
It's for everything.
It could literally cure the common cold, and like you could grow berries in your yard and then save them for the winter and just freeze them or blend them up, and you can create like your own syrup. It's ridiculous.
You know, I never
And
thought of growing them.
let me tell you one more
myself.
thing before I forget. I'm gonna forget because I have ADHD. Dandelions. Don't put weed killer on them. Dandelions. The
Yeah.
flower and the leaves will literally heal your heart. They are literally will cure heart disease, and the roots will clean out your liver and your kidneys. And that's why there's a conspiracy against Roundup, who creates
Yes. Because
heart
they go around
medication.
killing our
Because
heart.
meanwhile, these
Yes.
weeds that aren't really weeds are actually medicinal.
I
Same with
just threw
clover.
a bunch
Won't
of
be
them
for me
into
because I'm allergic.
garbage because I thought they were
No, my Uncle Ray said the
Wait,
exact same thing.
to me.
You should. You
Wait,
should see me. There's a natural store near me, and me and this lady. She was like, "My doctor told me."
Ooh.
She just like stumbled in there, and I was like, "Honey, you met the right girl," because I was like, gonna tell her everything I knew, and she was like, "My doctor told me not to drink coffee anymore." And then this says it tastes like coffee, and it's roasted dandelion. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is
Is this a
perfect
witch doctor? Who would tell someone to stop drinking coffee? That's evil.
for her
No.
heart."
Asinine.
So people take like caffeine substitutes. So roasted dandelion root literally cleans out your liver and kidneys. Can taste a lot like coffee if you want something to replace it, so you don't drink as much caffeine. But also the flower itself will literally heal. So basically, if you like dry the whole plant, make sure it's clean, make sure there's no pesticides on it, and you like make teas out of it, your like whole body will be healed. And red clover and white clover is really good for you. Basically, all the weeds that are in our yard. And don't get me started on grass, because grass was created as a waste crop for the aristocrats to basically shove in the face of peasants. We have so much land, we're gonna waste it. All our yards should be filled with plants instead of grass.
I got to be honest with you, Natasha. I do use pesticides. I tried it without the pesticides, and the bugs ate all my shit. And I had a yard full of eating plants and bugs. So
I know we gotta find. There's some alternative things that I saw, but I like just forget because
So should I get the resin or the?
I would start with the dry drops. They're the easiest to consume. I take them. He takes them. If you want maybe something. Okay, Sebastian, do you think the actual resin is even more intense than the dry drops?
Oh yeah.
Wait, which brand of the resin do you get?
Right?
That
Like,
brand,
let's be
the
clear.
same brand that makes
Wait.
the drops.
Let's be clear. This isn't being smoked, right?
No. That's very disrespectful.
How do you take it, Sebastian? The resin? Do you mix it with water in the morning?
Go on the website again, because
what is it?
It's like a little. You get like it tastes bad, which is why you better put it in your drinks, or you just make sure you have your water ready. Go on this website. You see that?
I don't mind medicinal stuff.
You see that little. You see how like it has that little metal thing?
Yeah.
That's like the dosing thing. And you just like stick it in and put it and stick it into your tea and let it melt in there. And just drink
your tea.
But if you're just starting out, I would recommend just the Chillajet tops.
Oh, speaking of Miami, guys, Nicole is actually celebrating Grayson's birthday, and all the cast is there with their kids.
Oh, I
right now.
On Instagram.
On Instagram.
I don't follow her. Is that happening right now?
Today, yeah.
Oh, that's sweet.
Miss Curve.
Yes.
I gotta go. My phone's about to die.
Oh, Brendan, thanks for coming through. Chronicles.
Bye, Brandon.
See you
I always
later.
say Brandon. I mean Brendan.
Good night to Brendan.
Bye, Brendan.
Bye, Brendan.
Bye, Brendan. I gotta go too, Curves. I gotta hit the store before they close.
Oh my gosh, Naughty.
See you, Naughty.
Bye, Naughty.
Take care, you guys.
Okay, so where's this Nicole? Now you got me on Instagram.
Look, I know, right?
Dr.
You guys
Nicole
have been
Martin.
hanging with me for a while today. Look, we're coming up on hour 4.
I really like Nicole. I respect.
I like her too.
Me too.
You know what it is, and I know that she made a mistake with that first husband, but I respect a woman that works, has a career, has her own money, but still understands that it is important to be with a man who has something and is not living in fantasy. I'm gonna marry a bum and be happy world. And I think that's what I like. But unfortunately, she had to learn her lesson the hard way. It cost her $250K when she married that first guy that had no money. But
Gertie is coming out. She goes, Gertie reveals she's coming back for another season and wants to remind the OGs that there's a reason why ROM was canceled before. And basically her and Larsa are on the outs now.
Well, her
you
and
know
Larsa,
what?
I like her and Nicole better.
Larsa. I think that Larsa has I'm sorry, guys. I think that Larsa has a similar mentality to the Kardashians.
Okay, so not these ones.
Well, they're basically calling Larsa a Robin because Dr. Nicole is saying Larsa was creating fake drama and refusing to show her real life.
Not those. These pills right here and this stuff right here.
No, don't take that stuff. Don't take this stuff. I don't know what is Munio.
Oh.
Now, where are we? We're on pure Himalayan.
Wait,
okay, so this Shilajit, the dry tablet.
Wait, who lives in California?
I do.
Why don't y'all go to Dr. Sabi's store? Sell it there.
I'm in. He's not near me.
Oh, I can go. I'm in LA. I'll go down there. I was gonna go a while ago, and then.
So he spells Shillet too.
Yes, he does.
You can get this.
Have it at Napoli Naturals, though. Napoli Naturals typically have all this stuff.
So from this place, only
on Amazon, the dry drops are really affordable. It's like literally you can get 2 months worth for $15.
Yup, that is true.
Oh, Amazon?
Because I have it like I have like 3 months worth.
Yeah, really? They sell the 90 for like $19. Like it's really affordable. I just one time I like
and
they
it's the same brand.
I've gotten that brand and the brand that has the tan box with the black label. I've gotten both brands before, and they are exactly the same.
Right on.
Of the dry drops.
But one thing I will also say, Napoli Naturals is always packed. They do good business. So if you really are thinking about starting that business, I honestly think that it's probably a safe bet, especially if you're going to be the only one in town. I'm just so scared.
There's a couple of naturals, but there's not an apothecary.
Jump out there, you know.
Isn't an apothecary a practitioner?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they have a practitioner there. I don't know who actually owns it.
You know what I want to do? I want to go to one of those Asian ones where they look at your tongue and tell you what's up.
There is that school that I told you about, University of Bridgeport. Yeah. They have Chinese medicine as a major, literally, for a master's program. The University of Bridgeport.
And they said that's why a lot of people, like Asian, content creators, try to purposely not show their tongue because Asians are just trained to like notice your tongue because it like according to their knowledge, it reveals a lot about your health.
Oh,
it does.
I could see that though.
Okay, so
I'm obsessed with all this stuff.
I can get the Robolobas in the Amazons too. The Robo11, the Lions, Rhodiola, the rodeo and the lions.
I'll show you the tea I get. Hold on.
But I actually feel with this type of business, believe it or not, I think it would work better as a brick and mortar because there are so many people online selling herbs. Versus a brick and mortar, there are not a lot of
people are more comfortable when they can physically see it, hold it.
Yeah.
They know like who's selling it, they're looking at the person. Yeah.
Ask questions.
Exactly. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go get the box of tea because I think this tea is really good too. Hold on.
Is it Tocino's? Is it the Tocino's Lion's Mane Rhodiola Rose mushroom? They have a
Lion's Mane is a mushroom. That might be
Lion's Mane is a mushroom. Lion's Mane is a mushroom.
Yeah.
It's a fungus. That's how mushrooms are made.
There's a fungus among us.
Oh, sorry. Well, I drink kombucha all day. Almost.
Oh.
You know,
I love kombucha.
Ugh.
I love it. You don't love it?
No, my dad used to make it back when it was before they made it taste good. It used to taste like vinegar. And then when they all these kombucha companies, they infused it with fruit juice and made it taste good.
I don't know. My friend got a kombucha kit and that thing was an alien.
Yeah, it looks like a big mushroom.
It's literally an alien. It's not okay. It scared me.
It looks like a cross between a lily pad and a mushroom.
I'm scared by it. Right away. I was like, no.
Ew, no, thank you.
You guys know what whey is?
Whey, the
Yeah.
wheat
Like,
whey,
no, listen, no, no, no.
WHEY.
That way when like you actually like, let's say you're making yogurt and like you gotta strain it to make Greek
Oh
yogurt.
yeah, that
So that
liquid
liquid
stuff
that
that
comes
pours
out
off.
there,
Yeah,
yes, it is very healthy.
Okay,
it's
on the back
healthy.
chat, I'm writing the name of the tea, and the person who showed me this tea was actually Gabrielle. So shout out to Gabrielle,
Oh, you
French,
know it's good
Gabrielle
then.
our
Baguia,
French, our French friend.
our
Yes.
French friend,
Let's see who said
notre
what.
amie française.
Oh, do we
She
need
got
another French lesson? I still have Babbel open.
No, no, my French is very fair. My French is
La
very fair. Mon
Simange. La
français est très
Simange.
avancé. J'apprends français dans la
Oh
université.
man.
Mon français est très avancé. J'apprends français dans la université. Essayons fort.
Oh, that
I only
sounds.
know Je m'appelle Natasha. Tu t'appelles comment?
And I
Je
know
parle
Je
anglais.
m'appelle
Je ne
Gabrielle.
parle pas français.
Oh, oui, je
I
parle
know les
français.
ions compitons, les
Comment
idiots,
allez-vous?
et
Oui,
les ions
c'est
bon
bon.
temps rouleurs.
And that my grandmother knows how to make pan pudding.
Okay, in the back chat, I sent you the name of the tea brand and the tea.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's the one I just had up. Let's go back over here
It's organic
to the
too.
rhodiolas.
Yep, that's it.
I know
Yes,
a
right.
I know some French
Tocinos.
proverbs too. I know battre les fers pendant qu'il est chaud.
My
So this
accent
is
used to be
loose.
really good. Did you guys have
What
like
does that say?
an art? Is this the coffee? Yep, this is what
What
I
did you
have.
say, Sebastian? Wait. What did it say?
Oh,
I
wait.
said I
It's
said
alternative?
battre les fers pendant qu'il est chaud, which means
What's this
strike the
mean?
iron while it's hot.
Oh
Ah.
yes. That's why I look now while we're talking about it,
Your
so we can
accent
see.
is impressive, Sebastian. I love
It
it.
sure is.
My accent is very
I lost my accent. My teacher used to tell me I had a good one, and now I sound like an idiot.
That is Gabrielle all day.
Isn't Mademoiselle H French or something? She was in the
That's
chat.
good. Oh,
I know some
Yeah,
French.
it's
wait.
really good. They have a tea bag version, and then this is a coffee alternative version, which basically would be like a loose tea, and it's really good. It has like it's a little sweet, it's earthy, it's so good, and you really feel like you're like all of a sudden you're like, woo, I can focus on my. It's almost like your brain gets a jolt.
Oh yeah, with the lion's mane. But you know what? Mine does not work instantly. It takes a few hours, maybe.
It has rhodiola too. I think it helps.
For me.
I don't know.
I
A
do
lot
know
of people say it works instantly for them. For
So
me,
you did the
I
charging.
feel it
Okay.
like
Wait.
on that day or next day.
I'm giving y'all these proverbs and I'm not even taking it. I'm not following it myself. Oh God, what's the day?
Story of my life, Sebastian. My advice is impeccable.
Lion's mane.
Today
Do I
is
take it?
the
Absolutely not.
Saturday the 11th. Why? What are we doing? So is this loose? Why does this jar look different?
That one's
10
loose.
ounces.
That one's loose.
Yeah, so this
it
is the
comes
one
in like a coffee bag, but it's really just loose tea. But they also have the tea bags as well.
I don't like loose tea. I cannot stand loose tea. Like it will
Why?
literally. Wait, isn't Gabrielle Algerian or something?
Yeah, she's originally Algerian.
They know a lot.
You
They have
need
a good.
good strainer, Sab.
I don't.
Yeah, they have on Amazon these really. I just use like a regular strainer because I'm lazy. Sometimes I just pour it in and stir and wait for it to fall to the bottom. I'm not even joking.
Well, have you guys seen the cups that have the strainer in the top? So you just put the top on, you put the tea in there, and then you put the top on it, and then it seeps in the.
Yeah, they have like little pictures like that too on Amazon. There's one for $20, and you just pour it in, and like the screen part is just like at the top. So when you pour it, yeah.
Oh yeah, this tea is very. It has a lot of Arabic stuff in it. No wonder Gabrielle knows about it. It's pretty good. Dates.
Yeah, it's bomb. I love it.
Yeah, a lot of these things are in North Africa.
Better than decaf.
Oh yeah.
Acid
Yeah, she knows the secret North African magic stuff.
Y'all can have them that fungus. No, thank you.
No, fungus is great for us.
It's magical.
Not all the time. Not all the time.
No, thank you. But one thing I will not mess with are psychedelic mushrooms.
Oh,
I have a lot of people around me.
I did that
I'm
twice in college, and it was in the chocolate form. And I just remember in a controlled environment with my roommates, because I lived with like 4 other girls, and we were just like looking at the wall, blah, blah, blah. And then my friend came over, and apparently I'm the only one that let the cat out of the bag that we were doing it because I was acting so weird.
Well, Prince Harry had a really horrible accident.
I'm not messing
If you're not in a controlled environment, I heard.
shrooms.
I won't do it again because I don't want to go
done
to another dimension or anything, because I don't want to see any entities talking to me because I'm not trusting them.
He said the toilet was talking to him.
I've never done. Well, you know that could hurt him, but I've never done drugs. I'm such a good child, so
You know what? It makes me feel like it's one of those trips where you might not come back.
That's what I am. That's why I won't do it again. That actually happened to a kid from my high school. He has not been the same since.
Yeah, you know.
That's what happened to someone I know who did ayahuasca.
Yeah, no,
ayahuasca.
I went with them. I went with them when they did it.
Growing
You
up,
need
I
a
would
real
always
shaman when
hear
you're
of
dealing with
people
ayahuasca.
And I'm
that
not, and
tripped
I
out,
don't
just
need
didn't
to.
come
Like,
back.
I've had visions just like chilling at the dinner table. Like, I don't need to take everything, and that's just how I've always been. So I don't need to take all these extra things for me to have almost this identical experience just living my life. Like, this is why I'm just like, I don't need, because a lot of those spirits that come and you think it's your ancestors, it's actually not. It's actually them, an entity pretending to be, and you got to be careful. And not everyone is protected
Well, I
when they
think
go
if
into
you're
those
not
environments.
sober, you don't know what you're seeing, and that's the truth.
That's why you're
If
supposed to
you
have
are on something and you don't know what you're hallucinating. I do believe our ancestors walk with us, but I think that when you are not of sober mind, your mind just ain't working right, and you know who knows what you're seeing.
But you need to go to a real indigenous shaman and someone who knows this stuff inside and out, whose family has known this stuff inside and out. You can't just go to some queer chick at this spa because she's had this herbalist course. You can't do that.
My friend, when I went with him, the person was very experienced, and he said he's seen so many things that he never told me what he saw, but he said he's seen so much that it's too strong for him. He's hurt.
I'd be willing
He's
to
hurt, Corey. He does not want to do. He's hurt. He can't.
That's because he didn't go to a real shaman.
Like, one time, like, I was down and I was like chilling, and all of a sudden my mind just went to a place where I was like, I could only interpret it as like kind of like what you would picture heaven. And I can't express that it felt like all of Earth's burdens fell off of me. And like I've never felt more loved, more relaxed than ever in my life. And then all of a sudden, a distance, I guess I saw like Jesus, like I knew he was there. And then all of a sudden I just came back to earth. And the only thing that came to my mind was, I want to go home. And it felt like that was home. And this place is a dump and I don't want to be here.
Well, have you ever read the book 3 Magic Words?
No.
It's something that I suggest that everyone read if you are like open-minded to that sort of thing. Basically, part of it is that the theory is that we're actually all part of this one big mind, basically, and that's what God is. And we're all connected to that mind when we're out of this vessel. So yeah, so that's a part of it. It deals with manifestation, all other types of things, but it's also, you know,
I don't know if I like,
life is internal, like, you know what I mean? Like, you are your soul, you're not your body. And we're all like connected in this big hive mind. And once you're out of this vessel, you go back to the hive.
I don't know if I believe that. I think that we have unique souls.
Because most of the book is about manifestation and how you are manifesting your own life, which I firmly believe. But I think that where a lot of people get tripped up is that you manifest with your subconscious mind, and we don't have that much control over our subconscious minds. Most people don't. So when they say, well, bad thing happened to me, I didn't manifest that, you don't know what your subconscious mind is doing half the time.
Because a lot of times you're carrying trauma from past lives and stuff.
I know that I typically have dreams that someone's leaving me or rejecting me. And I was
I think they're going to die on me.
Yeah.
I actually had a past life regression. I was only able to go to 2 different ones because I have ADHD, and I was like, I can't, like, my attention span, I can't handle this anymore. But the most recent one was in the 70s, and I was like a Puerto Rican child that was like 3 or 4, and I was in the Bronx. I could hear New York. I could tell the time frame because of the coloring of the wallpaper, that ugly burnt orange and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so if that was my last life and I was born in the 80s, that meant I died as a child. And I didn't realize that until I told a friend, because I've told the story. They're like, you realize that meant you died as a child, right? If you're born in the 80s. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, maybe that's why I'm like always been really protective for children. And even though I'm not a mother, like I'm like irrationally protective sometimes.
Or
It's
you're
weird.
just picking up someone's experience from the hive mind. See, there's 2 theories. Like there's a theory that we have multiple lives, and there's a theory that we're just all connected.
I
And
believe we
when you're
definitely have
vibrating
multiple
a certain
lives. It's been
frequency,
like
you can
proven.
see someone else's life.
What I don't know is that if that's a soul trap situation and we're not supposed to, or is it us learning and trying to relieve karma and learn lessons and try to get closer to God. I don't know yet.
Yeah, see, I don't believe you can get closer to God because I think you're a part of God. Like, I don't think God is some other thing over there.
Oh, see,
You
yeah,
know what
that's
I
just
mean?
where
Like,
we
you are
differ.
of God. So that whole concept is, you know what I mean? Like, that's a
Where
little
I come
weird to
from, my
me.
perspective is like thinking that I'm anything like God or thinking I could be God. It seems blasphemous almost.
Well, no, but the thing is, you are over your life. You cannot be God over somebody else's life. And that's why these cult leaders end up always going to a dark place. Because the universe does not work that way. You cannot be in light energy and try to be God over someone else's life.
Yeah, I don't even like to be God over my life. I'm trying to
Yeah,
actually
but you are.
practice in like
I mean, it's
learning to
choice.
trust
It's not a
because we can't control everything. And a
yeah.
lot of anxiety and fear comes from the need to try to control the outcome of situations when things feel hopeless or like you can't control all aspects of the scenarios happening. And a lot of times, if you give it back to God, it takes away it like you give it, then He
Well,
tells
I
you you
think that's
can.
why people want to believe in religion instead of manifestation because they don't want that responsibility. But I know that I have definitely looked within my life and I know where and how I have manifested everything in my life, good and bad. But I also know I have no control over other people's lives. So someone passing away has nothing to do with me. That is their life and that's something that they manifested.
See, I believe
I
that
have no control.
we chose the people. These are all our soul tribes, and we chose to have these experiences with them to learn the lessons.
But I also do not believe in death. I just believe that you transition into a different stage of life.
Oh yeah, I think that we're
Yeah.
having a human experience.
Yeah. I mean,
Like
I don't think this
right
is
now,
like
I'm in an avatar called
that. I just
Natasha,
think this is just a stage of growth. You
and you're in
know?
an avatar chilling in your Kali avatar, and Curves is chilling in her curve.
Yeah. No, but I think a lot of people think we were sent here to learn a lesson or to be punished. No, I just think this is a stage of growth. I think you're a
Well, growth
fetus.
would be like learning
You
lessons,
know what I
kind
mean?
of.
So you're an infant, like I just think this is a stage of growth. And I think the next stage of growth is like you become like energy or whatever you want to call it after you leave this body.
Did you ever see that video? And it was like a whole newborn, and the newborn literally perks up, like lifts her head, like sits up, screams like a whole human, and then literally looks around like, oh shoot, I'm supposed to act like a baby now, and then starts crying like a real baby. The mother
Yeah,
was like, what
I
the
just saw
hell?
that. That was hilarious.
It was like they forgot. It's like, oh shoot, I'm having a human experience now. I gotta be an infant.
Well, they do say that babies are still connected and that they can actually see spirits and stuff until like a certain age.
Oh, I definitely agree.
I
Yeah,
never stopped seeing them.
you never
Yeah,
stop. I
why?
feel like I see them, I feel like I feel them.
Oh, I'm starting to see them, and I've always felt them. I used to, and I also as a child, and I think that uh, I was absorbing the stresses of others that were lowering my vibration, and I suffered from like constant sleep paralysis, which is like I believe are entities trying to like access you because your vibration is low from like fear or stress, and they try to like suck out your life force. And they would come and they would do the same thing, and I refused to look at them because I was scared of the dark, so I'd hide under the covers. And then they stopped once I stopped being scared. And then in my late 20s, it came back, but this time it was like pissed. And it jumped on me, but I refused to look at it. And it like whispered in my ear. And I was like, oh, hell no, I'm not looking at your ass. And I prayed and went away. Like, I just feel
Well,
like they
you know,
try.
your subconscious mind controls your sleep and controls your dreams. Like I think people don't realize how powerful your subconscious mind is. That's what makes your heart beat. So if you can, in
I don't know.
theory,
I believe in the spiritual world. So
I believe in the spiritual world too, but I just don't think that no spirit has that much power over me. I think that within my life and I'm the one that's the most powerful. They don't have, they're the, why
I
would they
also I had an
hang up
experience
on me?
where
Who are you?
I see sometimes people's like true selves, like beyond their mask. Like I started like
Erin, hi,
I
darling.
see it through like some one time I saw this girl and my eyesight, I have astigmatism and my eyesight's really bad. And I was like, is she wearing a Batman mask? What the hell? And then I got forward and she looked like a disgusting demon. And then when she got close, it faded away and she went back to human form. And she looked at me. She was a complete stranger with such anger. And I was like, what's her problem? And we were running on the sidewalk and she was running with her like, I guess her like team, like from a school. And she tried to like shove me off, but little did she know I played college soccer. So that girl wasn't shoving me anywhere. And I made sure to give her the bow right back. And I was like, take that, demon.
I don't actually see things like you guys do. I just have feelings and I
I have
pick up
feelings
certain
too.
vibes off of people and situations. And that's one of the reasons why, as a kid, I was so depressed because me being made to go to school with all those different weird energies,
Did you get really
it was
tired
not,
as a kid
and
of
I did
absorbing
not.
it all?
Huh?
I used to be so exhausted too. My mom thought I had mono all the time. She's like, why are you so tired?
Yeah, I used to get sick all the time. Just all the time. I was sick all the time.
Because
And
my friends used to say, I would joke and
yeah.
say I was bipolar because my mood would change because I was absorbing other people's energies. And it's weird because when you absorb it, you don't understand it. You're like, this isn't mine. There's a subtle detachment, but everything else you feel is real. Like you don't have any memories or your own emotions attached to this feeling, but it's like feels real. It's very weird. And someone's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, nothing. I don't know why this is happening. And then if I leave a room, it disappears after 30 minutes. Or I'll look and see in a corner someone's crying. I'm like, oh shit, I'm absorbing hers. And then you have to learn how to protect your energy field that I'm actually working on. And because as an empath, you can just get drained.
Well, I just try not to go around too many different strange people, which is a little bit easier for me now that I work from home. I'm not
True.
forced to a situation where I'm all day around a bunch of people that may or may not have good energy or intentions. But when you are a kid and you're made to go to school, that's not a screened environment. I mean, there could be any type of loony there. And you know what I mean? And society just says, no, you got to go to school. So it really
So
can
Right.
turn
yeah, you're
into
this little
a
baby
frenzy.
energy sponge
Yeah.
just in there
When,
with all the wounds.
yeah. When you're
Like
picking
yeah.
up all this different negative energy, you're a kid, you don't understand. You're
Yeah, you have
told
no
you
idea
have
what's going
to go
on.
back to this place 5 days a week. And I was losing it for a minute.
I was just remember being really like confused and not understanding like why I was feeling that way all the time, like around
Yeah,
certain
I didn't understand
people.
what it was until I got older and I started learning more about spirituality and I started noticing that I do pick up vibes off people. And that's what I said. This is why I was having such a problem as a kid, and this
Well,
is
it
why
always annoys me when people says, "Oh yeah, I'm an empath too." I'm like, "No, you're just
I don't even
sensitive.
know if I'm
That's not the
necessarily
same thing." Like if you're an
empath.
empath, you're basically
Yeah.
intuitive and you're absorbing literally physically other people's energies. Like and it's actually kind of if you don't know what's going on, it actually sucks. It's a
I don't
burden.
know if I wouldn't necessarily say I'm personally an empath because I don't think I'm absorbing it, but I can pick it up and I know what it is. And that's why, like that whole thing with Khalees,
You're
it was hard
aware of
to put
it.
it
You're not
into
necessarily
words.
like, picking it up.
Yeah, it was hard for me to put into words what I was trying to say, but there's some type of energy that I'm getting from her where she's not exactly telling the truth.
Which one is
all I was.
this?
Yeah.
Which one is
Khalees. Like
this?
the whole thing that we were talking about with Khalees, I'm like, I don't know what it is, but there is something about this story that she's telling is not.
See, that's the problem, because
Something's not
sometimes you
right.
pick up on
You
energy
know?
and you don't even know what it means.
Yeah.
Like when I met my psycho ex, he's a sociopath, and I found out he was actually, the reason why I didn't pick up on a lot of stuff because he was mirroring my energy, because I don't even think he has his own soul. But I remember distinctly picking up to the point where I even brought it up to him when I was drunk. In the beginning, I said, I get this overwhelming sense that you are escaping something. Like escaping, like I'm like this rest for you or something, and that you're gonna leave or something, or like I'm like this escape for you.
Wow.
And like I don't, and so in my, because I don't have any reference, I didn't think he was a psychopath. I just assumed it was like him, just like, I'm not into a serious relationship and I'm gonna bounce in a few minutes.
Yeah,
That's
you thought
like
it was
a normal, because I think I'm
Yeah.
dealing with a normal human. But really, it was like basically, I think I was like his refuge from his dark side of all the weird shit he was into.
Yeah, because you didn't know about those things.
Yeah,
So
like because I didn't have the context, so I'm just thinking, oh,
yeah,
I'm applying it to a normal human being. But no.
No, it's
yeah, it's crazy.
No, even that show I was watching that triggered me, I'm still very disturbed by that show. Like that show is very disturbing to me.
You know why? Because I really feel like there's dark energy on those people, and I don't even like
You know
looking
what
at
the
them.
energy that I'm picking up? I'm
What?
picking up
I actually just got like stressed when I just imagined them, because it's really that bad of energy.
I'm trying to say it YouTube friendly. I'm picking up energy off of both of them. Something really bad happened to me when I was a kid.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
And it pretty much confirmed it when his mom said that he would get in cars with strange people when he was like 9 or 10 years old. I said, well, you already know what those people are doing. I mean, the world.
So that usually plagues people with like darkness, because your innocence is essentially stolen, and because you don't have the skills to work that out as a child, it could be really detrimental for the rest of your life unless you're like able to find refuge and you're provided with like the care to do so, and people that know what they're like, and so like, yeah, that's I could see that.
Society, the way that society is, unfortunately, especially if you're a male and something is done to you, I don't think society is really open enough for a man to come out and say, like, this happened to me when I was a little boy. You know what I mean?
I think it's just starting to, but that's a little too late for everyone. That's older now, because like, you're right. Especially with boys, there's so much more shame, especially if it's your abuser is a same sex, And
I also think with sometimes even I'm noticing with women, people are really starting to just label women as being lesbians. You know what I mean? And it's not necessarily that this woman is a lesbian. Maybe she's just not traditionally feminine. So, but if that same woman then comes out and says, well, this and that happened to me, of course, you're going to want to say, oh, well, she's a lesbian and she's in the closet and now she's going to have to deal with all of this. So the person doesn't say anything, and it's nothing wrong with being gay, but I do see that a lot of people are just being labeled as that. And if someone's not, that would make them very hesitant to come out and say that something happened to them.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So like their behavior has changed due to what happened to them.
Exactly. Oh, I think we lost Natalia.
Who did we lose?
Natasha.
Oh, well, you know what? We are coming up on 4.5 hours. This is the longest one ever. How are you feeling, Corey? How you doing, sis?
I'm cool.
That's good. That's good.
I did a whole lot while we were on here.
I bet. I've been piddling around over here too. This has been excellent. I don't know if I've ever had a live this long. I don't know.
It's probably because I hopped on here with my big mouth. And
I love it, Callie.
I gotta go get back to my flooring. My flooring guy actually flaked out on me. which is fine because the only reason why I hired him because I thought he would be able to do it faster than I could do it.
You're right.
It's been a month, and
Oh,
I'm glad I didn't pay him too much because I shouldn't have hired him. That
you're
was a
right.
mistake. It's like I knew I could eventually figure out how to do it. I just felt like, oh, it's going to take me a while. I'm still sitting here with half of a floor.
That
So,
is
so
much. Were you
I'm gonna
doing
have to finish it myself.
Prego, hardwood? What are you doing? Carpets?
Laminate.
Oh, laminate. Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to finish it myself. I'm not hiring anyone else. My issue is that I'm in an older house that kind of needs to be raised. It's about 2 inches off in the center of the house. And it's it's very expensive to raise a house. And it's
Right.
only it's not to the point where my doors don't close and that type of thing. It's
Right.
not that bad yet. So but it does make it difficult to put flooring down. So I was having a really hard time trying to figure that out. And I actually talked to my uncle and he told me what to do.
Right.
So I was like, okay, well, I don't really need this guy anymore, but I'm going to pay him, because I hired him and then he flaked out on me. I ain't heard from him in over a week.
No, not one of those.
Yeah. And I'm
I'm
not going to
so
go looking for
sorry.
him. I'm not doing it.
Sorry
I'm not
that
going to look for
happened.
him to give him my money. He lives near me. I know how to find him, but I'm not going to go look for him. When he comes back over here, this floor is going to be done.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? He's going to come back looking for his tools.
What you're going to use to finish the floor?
Yeah. He comes back to this house. This floor will probably be done tomorrow, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that much left to do. It's just dealing with this drop off. And once my uncle said what you have to do, you're going to have to raise it up to where the rest of the house is with wood. So you're going to have to buy some wood and stack it and level it off that way. There's really no other way of doing it other than raising the house. So It is what it is. So I think I got enough wood and I could use some of the scrap laminate too. But yeah, this is probably going to be finished tomorrow unless I run into another problem. I already did one room, so.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, I just got tired. That's why I started talking to you guys. Yeah. But yeah, we're getting very close. This house really needed a facelift, so it's definitely picking up. That's another thing that picked up my spirits. Fixing up my house.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Oh, I'm on my iPad.
Oh.
My phone literally died from this 4.5 hour. I was like, hello?
Yeah, we've been on there 4.5 hours. This is beautiful.
Oh, see, I'm plugged in. That's the only reason why my iPad hasn't died, because it's plugged in.
I feel like I was saying something good too, and I was like, all of a sudden I look at my screen, it was black, and my phone was hot.
Reality show I don't even want to say the name, but it was very triggering to me because, for one thing, when I was like ages 17 to like 21, I was hell on wheels. I was in a similar situation. I was just sitting in a different car. You know what I mean? Literally
he was in one car, you were in another.
Yeah, I mean, literally in the same part of Los Angeles, having the same dumbass conversation with some man cussing me out and calling me the B word 50 million times. Okay. And I did hit him over the head, but I didn't break skin. So that was the difference between me and her. She actually broke skin.
Oh.
I didn't hit him hard enough to break skin because I didn't want to kill him. So that was the difference. But yeah, but with them, I really get an energy off of both of them where it's like, okay,
it's very dark. It makes me uncomfortable.
It's not like they're dark, evil people.
It's like it's on them.
Happened to them.
You
know what I mean?
How I see it and how I interpret, it feels like they are just like almost wrapped in darkness, and I feel like it's kind of in them a little bit. I don't believe it's necessarily who they are. But I just feel like they've allowed
it's like
it
to
come
living in survival mode. It's almost like they are living like two teenage runaways, but they're millionaires. You know what I mean? It's like they are literally living like two teenagers that have ran away from home that need to survive on the streets of Los Angeles. Like that is how they are living, and that is how their energy comes off.
Is she from Baltimore?
She's from Baltimore. Yeah.
What show y'all talking about?
Callie has been traumatized by the blue whatever their
But
names are.
Blueface Krishan, I can't.
Oh yeah, I don't give
Like every time
Lemuel my
she's been,
money.
I was like, to me, when you first mentioned it back in the day on Kapoor's, I was like, I cannot even picture you as your personality even watching that. I was so
I
shocked.
almost was that. See, I think the thing is, you guys really don't know me because I'm older now,
Yeah,
and I
we see
kind of
you
calmed down a lot,
now,
had a
what you are
lot of life
now.
experience. I was almost that. If it wasn't
Mm.
for the fact that my parents and my grandmother just instilled certain things in me that kind of kept me away from those type of men
I know
that
what you're talking about.
that
It's
pimp,
almost like an
because he has
immune
a pimp
system that
mentality.
kicks in that like
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what situation, you won't go that far.
No, but see, the thing is with him, he has a pimp mentality. I'm not sure if he actually is one. I've heard things, but I don't know him, so I'm not gonna put that out there. But he has a pimp mentality. And that is how he looks and thinks and treats women like he's a pimp. Those type of men would always run from me like the plague
Me too.
because of
I
the way
think they can
I was
smell that
raised.
they can't really control it, and I won't really buy into their
No, you know what pimps do?
You
I'm
got
almost
mama
like
issues.
insulted.
Yeah. No,
I'm like,
seriously, you
wait,
know
why
what
aren't
pimps
you even trying?
because I actually, my cousin's wife actually did work with women that were involved in trafficking, and I have actually met and known some pimps. One was my client when I worked in retail. They actually feel women out to see if they're programmable. If you are
That's
not
exactly right.
programmable, you are no good to them. They will not mess with
I
you at
feel like
all
I've been
because
in
you're going
like
to get them arrested.
situations, like even
Yeah.
like working in the beauty industry. I feel like I've been around people and they kind of like approach you and they see like your vibe, whether you're like,
Mhm.
could she be into this? Blah, blah, blah. And I feel like, although to the untrained ear and I look like I'm one of your, like I might be wearing something trendy. I'm in this environment, blah, blah, blah. And I know cool, like, you know what I mean? But I'm not down. I'm like, you got the wrong one. And I feel like
Well,
they pick that
with
up.
Mariah Carey, the pimp actually picked her up, rode her around, talked to her, brought her around some people, and he dropped her off and she never saw him again. That's what he was doing. He was filling her out to see if
You
she
know
was
what it
Her
reminds
sister,
me of?
her sister did that to her.
There's
That's
a
Yeah,
her
but the
meme.
man,
sister's
but the
boyfriend.
man went away. The man went
There's
away
a
because he knew that she was going to get him in trouble. She wasn't programmable.
there's a meme where it's like my kidnapper bringing me back, and it's like the Simpsons character getting thrown back in the window. It's like you
Yeah,
drive
so
the kidnapper nuts. They're
yeah.
just like, I'm taking you back.
So when I was running around on the streets crazy and stuff, men like him, they didn't want me. They might talk to me a little bit, feel me out, but as soon as they saw that, nah, she ain't about to give me no money, she gonna get me arrested. It's not gonna happen. They would
Yeah,
just run from me. But she didn't have that. So she thinks that she is supposed to pay a man to love her. It's very sad. Because it's like, why do you feel that you need to pay somebody to be with you? I mean, she's not a bad looking girl. Like,
is that?
girl,
I don't even know the nature of their relationship. Is that what's happening?
you pretty. I
She's
mean,
on his
yes,
music label,
yes. No,
and
she
he's got
says
her in one of
to
those
I've
him
never heard
like,
of him in his
contracts.
life. How does he have a
no,
music
she
label?
says things to him like, if I help you make $1 billion, I bet you'll marry me. Like, you shouldn't have to help him give money
Didn't they
to a
get
man
married?
for
I
him to
saw
be
her
with
in a
you.
wedding dress.
Okay, I want to say no, but I am hearing things. So at this point, I'm going to say I think no. I'm leaning toward no, but I would not be shocked if they pull some stunt and go, guess what? We're married. I wouldn't be shocked
I
because
saw them in
I'm
a
hearing
scenario
stuff.
that looked like they just got married.
Well,
And I was
that was
surprised.
a video, but what I am hearing through gossip is that there actually was an officiator there in a marriage license.
Oh Jesus!
I don't know. I'm leaning toward that was just a
What a
prank.
disaster.
I'm thinking it was just a prank. But like I said, I'm hearing things, and the person that I'm hearing this from, they're solid. But the problem is the person who told them could be pranking them. You know what I mean? So it's that type of thing.
See, I don't know anything about him. Like, I feel like whatever clips I see, he's not really interacting much. I just see her.
Well, he's too young for me to know him.
And
Like
yeah, I
the
don't know
only
him
people
either.
I know, like in LA, are really people that are around my age. Like I didn't even know Nipsey Hussle. He's younger than me.
He is? How old?
Yeah, he was
How old would he
like
be?
32 when he passed away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean his brother knows my cousin very well. But I never met him because we're not. Well, I won't say I never met him because I'm told we met as children, but I'm way older than him, so I
Oh.
did not know him. Like I don't really hang out with younger people. I'm not. I'm not the 40-year-old woman that wants to be young. That ain't me. Like the guys that I date are actually older than me, so I don't hang out with these kids.
Yeah, babe.
You know.
Yeah, I
So
can see you down to like
I
hang out on the porch
him.
with some grandmas.
Yeah,
I
I
know I
yeah.
am.
Yeah, I wouldn't know him. I only know him from this show, and it was something about their energy that kind of drew me to them, and I saw a lot of what could have
It's
happened to me.
what you're seeing is this very desperate, restless, like inner restlessness, like just like it's very anxiety kind of like I don't
It's
know.
like dealing with a teenage runaway. It's like I'm looking at two teenagers that have run away from home, and they're trying to figure out how to survive in the streets of Los Angeles.
Who?
That is what I feel like I'm looking at.
They do have very similar energy to that.
Yeah. Oh my God. They are a mirror of the same person. If you really watch them, like people think
I've
that
never seen him talk because I don't really like. I don't even like. I see it and I'm just like swipe.
he's
Get rid of
as
this.
bad as her.
Who are
Like
you talking about now? Wait, wait, wait.
yeah, people
The
think they have
blue
a
face and
one-side
the
Wait.
print,
relationship. They
whatever.
don't. He's as bad as her. Like people are saying, you need to get away from her. She's like destroying. He's like, I love her. I love her. He's as bad as she is.
So they're codependent trauma bonding, or what's happening here?
I think they're on drugs, and I think this
Oh
is
no.
a using relationship. Is what we used to call it back. I don't know what they call it now. Maybe they call
And
it
they're
trauma
making
bonding
money
now.
off the
But
relationship
back
because they
in
have a
my day,
show. They
when
have
you were
more.
using drugs with your man, that was a using relationship. That's what we called it.
And clearly, being together is lucrative for them.
Yeah, that's the problem. So it's like,
Yeah, nothing else to
how do
change.
you ever get away from this when you are
Thank you, husband.
Like literally, your career has improved from being together.
and I know that we may not want to hear it, but these people are making millions of dollars.
They
Just
really
like
are.
that baby girl. You
He,
know, I mean, we want to believe that these people, oh, this is not going to get them anywhere, and this, and that. At the end of the day, look, I worked my ass off. I went to college twice. These people got more money than me. I
Right?
can't afford that house he living in. I can't.
Right. But you wouldn't cuss your mother out on national TV and beat
Well,
your
I don't have
father
that
up
type of
either.
relationship with my mother. My mother is not that type of person.
Right.
Now, this is the thing. A lot of people look at these clips and they didn't really actually watch the show or kind
that's
of like
me. I just
do
saw
their
clips.
research. His mother is not a nice person. And
Oh,
my red
really?
flag went up on her when she said that is our money. No, it's not. It's not.
So
It's not your money. That's
she's
not
like
your
one of
money.
those toxic
That's not
mothers that,
client.
like,
You're
yeah.
not a manager.
What is
No,
that?
and you know none of her children speak to
What
her
is he?
currently.
Speaking of mothers, have you guys
Yeah,
heard about
she's
Tokyo
not a nice
Tony?
person.
No, what's the latest?
Oh
for that?
yeah, let's show that.
Tokyo Tony has said that Black China trying to sacrifice her to the Illuminati, and
This
that
is
Black
another
China's
person
involved
on
in it.
drugs, y'all.
Well, Black China has a whole Baphomet tattoo, so I want to know about that.
She has a whole Baphomet tattoo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what tattoo?
Baphomet. You
Can
know.
y'all type that? How that's spelled?
I don't even
So
want to
I
say it
don't know
that
if
much
you
because
guys
it's like literally a demon.
Yeah.
you guys
It's
remember
horrible.
when Gabor
I'm
quoted
gonna
the
type
line
it.
from that show? And she said that you should always respect your mother, even if she sold your body. So that made me feel that that's what she was doing.
I
Oh,
agree.
Tokyo Tony is another. See, a lot of times these people are on
Oh, did I
drugs
send it to
and they
husband?
go and they get high and say all this crazy shit. And this is just somebody on a coke rant. They don't know what the hell they talking about. They just saying anything. And I find that with the internet, people are now taking this stuff as though it is something meaningful. This is just a cokehead.
I think she's telling some truth, but I'm not saying that. I think she's definitely.
I don't
fault.
think
Like I
she's
think she
telling
was probably
anything
not the
true.
best mother.
I remember when she came for Diva.
She's
Diva
actually.
Curves.
She came for Diva.
Yes.
When? What the hell?
I remember this. She did a video. Diva did a video about Tokyo Tony.
Stop.
I think she came in the comments.
Oh my God. What did she
Period.
say?
I forgot.
Girl,
She actually comes from like a famous father. Her father was a famous musician.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Wasn't her dad in the music industry?
Yeah, he was he's very much like immersed in that. So I feel like there's some dark energy with this family.
You know what? I think it's drugs.
Yeah, it's called crack.
Yeah, it's drugs.
When
And
Illuminati
sometimes addiction is sometimes generational.
They gonna come.
I don't believe in the Illuminati.
Me either. First of all, human beings are not that organized. Human beings
I don't ever.
that way.
Girl, yeah. History is literally a lie. How is that unorganized?
Now, without
But we know it's a lie. How good of a job did they do?
Not without 2 pistols and a pit bull, she said, y'all. She said she's not going around Angela without 2 pistols and a pit bull.
Oh, my mama died.
Oh shit.
And what people don't understand, when you do a lot of drugs and alcohol, it actually alters your brain permanently. So you don't have to literally be high to be tripping. Sometimes you can just have trip outs.
That is true.
Yeah, and that's what this is. This is
Okay.
a drug addict.
Okay, if the Illuminati wanted Black China, what can she? What kind of talent does Black China have to get the
Exactly.
Illuminati?
Girl, it ain't no Illuminati. It's just people.
First of all, Illuminati is like, that's a cheesy name. It's not really that. It's like a dark arts, like kind of cabal. And basically they use a lot of them as sex beta kittens. It's like involved in like the MK Ultra type stuff.
People are able to manifest things because some people are actually born with a gift where it's easier for them to manifest stuff.
And Beyonce's dad knew what the heck he was doing. He set her up right.
Exactly.
So
And also,
can we stop with the Illuminati, man?
and also, let's just be real, even though Beyonce does not like the public to know, Beyonce practices African spirituality and manifestation.
It says that the
Illuminati
Illuminati designation is used from the 15th century, assumed by or applied to various groups of persons who claim to be unusually enlightened.
The real is what they practice is Babylonian. It's Babylonian dark arts. It's like Aleister Crowley stuff.
Adherence, the source of light was viewed as being
It's
directly
Aleister Crowley type stuff.
source,
Look up
or
Aleister
due to
Crowley.
purified exalt
No,
of
thank you.
human intelligence.
Because
To
I
the
don't believe in
former
it.
class being Spanish enlightened.
You don't have to believe. It's just a fact. That's what they
I
believe
don't
in.
think it's real.
It's not real.
Aleister Crowley is real.
I'm talking about the crap you're talking about.
Jay-Z wears shirts that have Aleister Crowley quotes.
It's not.
So what?
Who's Aleister Crowley? Let's see.
So what? What is it hurting you?
Let's search. And this is Britannica. So, that's the encyclopedias that have been around for.
Here's the thing. The reason why I really don't
I
like
can't believe you said so what to Aleister Crowley. That's crazy to me.
But the reason why I
Is
really
it hurting you that he wears that quote?
He wore a shirt, do what thou wilt.
Is his health, is his wealth hurting you at any point in time?
I don't know why you're talking. What does this have to do with me? I'm just stating a fact.
I'm just asking you a question.
He talks about anti-Jesus. He wears Aleister Crowley shirts. It's like 1 + 1 = 2.
Who's Aleister Crowley?
How is that hurting you though?
People practicing magic and with a K.
How is it hurting you?
Musician, poet.
It is. It's providing negative energy. It's stirring. It's conjuring demons. Like what? Are you serious?
Is he working a spell against you?
It's not okay. So it's, I have to. That's the only way I.
So who gives a
What
damn?
kind of person would I be if it's only affected me? Would I have
Who
a
gives
problem
a
with
damn?
it? First of all, that's crazy to me.
Huh?
Like, oh, I'm not personally like getting targeted right now, so like I shouldn't care about the world.
Who cares what the rich do? Who cares?
But this stuff ain't
they're
real.
all
It
gonna
ain't
meet
no
their maker in the
Illuminati.
end.
These people are just able to manifest things for themselves.
All right, guys.
So
I'm gonna just disagree because I've researched it. I don't believe you have, so I don't even know why we're arguing. Because I don't like when people dismiss what I'm saying. When they don't even know, like I've researched it, you haven't, but you're arguing with me. So this
You don't know
fair.
what I've researched.
I would never
and what
argue
I
with
haven't.
someone. I would never argue with someone who literally like that doesn't make sense to me. I would never argue with someone if I did not research or know anything about what they're
Is
talking
Mercury in
about.
retrograde?
Look,
Like that's
No,
crazy.
it's not in retrograde.
I'm the most educated one at this table.
I'm just tired of people picking
Like
on
you don't even know what I'm talking about, but you're saying I'm
successful
wrong.
Black
That makes no
people
sense.
who've
No
reached
sense.
the pinnacle in their life, and all we can do is just tear them down.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what's
sick of
happening.
it.
We're just tearing. Like,
They've
stop.
done that to Michael
And
Jackson.
Tori, I would
They've
like
done it to a
to
lot of
add-
other Black people who have reached a certain pinnacle and a certain status of fame. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. Who cares? Who cares what they do in their private
That's not
life?
what's happening at
I
all.
don't.
You're clearly unaware of this stuff, which is fine. It's dark. I get it. But like, that's not what's happening. And I wish I lived in that
That
ignorance.
is what's happening.
Because I don't even like
From
knowing this
from
stuff.
a color person's perspective, Tasha, that's what's happening. Okay?
That's very surface level. It's much deeper than that.
It's not.
Well,
It is.
you guys, I just want to just say
It's just
something
not.
really quickly.
It really is.
Yeah.
The idea that the only way to
I'm
become
just sick of it.
successful is if you have to be part of some Illuminati actually stops people from being able to manifest success for themselves. And I think that it is propaganda.
People talk about it all the time.
Poor.
Don't make it true.
I think it's propaganda to keep people poor, because if you feel that this is the only way to become wealthy, you don't even try.
See, this is
You're
why I
not
don't even like talking about this stuff, because there's
manifesting
such
for yourself.
cognitive dissonance. It's like you just don't want to accept it, and it's fine because I understand that.
No,
it's a
I
dark
think
thing.
a lot
You
of
don't really understand
people,
where we're coming from.
I think a lot of these people, especially Beyonce and her family, are spiritual and they're practicing spirituality, and people think it's evil because Christians.
That's not what I'm. That's not where I'm coming from.
Is evil,
Because
but
Christianity
it's not evil.
is the opiate.
That's not even what I'm.
colonized. Okay?
That's
I
not.
know, is
That's not
Mercury
even the preference of
retrograde?
where I'm even
We
coming
always
from.
do
That
this.
information.
It's like we get
I'm
to,
sorry.
like,
I've
the
had
fourth
someone
hour.
else's religion shoved down my throat for generations and centuries.
I know, right? That part. And look, we can agree to disagree. There's no disrespect going on here, so that's why I'm letting it continue. I love a healthy banter, and I am feeling like this is a rather robust conversation, and that just because you disagree doesn't mean that you're arguing or in conflict.
Yeah,
I feel like when things like when I
appreciate,
it's just
I
you just agree to disagree.
I
We
appreciate
appreciate you
all
too.
of your guys' passion in talking about what's important to you. And you know what? There's enough room on Right for everybody. None of us have to subscribe or agree wholeheartedly to any one thing, and nobody is wrong for doing it, and nobody's research makes them any more, like that doesn't mean that another person can't believe that what they want to believe, regardless of research or not. You know what I'm saying? So if a person is up for a healthy debate, I'm up for a healthy debate, and you guys
you're
can
dismissing
continue.
something that you don't even know what I'm referencing, but I'm getting dismissed. That just seems wrong to me.
I didn't feel like personally, like just as a listener, I don't feel like any dismissing happened. I feel that a different opinion was opposed to yours, and for some reason dismiss felt, but I don't feel like dismiss happened. And you know what I mean? Like I didn't feel that, and I don't feel like Corey was saying that to you at all.
But
like,
it's just hard to explain because she doesn't know what I'm referring to. But
Corey is basically saying, how would, if they were doing that, how does that affect you if you're not the one who's being affected by it? It's them who's most likely selling their souls. That's basically what Corey's saying.
Because basically, if you really want to hear the truth, basically they are kind of like promoting dark energy to everyone, and the dark energy that could be affecting people I could come across. And I don't appreciate, and as an empath, I'm trying to take away the dark energy, and that effort is basically wants to put it back on the earth. And
Okay,
I don't really like
but
that.
they have been
That's
saying this
really
about Black
sorry.
people, successful Black people, for centuries, and I'm tired of hearing it.
Especially
okay?
I'm
because they're billionaires. They have sold their souls to the devil.
I would do that with a white person. It doesn't matter. It's like, why does it always come down to that? Just because
it does.
It's like you can hide behind that. It's like
I'm not hiding behind anything.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm just saying like that's not fair. I'm allowed to judge someone based on the information that I have, and it doesn't matter like. And because they fall under one category, it's not fair for me to be like judged like that. Like
I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. What I'm saying is, this has been our lot in life since they kidnapped us and brought us here.
Especially Michael.
even though
Right.
you're personally not thinking anything about race, the root of this, before this information got to you and before these conspiracies got to you, came from race. So even though
have you heard of the word chill?
Don't feel that way, you're not even thinking about that. The person who started this bullshit ass rumor was.
Do you know have you heard of the word chill? You can't believe that the FDA is like, I don't know. It's just, it's all connected. It's all biblical. It's what I believe. I guess we're just gonna have to agree to disagree.
No, you're
Because I
not
don't want to have to
listening, but
fall
you're not
out and like
listening, though.
get into this like
I
this.
feel like
But we're just like
Tasha, you're
working
not
with.
listening. But you're not listening.
I've gone down way too many levels for me to even explain. So like I feel like it's fine. Like I'm used to being in these kind of crowds where I usually don't talk about this, and this is why I don't like to talk about this.
No, Tasha, you're not getting what I'm saying though. You're not. This is not what you're not
I
getting.
understand the trauma, the past trauma.
I'm not sure how either of you can understand the other because you're really talking over each other.
Exactly. It's my generational PTSD. When I hear words like, because they have achieved what they have achieved, they want to take them down. And even our own people try to take them down.
That is true.
And that gets on my nerves.
Right.
Well, it gets on my nerves. During Black History, I've had enough.
Do you think, I have a question.
You guys, on another note, and this is a totally different subject, when we say our own people, I think that we kind of need to think about the fact that we were from different ethnicities and they just threw us together. So I feel that sometimes we think of Black people in terms of race and not like-mindedness. And I do think there needs to be some division because we weren't one group of people, and we never were.
And the vice versa too. For white people, they were all their country also, and it was in their interest to say all white because then it appears that there's more. When
I think that there is some level of understanding that someone from Russia and someone from France and someone from the Middle East are different people. Right. But I think that there is that level of understanding amongst the Black race, because it is a race, it's not an ethnicity. And I feel like we are sometimes trying to unite with people that are our enemies because they're Black, and we
I agree. That's what
see them as our enemies because we don't have an understanding that we are not one group of people.
I feel like there are people that present
Neither are
themselves.
Latinos, but they stick together.
I think that
no, they don't.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
I believe that people know.
La raza.
I believe that people.
Yes,
I believe that people know, are very much aware of the
microaggressions.
trauma
I'm not
and
saying
the
anything.
emotional, like that you feel about this, and I think they use that to their advantage to persuade you and lean you to these other places, and it makes me really it makes me really upset. Because I feel like it's really evil. And I feel that people, just like you said, people like you feel like some Black people still other Black people. That could really be still now. Like, have you ever thought that maybe
that's generational? It's generational,
someone could be,
and it's ingrained in us.
Someone
because
could like
not all the
agree to align with like a bad cause and to help persuade people in a certain direction, and you think that they're on your side. Like I see someone white and I don't trust them. I'm like,
it's a little different.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I don't think everyone should be trusted nowadays.
It shouldn't be, because I'm starting to really see, especially as I go on YouTube more, that a lot of Black people cannot see when another Black person is trying to do something to harm Black people.
That's what I see as energetically. That's what I'm trying to explain, and I'm not doing a good job.
Yeah, it's like they can't see it now. As far as
I don't know how to say it.
I love you to death, but I personally do not believe that there is an Illuminati. Because
I'll forgive
my
you.
spiritual belief system is different. So for me and my spiritual belief, these are people who are tapped in. They're able to manifest stuff, and maybe they were born with that. Maybe they got conditioned into it. But I don't like that we put an obstacle in front of success and say that the only way you're successful is if you do something evil, because then that stops people from being able to manifest success for themselves.
I really do understand that mentality. Like I do see that perspective, because that is true as well. Like that's why I feel like this is really deep. There are so many layers to it. And that is in fact one layer that I do recognize, because that is also saying that could be almost like a psychological kind of operation to get you to get you to not want to do things.
I
And
think
like,
it is.
It is.
Too.
And it was from the day they landed us here, the ones that survived, that's what they went about doing. Grounding out our spirit, our cultures, our languages, and our will to survive and succeed. And identity, yes. And they did the same thing with the indigenous people here as well.
Re-indoctrinated. Have the nerve to indoctrinate a nation of people already here, and now in 2023 have the nerve to not want to be a quote unquote indoctrinated by the history of what the fuck they did.
Exactly. That is absurd. I just cannot believe that they have the audacity to say, well, we just gonna pretend like that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Like,
what really bothers me is that why aren't there more like museums for that, like the way they are like other genocides?
Exactly.
Like this was a Holocaust that happened here, and I don't understand why it's not treated with the same regard. And
because it's not given the same cachet as someone else's.
The victims
Holocaust
would have to build the museums, and I don't think they might not have the resources, or they just might not care. They might be on their reservations and they don't care. I don't really know, but the victims have.
No, I'm talking about just American slavery. I'm including that. I feel that's a genocide.
They were moved all over the place, so it would not be able to like be talked about as much.
Yeah.
Because a lot of things were burnt, a lot of records were sealed,
destroyed.
It's not like, oh, I'm gonna say something.
But
so
it should be
problematic,
just as revered as
anything else. Wait, say it.
The N-words.
Yeah,
they were horrible people, but they were good at record keeping. So we were able to find who they've done harm to, how they've done harm to, where they've done harm to, how many they've done harm to, because they record kept everything.
True. And even if that's not available based on the information that you just shared, I just feel like just on a level of just revering it, kind of like looking at it the same, like I don't understand. To me,
it's not going to happen because, as I've said,
No, I'm talking about American slavery. I view that as a genocide.
They didn't keep records.
They did not keep records much.
We were numbers.
And the tiny records that did stay, most of them are mishandled.
Okay, but you know how people are like, don't mention that, like blah 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 blah. Like, why is it not revered in the same light?
Because they put one Holocaust over the other.
That's what I'm saying.
Because it would humanize,
and it makes me
very
dehumanize us, and the
black people
and
and
keep us dehumanized. Yes, and that way the masses can engage in viewing our dead bodies at the hands of the police that protect them every week on the TV without cause. And that is the root. It's dehumanization.
That's what I was trying to express.
But
I don't
ever wonder why
we're going through.
Do you guys ever wonder why slaves are never referred to as victims of slavery?
Because we're not human.
Because that's the definition of
and that is literally
being a slave. You
don't
have a mind.
They need to be saying victims of American slavery.
Yes,
they're not going to say that.
What they did.
That's what I mean. Why is that term?
That's not
human to them, Tosh.
A slave.
We're human to you, but we're not human to them.
A slave. The definition of a slave itself, you are considered a person who's forced to work on behalf of the other, to be owned by some property.
Well,
so
but
you're not going to ever call the victim of a slavery, because being a slave. Oh my God, this is going to be.
You know what triggers me is like the whole
actually changed what slavery was. Before in the past, a slave was still a person. They actually dehumanized us, literally. So
any slave is dehumanized.
No. That's not true. If you research the history of slavery, before chattel slavery, sometimes
indentured servants were considered slaves, and they were
indentured servants are a little step above.
Like before chattel slavery, you could literally marry a family member and you're not a slave no more. Like seriously, and usually your children were not born into it.
Exactly.
Slavery did not always exist in the way that it existed during chattel slavery. They went off the deep end because they were over here in America and nobody was regulating their ass. So they just started doing all kind of weird shit.
It's like what they did to the Congo. They don't talk about that. It's just like
that was the first Holocaust.
What's going on in the Congo now with the cobalt mines? Like this is insane. Like are we in the Twilight Zone?
Slavery is different around the world. As I know, one of my good friends who's Haitian was telling me how there is a form of slavery down there at the moment. It's these kids who are born of poor mothers and fathers that they just give them up. They're called Restaveks. I'll literally type it in the chat, Curves. You really read about it. It's like, so basically it's a class issue, not a skin color thing. It's a class issue where the only way their chance of escaping poverty is being a Restavek, which is basically having a family take over you. And these are little 7-year-olds. They know how to wash dishes, make food, do laundry, do everything.
What kind of disgusting person are you?
No,
you have a 7. No, I'm saying, like, imagine, like, what mentality are you where you literally have a child working in your house?
Well,
like,
no, not all the time. My friend explained it to me. My friend explained it to me very well too. It's not necessarily all the time they're like that. Some of them are just
I would never make them work. If they came to my house, I'd be like, you're playing and giving
There's
you food.
also the thing is that's the only way they could escape poverty, because it's the upper class and middle class that could really take care of a child like that.
And then they are susceptible to abuse.
No, this
of course they're being abused.
Because if they're in the lower class, if they're with their parents, they're not going to be able to go to school. They're not going to know how to read.
I'm too much of an empath. I can't talk about this any longer because I'm getting like really sad.
But you guys, I just want to quickly say this is literally the story of Eartha Kitt. They just didn't give it a name. A lot of slavery did not end in the South.
She didn't even know how old she was
when it legally ended nationally. I think a lot of people do not understand that there are accounts of people being held as slaves up into the 1960s. My family is from rural Louisiana. There's actually a documentary on YouTube, I think it's on Vice, that you can find about this, that there are accounts of people's kids going missing, and the family would look and find them being held captive, picking cotton on a farm 2 miles away or 2 towns over. They would go to get the child.
Are you talking about in Georgia?
Come out with a gun,
Louisiana.
and say, you can't take him. And they would have to try to call the authorities. Sometimes the authorities would help, sometimes they wouldn't. There's even one case where this
there was
lady
something in Georgia too.
Went to the vice president of the United States because she had some type of connection, and was able to get her brother off of one of these plantations. This was going on up into the 1960s. Slavery did not end in 1860.
No,
whatever.
it didn't.
Slavery never ended, point blank, period.
No. They had recently in Georgia some kind of farms, and there was like 3 of them that had full-on enslaved people working on them. Just literally last year.
That's what I'm celebrating.
Slavery never ended
because I know better.
Slavery never ended.
Rural Louisiana, I know that slavery did not end when that man came to that town in Texas. It ended for those particular people.
Slavery never ended.
Because when you think about when you're like in an environment where there's actual half the population is okay with seeing human beings treated like poorly treated cattle, and they're okay with it, and they can live with themselves looking at it, being around it, continuing on with their day. So if you already have that mindset, it's not going to switch off just because some guy said so.
Exactly. They did not stop enslaving people in the 1800s. I'm telling you, there are written accounts that go as late as the 1960s.
That was the basis of that movie Keke Palmer was in. I can't think of the name of it right now.
Alice.
Alice.
It was
where in 1975 she was like, "What? I's free?
Mm-hmm.
What?"
Yeah, they didn't even tell them. Like, there was some story, I don't know all the details, but I remember hearing a scenario where they didn't even tell the slaves that they were free and made them still work
Well,
until
that
they
was
were.
the story of Juneteenth. But
Well,
the issue that I have with Juneteenth is that happened for people in a particular part of Texas
exactly.
that did
That's
Right.
why
not
I had an issue when
Louisiana or
people were making
Mississippi.
it national
Because I
because
know for an absolute fact that there were people still being held on those plantations.
I
No,
have
Right.
a,
that's not
Yeah.
right.
I have an issue when people made it national because like I felt like that
It's a
That
lie.
day
was so
should have
specific
Yeah.
to a
It's the
region. That's not.
lies.
Yeah.
It's always
was supposed to be
lies.
special for the people of Texas, especially the black people of Texas. It was supposed to be special for them only because they were the only ones who were not able to know that they were free.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. You have to understand there was no internet, telephones, whatever.
That is true.
Their perception, they were the last ones. They had no idea that
That's
people
true.
in the woods in Louisiana being held captive into 1960. They had no way of knowing that. So this actually claim that they're making is a lie, and it's been proven to be a lie. So this is my issue with Juneteenth. It is not what they say it is.
Right.
This is what I mean. Yeah. I'm. Ugh, I'm getting so angry right now.
Yeah. Well, you're an ally. Just keep it that way. Just, as
Yeah,
much as you
there's
can
nothing to be
do
angry
to
about.
continue to
I'm
be
going to be honest.
an
I think if
ally.
these people could have, they would have done this to anybody. I think the reason why they did it to Black people is because there was already a slave market in Africa, and that was already set up. I think if they could have done this
Yes.
to some other group of people, they would have done the same thing.
They
What
tried with indigenous
is,
and it didn't work. They
yeah,
I
had
don't
to
think
Didn't
do it.
so.
what
I don't
happened
think that's
is
quite accurate. I feel
They
like
knew the
over,
land.
part
to
of
be
also
honest,
the reason. So I have this whole theory on how slavery happened, y'all.
yeah, and the
Okay.
racism
So there was,
after the
okay. So
slavery,
King
not
James.
first.
King James, who wrote the Bible, was Black, right?
I don't know
Did you
nothing
know
about
that?
being Black. That man was
King
Okay,
James, who
possibly.
wrote the Bible, was a Black man.
be
And
the King
how,
James
well, what
version.
was
when
he
he
doing
commissioned the
in the
Bible to be
UK?
written, the person that he commissioned it to write
I heard
it
he was a
was
Freemason.
also a Black man.
I hear
And
he was
then
paid.
they were trying to marry him off to the King of England and Catherine over there. And they
So
did
where was
marry
King
him off,
James from?
let his Bible, King James version of the Bible, get out, right? And then they killed him. But they said, your king left this as the command for your people. Now, everybody that was of King James people are now, what is it? Sons of Ham or whatever it is. Whatever ones are supposed to be the enslaved people. They flipped it because when he wrote the Bible, it wasn't his subjects he was talking about. He was talking about the others. But then when they killed him and got their hands on the book, they convinced all of his followers who believed in him as his king, being the Black king, that, he decided you guys are the ones that are supposed to be the servants from now on, and smooth flipped the script and carried the message worldwide that King James went ahead and decided that now you guys are the ones that need to be enslaved. Basically,
Well,
let us move in your
But
houses.
do you guys know
well,
That's how
this goes further. It goes
oh,
further to the Table of
the
Nations.
racism came after slavery? You know that, right?
exactly. Yeah,
I
no,
took a deep
Slavery
dive one time because I was like, where did racism come? And I went down to the Table of Nations, y'all. And that's like,
yeah.
and
You mean when the how many
I was like, who
how
first
many
decided
non-Black
that
countries
you
got
were?
together, including is that when all those
No,
countries
no,
got
no.
together?
It's Noah. It's like Noah's time. So basically, what happened is I was like, who were the first people on earth that decided that the darkness of your skin tone made you less? And what happened was it was basically what I found were the ancient Assyrians and the ancient Indians. They created the caste system
But
based
you know,
on
I
their colors.
also heard that the
And there
light
was another
skinned
group that was the
Indians.
complete opposite and viewed Black people higher than white people. But
But you know,
they,
I
but
have
they,
also heard that the
Well,
lighter
Black
skinned
people were
Indians
higher
are
than white people for
actually
a long time.
what am I trying to say? Like something that came into India and mixed with the native people. Like there were no light skinned Indians.
No, there weren't.
recently.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was a same with Middle East. And the reason why there's light skinned Middle Eastern is because the enslavement of Slavic people
And
via
Arabs.
the Crimean
Yeah, there
slave
are a
trade.
lot of Slavic
Basically,
people
they
living
kidnapped they killed a bunch of women, enslaved their children, the boys, and they took all the women, a lot of them as sex slaves. There's actually paintings of them being like sold.
Yeah.
And they were like, they loved them because they were like, they're tall, pale, and have golden eyes or something. I like went down this deep dive, and that's
Vlad the
literally
Impaler.
why there's light people in like Persia and all
That's
Turkey
not
and all that.
Yeah,
necessarily
they're
true.
Slavic people that
Vlad
those
the
people
Impaler.
came from Europe. They came from Eastern Europe.
Yeah,
Those are not.
it's a Crimean slave trade.
Yeah,
That's where the word slave comes from in that sense. It's from Slavic people that they enslaved during that war,
and that's
during
why
the
there's
Ottoman war,
kind
the
of
Ottoman.
Slavic language. That's why. Those are people that came from Europe. Those are not. That's not like a whole different race of people.
I know it's not exactly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You want to hear something crazy? So there's apparently, I was unaware of this, but there's apparently there was, or at least there was, a Bollywood singer who clearly had like a white relative, and she looked a lot like me. Okay, it was so bad that there was like before Uber, I was riding yellow cabs in New York. So these guys, there were several guys. They wouldn't let me out of the cab. They wanted to take my picture. They told me I was her, and I'm like, I'm not her. And like it happened like 3 times. It was ridiculous. And I'm like, what? I'm like, she probably had some Polish like relative or something before I even
probably did. My friend who is actually Indian, she said that Bollywood has gotten really bad with basically, and there's nothing wrong with being biracial, but basically hiring biracial women and passing them off as just being Indian.
And basically they're trying to create like a beauty standard that's not even representative of the people.
Yeah,
in a true sense.
Same thing has happened in the African American community. To be honest, most African American people are not my complexion. They're not. They're brown. And this is my whole thing with this colorism stuff. If you don't like brown people, you just don't like black people. Because 99.9% of black people are brown. So it's like you're not a colorist, you just don't like black people. And I think that it needs to be called out as that. But because we don't like to accept that there can be black people that are against us, we label them as something else and we're soft on them.
Yeah,
no,
that painting is not representative of
you're
what he looks like.
anti-black. You don't like black people.
He goes, he was the son of he had a black father and a mixed race mother, and yet the painting of him is whiter than me. I'm like, this
now,
is what.
If someone has
that's because they went through and repainted all the paintings so that they weren't as.
That's why that's why Jesus.
King of
Scotland. That's why Jesus looks white. Jesus was Borgian. That painting is the Borgian son of Pope Borgia. And basically, Leonardo da Vinci was his lover. And they painted him. And they're like, we're going to make this Jesus now.
Yep.
Literally.
Jesus was Arab.
See right here? See, this is what I came up with in my thing.
That's what they did there.
So
Queen Charlotte.
I'll tell you what, the Polish Madonna is black.
Took a special interest in Scotland because there were a thriving black population there, unlike the Moors of Southern Europe, who were Muslims. Scottish blacks were Christians and therefore could be victimized on the grounds of religion. Okay. So it was King James IV's translation of the Bible that they used to get his Christian subjects to become slaves and servants. Yes.
Well, okay. I do think that this might be true for a group of people, but there was already a slave market.
Not the Zoom.
That's true too. There was already a slave market.
The slave market already was set up in Africa. This is how we got sold into chattel slavery specifically, because they already had an economy set up.
Every time you say cattle, something happens to my soul. Like I feel like it hurts. I'm like, oh.
I just really feel that, in all honesty, I think what started to happen is that people wanted the slavery to stop. They felt that it was wrong. And so to justify it, they started leaning into racism. So the racism actually came after the slavery had started.
Well, it says also that we should not forget, however, that after the Moors settled in Spain and southern Europe in 711 CE, significant numbers of Black people found their ways into European countries such as Scotland, Ireland, France, and Denmark. The nations of Scotland and Ireland were, since the beginning of the first millennium, had such significant number of Blacks who in Scotland wielded political power as rulers. It is proponents of Black people in Ireland, medieval period. That's where the term Black Irish has continued to be used today.
Yeah, where does Black Irish? Because they're not Black; they just have black hair, and I'm like, all right, and blue eyes, and I'm like,
there were
okay.
so many there were so many literal Black people.
Although I did meet a mixed race Black dude that was Irish, and it's very crazy to see, like, because Irish accents are wild.
Well, not only that, the original inhabitants of that island were actually Black people that they call quote unquote pygmies, which is a slur. I forget the actual real name of those people, but they actually migrated to that island first. And that's where the leprechaun myth stems from, because they practice spirituality, and they thought that they were like magic and witches and all of this stuff. This is why I don't like people labeling people that practice spirituality as like witches and stuff, because there's a long history of persecuting those people.
What was I gonna say?
So then they bred the Black.
I kind of believe Adam and Eve were Black.
They bred the Black out of the rest of King James' line because the Black man's gene was dominant to the white man's gene, and men became later recessive.
Adam
so when
and
the two
Eve,
races
when God
met,
created man, they were Black. I truly believe that.
That was forced to die and recess.
And I think that's why evil doesn't want it, because it's the original genetic makeup of what God
I'm totally reading this. This means that James VI, being the son of a Black man and a colored woman, probably looked no different from any other Black man we see today. The white nations were angered, firstly, by Mary's refusal to marry Edward of England, and for that they murdered a man named Benton, who was an advisor to Mary and her mother. They were treacherous. They were treacherous. And then not only did they let him take the throne, but then they killed him. And the Caucasian whites, who were once known as the barbarians, had a bad history with the Catholic Church and had been exploited and treated as less than human by the Roman popes and priests for over 1,000 years. And for this reason, Protestant churches were popular in Northern Europe, and they were named Protestant because they would protest the Catholic Roman Church. Did y'all
Where
know
was
that?
Martin Luther from? Does anyone know where Martin Luther was from?
I think it was France.
But I do know that there are
Charlemagne.
There are several Black saints. I don't know if Martin Luther was one, but there are several Black saints.
And under King James in 1603, as the sixth king of Scotland, he became King James the first of England, Scotland, and Ireland were all under his rule, the Black man. Yes.
Okay, do you want me to say something crazy?
And told his people that now y'all are slaves, and that was the beginning. And then they went by 1619. They had to come up with the freaking slave.
Now that wasn't the beginning.
And yeah.
Where did Sebastian go?
I made them more comfortable with it. But I'm telling you, they were already a slave market in Africa. They had already sold a bunch of Africans to India in the Middle East way before this. The slave markets were already existing. That is why we got enslaved, because it was already set up. They could just go over there and buy us.
Who set them up? Like, how did they eventually get set up?
Because Africans are not a group of people.
I know, I understand. I'm saying
in all countries, whenever you go and
right, when you battle someone and you win,
whoever wins, you take.
Yeah, I get that.
But never all we Black and we Black people.
I was just hoping it was left over from like the whole Congo thing from that Netherlands or Danish king or whoever this was.
That first Holocaust.
Martin Luther is from Germany.
First Holocaust.
The Arabic slave trade started long before chattel slavery.
He was the original like sadistic, evil psychopath that started that genocide. Yeah. And I was just curious. I'm like, I hope it wasn't his leftover that created those slave kind of things from that. But then you're right, because they
No,
were
it's older than
it's
that.
just like a setup system from like battling each other, and you naturally take whoever
I
you
think
win.
it goes back from way before white people ever even got there. I think it's that old.
But I feel like that would be the same for everyone. So if you're around any land where
It wasn't here when they got to America. There were no slave markets here when they got here.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like just elsewhere. It wasn't just Africa that they would do that. They would do that in South America. Any group of people that battled someone else, they wouldn't try to enslave them or kill them.
No, but they were not.
Yeah, but they didn't end up here
to
building this
other
country on their
countries.
backs.
There was not.
I know, that's why I'm curious. Why did they pick that one? Because I feel like they could have picked any of them.
No, because I'm telling you, because they didn't. It was not set up that way. When I say slave markets, they literally already had an economy set up where they were selling slaves off to the Middle East and India way before they started selling people to the Americas.
Which people were doing that? Do we know?
Africans who conquered other Africans. Which
groups?
Let me tell you how Kunta Kinte got here. I'll tell you how Kunta Kinte got here. He had a disagreement about a woman. A woman was promised to another man in another village, right? That woman loved Kunta. They loved each other. So that woman spurned that other man. So what happened was, and then Kunta Kinte, they were jealous of Kunta Kinte and his father and how successful they were in their village. So then they sold the woman and Kunta into slavery to pay him back.
It could be any little infraction, or
anything.
You were a soldier that got captured, or you committed a crime, or you committed adultery, or something like that. You were pregnant.
You could have been a prisoner.
They would just put you in the market and sell you.
Yeah. Or they would abscond you away in the darkness on the way home from the whorehouse.
Yeah, also
going and visiting the harlots. Or when they were going to take their wee in the alley, if you lingered too long, there would be a slaver who was looking for a quick dime. And it was basically the human trafficking that's going on today, but on a different scale because nobody would care about your scream.
Yeah, there were literally.
It was just more out in the open.
That would go from like village to village, and they would,
That literally happens now. Kidnapping kids, kidnapping people.
Yeah.
It never
was underground.
But slavery was not originally based upon us being Black, because there really wasn't a concept of Black people. Like all of that stuff came gradually later as they were trying to justify slavery so they could continue it.
Right.
So they had to come up with some reason why they could do this to people. Because there were other people, especially Christian people, especially even to this day, the Amish and the Quakers, that is one reason why they started living an isolated life, because they did not want to be around slavery. And they had been trying to get slavery abolished since they stepped foot in America.
There were a lot of allies that were shout out to the Amish. Shout out to Fresh Butter.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jebediah and Jeremiah.
This person is not a human.
I wouldn't laud them too much.
Cursed. They don't have souls. They would just come up with anything to try to shut these people up.
I really feel like they are descendants of the Nephilim.
Somebody would come over and invade.
I wouldn't go that far.
Because Queen
That's
Isabella of Spain actually
they do horrible things within their own community. So
there's bad people in every community, though.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that
really,
the Nephilim only target people who are evil or going to target each other, anything.
Yeah.
I just feel like they have a sense of evil that's ingrained in them.
It's bad people in every community, and I think a lot of it has to do with the male worship that goes on in most societies, that we don't want to hold men accountable.
When I was in college, there was this guy from Trinidad. He played on the guy's soccer team. His name was Douglas. And he had the prettiest.
Callie wasn't done, Natasha.
Sorry.
Callie wasn't done.
I'm sorry. My ADHD is like kicking in.
I know.
It's like hour 5, and I'm like a toddler right now, basically. Sorry.
I'm standing up. I'm gonna stand up,
Natasha. This is bad. But what I'm saying is that I feel that a lot of the bad things that happen in every community has to do with the fact that there is a level of male worship, and it's not just black male worship. It's a worship of all men, that we don't want to snatch men up and say, look, you need to go to jail. What are you doing? No, we start making all these excuses. Oh, he had a hard life. Oh, all of this stuff. And that's how all this stuff just runs rampant and happens.
It's been a patriarchal society ever since time of Jesus.
And that's why even the Amish, pretty much every community. It's not just the society that we live in. It's damn near every society on earth.
Mm-hmm.
That is why we have the issues that we have. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but my belief is a little bit different. I actually believe that women were here first. And I think that we manifested in reality. I think that we wanted to stop spontaneous pregnancy. And I think that we wanted strength and protection. We wanted some muscle. And over time of us wishing that these things would happen, it manifested men, because men only exist because they have a leg missing off the foot. And so over time, that mutation developed. And that's how we got men.
Oh. So what'd you say? We got men because we got horny where? We got horny where?
No, well, I think before you would just spontaneously get pregnant from your what is it, the Bartholin gland?
Oh, like we were frogs.
Well, yeah, there's a gland that women have that they believe used to produce semen. It's dormant now, and sometimes you can get cancer and stuff, and then they have to remove it. But it is a theory that we actually were asexual, and that's how we would reproduce. And of course, if you're asexual, it's spontaneous. You can't control that. So if we going through, if we like, damn, we wish we could control when we got pregnant, and we wish we had somebody to fight this saber-toothed tiger. Damn, it's hard out here. Thousands of years later, along comes a man.
So I'll be willing to. I would almost buy that for more dollars than I'd be willing to buy this whole "I took a rib and made a lady" thing.
No, I think that over time we manifested men into existence. I really believe that. I think that we wanted the muscle, and we wanted to be able to control when we got pregnant.
Okay, I can get with that one.
Yeah, that's my theory. Now I'm not trying to offend nobody that's Christian, but there has been a lot of evidence to support that we were female for many thousands of years before men showed up.
Oh.
And then they got the takeover spirit.
Well, we let them.
Yeah,
you know how lying everything is. Did you guys ever hear about El Kebalan?
I think so. That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar to me, but I can't put my finger on it.
El Kebalan is the ancient name for Africa before Africanus went over there and renamed it. Did you know that?
Okay.
And Mother of Mankind, Garden of Eden, El Kebalan is the oldest and only word for indigenous origin used by the Moors, Nubians, Numadians, Kahardians, and the Ethiopians.
Okay.
Yep. So the more you know, right? So not only are we not Black, not only is it not Africa. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I love the awakening that's happening in the world.
Africa is 11 million square miles with so many different ethnicities of people on there. I don't even think they have counted them all.
Right. And did you ever look at what can fit in Africa?
Yeah.
Did you know all the other countries can fit in Africa? And they lie to us on the map?
Africa is damn near half the earth.
Did you guys know that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys know that the resources in Africa are enough to make the world go like for millions of bajillions of years? And that's why all these countries keep it in their interest to like keep their fingers over there. Did you know that in the Sierra Leone, they walk on diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
they find them in
that
their
they
yard.
pulled, they
I've heard
mined
that.
gold in their
Yeah.
backyard right now in 2023. But also in other countries in Africa, it's only 2014 because they're on a whole other clock. Did you
Yeah,
know that?
Ethiopia.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the
We have
Gregorian clock,
Ethiopian
not the Julian
population
one.
here.
So Al-Kabalan is the true name of the continent, and Africa, it was spelled like
Named
this.
after a Roman soldier.
Yep, African.
Africus.
So it was known as Eden. So that's where the whole idea of Eden came from. And the religion that Christianity is based on a number of religions from Africa, including Judaism, Muslims, and then he took
Well,
poetry,
no, Muslim is
writings
new
and
is
stuff.
younger than Christianity.
Islam came
They
after
took they
Yeah,
used
Christianity.
the Torah. He took
younger.
his favorite quotes from like different books and put them all to his Bible.
Oh, you mean the King
Not
James Bible
specific.
specifically? Because
Right,
Christianity existed. Because Ethiopia, they have a different Bible. They don't use the King
right.
James Bible.
I actually considered looking into, because I'm like moving away from Catholicism, for obvious reasons. Like I can't be talking like this and be like, yeah, I'm sticking with it, you know?
Right.
And I really was interested in Ethiopian, or it's called Oriental Orthodox. I don't know why I don't like that name, but I think that's what it's called. But it's specifically the Ethiopian version because I like how they include the Book of Enoch. And Ethiopia was the second country to convert to Christianity other than Armenia, and it was only second by 30 years. Um, and yeah, and another thing is with Tez, I watched this podcast one time, and this guy was talking about how he thinks he knows where the real Eden was, and he believes it to be in Tasmania, which is within a crater.
I don't think nobody was on Australia. I think those
Listen,
Australia came fairly recently.
the cradle of life
All
is
of them.
Africa.
Yeah.
That's what I believe.
That's where we all come from.
They went exploring. They got on boats and left Africa and ended up in Australia, crashed or something.
Yeah, what? Where do you think the people that were the Aborigines, that group of people, like the history, like is so interesting to me.
You know what it is, and believe me, I'm not trying to say anything racist because I know that sometimes people can think racist people have used this rhetoric. They're actually mixed with another humanoid. So when they left Africa and went over to Australia, that humanoid,
just like white people
Oh,
are
you
mixed with
mean the
Neanderthals.
Nephilim? Is it the Nephilims or the
Because Neanderthals had
Neanderthals?
straight hair and they were white.
Yeah, and Europeans, they mixed with Neanderthals, and that is what made them become different.
My theory is that
different.
Europeans are leftover Neanderthals.
Well, they are, but they have a mostly human DNA at this point.
I think it's mixed with Nephilim blood or the Anunnaki blood. But now everything's so mixed, so now people are being reincarnated just with like God's souls, and it's kind of hard to tell nowadays. That's why I'm grateful I have brown eyes, because I feel like brown eyes are the original eyes, and brown eyes are always the most honest to me.
No offense to anybody, but light eyes remind me of animals. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be racist or anything like that. It's just when I see them, I think of cats and dogs, and I used to really be
I used to wish I had green eyes for the longest time, and now I'm just grateful. I like it. I feel like it's the original eyes. I'm glad I have them.
It was never my eyes, it was my nose. And sometimes I do have moments where I think about having a nose job, but I'm afraid that my face is going to look unsymmetrical.
That's what happens, because people don't realize the subtle like the balance of what really is going on. So because there's such a subtle, I don't even know the word, what it is, but it's like everything is like matches up, even if something appears larger than it should. It's secretly like your eyes are, because now your eyes are shaped because
your
of
eyes and everything.
Yeah, and so if you adjust that, it like mixes with the balance. If it's subtle enough, it's good work. I think it does work, but I
think it depends on your face shape.
Yeah, I think so too.
But there's a reason why Missy Elliott looks like literally a completely different person, and it is not weight loss. She lost weight years ago. She had a very drastic nose job. Like half of her nose is gone.
What does she look like now? I don't even remember.
Go to her Instagram. She looks like she's Young Miami's aunt.
Oh my God.
Like seriously.
I heard someone say that Young Miami looks like her.
No, they look like they're sisters. Like you would think that maybe this is they're 10 years older than her. And Missy's older than me. Missy's probably 50, but she looks like she's late 30s, early 40s. And she looks like she could be her sister.
Wow.
She's had a lot of work done. And hey, if it makes you happy and as long as you don't look freakish, I say go for it. But there's always that possibility that you could look freakish.
And this is in Ethiopia had that one emperor, Solange or whatever his name is. And he could trace his lineage back to King David. And I really believe that's kind of more what Jesus looked like.
So he said. No, they have paintings of Jesus in Ethiopia. He's a little short, skinny man with an afro. They had a bunch of paintings of him. They're like thousands of years old.
Well, there's that cloth of that was the shroud. That's basically they found that it's literally like they can't explain why that image is there. It's basically almost like a photograph that occurred to create that image, whatever the process that a photograph does, like old school Kodak style, not obviously
I think
nowadays.
that's something Da Vinci was screwing around with. I think
the shroud. I don't think
so. He was a genius, and I honestly think that shroud is one of something that he was fooling with, and people want it to be something else, and it's not.
That's not what I believe.
Back to Missy real
quick. It looks like that painting. It does not look like any real actual.
If I'm going to be frank, I fell down some rabbit holes with like all these world fairs and the architecture that was here way before we got here. And I really think that the Moors and Black people were here.
We were already here.
They were here in America before Europeans were, and they mixed with the indigenous peoples.
And I think that they were all killed. I think that's who's in those what are they called? Where all the dead bodies are? What are they called? The caravans? Catacombs.
Yeah.
I think that, and I think that's why there was an influx of and then they burned them all with all the floods and fires. And then there was an influx of all those immigrants in Ellis Island. That's where my names are, both sides are there chilling. And both my parents went to the World Fair in Montreal, despite families never being out of the country. That's super weird. They didn't even know each other. So meanwhile, they're walking past each other with their respected family, not knowing that they're going to literally get married and have kids. It's weird. There's something weird that happened.
Okay.
America.
So you're saying Missy Elliott, huh?
But America was before the Mayflower. Like there were Vikings and Africans and Asians already here. There were already multiple groups of people here. The issue that happened is when they came over from Europe, they carried so many diseases that they pretty much killed everybody.
They would throw blankets of the diseases on people and
they killed so many people that it created a mini ice age. That is how.
And then did you know that it was a Black man who created the inoculation saved everybody from smallpox, named Onesimus? I featured him here on one of my Black History Month days. Onesimus was a semi-freed slave who found that rubbing the pustules, much like the what was that tuberculosis Mary or whoever she was, would do to her clients, and they would drink of her nectar, and that would inoculate them because it would give them a little bit of the sickness. So he rubbed his thing on somebody in front of his slave master, Mather, a Quaker, and he was like, nobody wants to rub anything with you, you slave. And he was like, but it'll work. So he's like, I was sick, and then it went away. And so he did it, and he got 240 volunteers that were sick with smallpox in Boston, Massachusetts. And they had them all rub the pustules, and all of them pretty much lived. It was like
the word
morbidity rate.
You want to cry and go like that.
Yeah, it's gross. The word pustule is gross as hell. Yeah,
it's disgusting, right? It's disgusting. But that's what happened. And so Onesimus saved us after that happened. So yeah, shout out to ingenuity.
I know that's right. Now, can I say this real quick about Missy,
looking
and
for
then I'm gonna
Missy?
let y'all go.
You're looking for Missy, right?
Yeah, I need to go too.
Did you look at the picture, Corey?
Yeah, I seen it, but she used to sound so mucusy before. Do you think it could have been a deviated septum?
Well, they
fit?
probably fixed that while they were in there too.
Yeah, they always fix it while they give you a. They're like, while we're here.
Yeah, I'm sure they fixed that. And she probably went to somebody really good, like Dr. Paul or somebody, because Missy's rich. So I'm sure she went to the best. But she
When
looks
was
great.
that Missy
But
Elliott?
it's always that possibility that you might come out looking like Lil' Kim. You know what I mean?
That's if you take it too far. Little Kim has daddy issues.
Yeah, but I also think that
Oh,
she's
really?
going for that.
Her father was.
Look at your pretty little thing there, Curve.
Oh, I was doing this. I'm crazy.
No, Little Kim actually was trying to.
It was too late before we spoke, and now it is definitely too late.
Oh, that's so cute.
Not the hand pose.
It was too late before we spoke, and now it is definitely too late.
Oh my God, I love that the hand pose is everything.
Canadien au U-camp.
Oh no! I'm sorry. Another thing got shot down, a cylindrical object this time.
Oh yeah.
Over northern Canada, and you heard that they did one over, was it Alaska or Spain or somewhere? I don't know. They've been shooting them down.
Kind of to come and fuck up the world because their shit is fucked up. I really don't want that to happen.
Operation Blue, what's it called? Blue Point or Blue something?
A Blue Beam.
Blue Beam, yeah.
Yeah,
that is not Missy Elliott. Oh my God.
I told you. She was
I'm shocked. I can't breathe. This is crazy.
And like Corey said, her voice is also lighter.
I can't. That's not Missy. This is insane.
And that's not just weight loss. She's had lost weight a long time ago. She's had a nose job.
Yeah, she had to lose weight because her doctor told her she was going to die. She was that unhealthy.
She's kept
ever so, huh?
I mean,
she's kept it off.
She looks great because Missy's got to be 50.
She looks really good.
Yeah.
And I love her vibe. She's like giving off a whole vibe, huh? I love it.
Like, I feel like she has a new personality now.
This is what a midlife crisis should look like.
Right? This is a good one. This is like a good midlife crisis.
I'm dying for that.
Give it up to the best looking midlife crisis we've seen all year.
I am dying for that sequin gown. That sequin gown.
That's
everything.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
Everything.
It was really long in one picture, but now it looks really
because
grown.
Misty's only like 5'2".
Yeah,
her and Janet are like the same height, and Janet is short.
Yeah, Janet is way shorter than me.
I'm 5'10", so I just monster next to her.
Janet is short too.
Mm-hmm. So is Beyonce. She's tiny too. Beyonce's only like 5'3".
Not that short.
I thought Beyonce was 5'8".
No,
you don't think it was contouring or something?
She wears heels.
She's like about a hair shorter than I am, so she's about 5'7".
You don't think it's just contouring?
Yeah, I heard she's like 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah, she says she's not as tall as people think she is.
Now, me and Tamar are the same height. I used to think she was short until I saw her. I was like, oh.
Everyone's short for me.
So there's her nose, and then let's hurry up. Did you guys see it? That's her old nose. So is this an old nose? Because it looks the same.
Already
I think that had a tune-up.
Wait a minute.
I think the nose we're seeing is
I
like a
think
couple
it's just
nose jobs.
contouring.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think she already had a nose job back in the day when she first got famous.
Oh.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think this is like a
recently.
Yep.
I don't know. I think she looks great.
No, she looks
fabulous. Yeah.
Good.
I'm not against plastic surgery.
Oh, shout out to DMX. Hey, yo, bitch.
I loved DMX back in the day.
Me too.
Brendan yelled out.
He reminds me of my friend Ashley because we would ride around her car and just like blast it.
Brendan was 2. I was the only person of color in Nordstrom's by the piano player.
Uh-huh.
He throws his bottle across the aisle and goes, Y'all gonna make me lose my mind.
Brenda did that?
And I said, what? You don't know any DMX?
Oh, that's hilarious.
That's
And
hilarious.
I just kept rolling.
Not for nothing, that song will amp you up.
That's the old nose. You see it?
Yeah.
But
Where?
that was already a nose job.
Yep, that was already one. That was we're singing at 3.0. That was probably 2.0.
Yeah, I think she's had like 3 nose jobs.
Oh
yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like this has always been.
Her nose wasn't that big to begin with.
Like right
no,
here.
I think that was already a nose job.
Yeah.
I don't think her nose was that big to begin with.
She had that first initial nose job. And then she had another one and another
Yeah,
one.
we never saw her old nose. We'd have to look at childhood.
So I think that I have seen an old picture of her before she had money. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I think that as soon as she got money, she had that first original nose job.
You're right, because I remember seeing a picture of her. Yeah.
Well, I'd have to go way back because it doesn't look like she has it on here.
Oh, it's not on Instagram. It's like on a documentary or something that I saw it.
Yeah, it was
She's looking fabulous. It settled well. It doesn't look overdone. I feel like she looks the same. She's recognizable. And so what did she do? She had it pulled in on
I was like, I don't know about recognizable. I saw her sitting there and I would have never known.
Yeah, did she have the nose?
If you were at a party and this lady walked in, would you honestly think that was Missy Elliott?
Yes.
You would? I would.
Yeah. She looked like Missy.
Honestly, celebs in person sometimes, even though they look like them, it's like different when you see them in 3D versus like 2D. I can't explain it. But like I've been around, like I remember I was accidentally in front of like some SNL girl. And I was like talking to her for an hour and laughing. And I was like,
Steve Harvey looked like Steve Harvey in person.
Oh, well,
and I was like, you look like that girl, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, and then she went along with it because she knew I thought like, and she was like, yeah, people tell me that like she's one of those. And I was like, okay.
I was in line at Whole Foods behind T.I. for a few minutes before I realized it was him. He's so short.
How'd you find out? Did he say something?
You say he was cute?
Because the Whole Foods is by my gym. And so everybody at the gym told me that T.I. has a house over here. He's over here all the time. And I said, I ain't never seen no damn T.I. over here. Y'all tripping. So I go to Whole Foods like 2 days later, and there's a man in front of me. And I'm looking, I'm like, why does he feel so familiar? And I'm like, this is T.I.
We used to see people on the subway too.
Yeah.
But like New Yorkers don't care. We're just like, hi, bye.
Yeah, and then one time I saw him driving out of that community in like a Bentley with a little tiny woman. I'm assuming it was tiny.
Lightning struck that seat, y'all. We're in the end times.
But yeah, but I don't know. After that thing happened with his daughter, I didn't see him in LA anymore. So I don't know if they moved after that. I don't know what happened.
Y'all, it's the end times.
Okay.
I'm ready to go home.
Oh, no.
That thing probably gets struck by lightning all the time. Look where it is. It's like a lightning rod.
Yeah. Well,
lightning's so scary to me. My parents' friend died from walking on the beach.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Yeah, so like that's a real thing.
Did Martha Stewart really get Snoop Dogg tattooed on her?
I'm sure that this is promotion.
My dad's obsessed with her because she's secretly Polish. Did you know that? Her maiden name is Polish. So like my family is like Martha Stewart because they like love famous Polish people.
Why the secrets?
I can see it now that you say that.
But Martha said she was Polish.
Oh, yeah. I never knew that until
she
like
talked about pierogies and all of that stuff.
Yeah. I never heard of that literally until last year. And I was like, is she really? My dad was like, yeah. She's our girl.
On her show. Like way back in like the early 90s and stuff.
That's a pretty good likening to Snoop Dogg, if you ask me. That's
well, you know they tight.
Well, you know, I first met Snoop when I was 12 years old, like 2 months before he became famous. And he was saying,
cool.
he was trying to talk. I have an older cousin, and he was trying to hit on her friend. And he was telling her, like, I'm a rapper and this, and that. She was like, whatever, gangbanger, get out of here, And like 2 months later, that deep cover song hit. And we were like, oh, he really was a rapper. Because in LA, everybody say they're a rapper or something. Honestly, he just looked like any gangbanger.
You know what this lady looks like? Patty Stinger, the millionaire matchmaker.
Yep.
That turn is beautiful. Wasn't that beautiful?
What is this? Flamenco?
Flamenco. Yeah.
She's got some hair on
Olay!
her. I love that hair.
But
she's got good hair.
Singer.
That's Moorish.
Yeah. I never thought that this came from. You're right, Corey. I never made the connection before.
What's the connection?
It's like the cry. It's like the cry to prayer.
I know the mariachi comes from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they play the accordion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which, by the way,
you can tell Arabic style singing, and you can tell music that was infused with it from the beginning, like where the Moors were, because it all has that same vibe and throat and bottom to it.
Well, the thing about the Moors, from my understanding, is that they were more of like a cultural identity. So all Moors were not Black people.
Yeah, no.
It was more of a cultural thing, and they were some of them were not Black.
The Moor was derived from the ancient Mori, first used by Christian Europeans to designate Muslim inhabitants. So, but they did rule the Andalusia from the early 8th century until the 15th century. So 800 years of history there. Their legacy, especially in terms of what we can see today, is considerable, with the two regions most important and most visited monuments, the Alhambra and Mezquita, are from Moorish time. So in fact, it's derived from a Latin word, Moris, which was used to describe Berbers and other people
Who are the Berbers again? I forget.
Province of Mauritania or Mauritania, which was now North Africa. So over time, they
want to say the Berbers were like
Muslims to living in Europe.
Yeah, Andalusian horses are my favorite.
Wait, I didn't hear you. Wait, what were the Berbers?
I want to say completely they were right around the Ethiopian area, but I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
No, Berbers are from North. They're North African.
Yeah, it says Iberian or Liberians.
They're north. And the Moors were initially indigenous to the, what's that word, Corey?
Andalusia.
Where's that?
Berbers of Africa. Okay. And the name was later applied to Arabs and the Arabidi Liberians. And to some, Moors were not distinct or self-defined people. White Europeans of middle age in the early modern period variously applied it to general geographic areas, and it was based off of being Muslim. So, but this is what Moors look like.
Well,
and this is what Moors look like. The people from the part of North Africa, the Berbers, this is what the Berbers look like, who they designated Moors. You see what I'm saying? So that says that right here. See? Berbers and other people from ancient, which is now North Africa. So they were looking like this. And that's the Berber coast. I love looking at the Berber coast. That's a wonderful
thing. You know what I think has happened? I feel like that white people have tried to force the idea of race upon the people of Africa when that is not how we have ever identified. And so that is why it's just not working. Like we just operate in two different ways.
Right.
You know
Like
what I'm
it's
saying?
not that.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
because and I think a lot of Black people, especially, I find it more with African people in America, don't really understand. We are not one group of people, nor have we
Yeah.
ever. Pan-Africanism is not real. It was something that someone like back in like the 40s, 60s, somewhere that wanted to just throw out there and say it would be great if this could happen. Africa is not a country. It's never going to.
Tangeria.
It's so weird how people like forget that it's a continent. That's just so strange to me.
No, I think that people know it's a continent, but I don't think they understand what that means. I don't think that they understand.
Like, how many countries are in there?
11 million square miles of different groups of people. Most of them can't even understand each other because they don't speak the same language.
And did you know that the maps were like changed? Like, Africa's way bigger than like it is on the map.
Yeah, Africa's damn near half the world.
They like changed it, just like they made Greenland huge. Greenland's not that big, and they like changed it to
Africa's
like
way
fit their own
bigger.
ego.
Yeah. Well, the victors get to write the books, and they also get to leave the books out that tell their true loss and history of, maniacal treachery.
Yeah, and Africa was named after a Roman general, Africas, and I forget the original name. You mentioned it, but that's not the original name that I heard.
Yeah.
It's a different name that I didn't hear mentioned today. I forget it now. It literally means like paradise, like kind of Eve 2, kind of what you're saying, but it wasn't the word that you had. It started with, I forget which letter it started with.
But here's the thing with that. Those people did not have the technology that we have today. So how do we know that they were even referring to the whole continent? They could have, you know what I mean? Did they even understand that the continent was 11 million square miles? Or did they just understand like the portion that they were aware of? Because
probably
there's
that
a big mountain in the middle, mountain range in the middle that is very difficult to cross. And that's why, even though I mix with, I've done my ancestry, so I know what I am. And I mix with, people from several different countries, but they're all West African. I'm West African. It was one little tiny dot in South Africa, very, very, very tiny. That was probably less than 1%. Didn't even show up in my percentage.
Do you have friends since you're from Louisiana?
Yep. All UK, Scotland, Ireland.
Really?
Welsh. Well, I knew I was Welsh because my last name is Welsh, and I'm named after a castle in Wales. So I knew I was Welsh. But I'm only 12% European.
I just thought, because like I thought maybe you were like had a little Creole or something.
Congolese, Senegal.
And you know what I don't understand? And if anyone understands this, let me know. Did you know there is a country off of Africa that also refers to themselves as Creole, and it's not the same as Louisiana Creole?
Yeah, Benzino's people.
Yeah, I don't know.
From there too.
What is? I don't. I'm so confused.
Creole means is
so
like,
is Fallon. Fallon's father, I think, is from there.
Yeah, but
it's on the tip of my tongue.
It's a mixture of like two different languages kind of hacked together. So there are different types of Creole. Like typically a person from New Orleans would not be able to talk to a person from Haiti. We don't speak the same Creole.
And Haiti speaks Creole, yeah.
There's not a lot of people in Louisiana that can speak Creole because in the early 1900s, they actually went around to the rural areas and made us speak English.
My friend's family is from Haiti, and she used to always speak to her mom.
But if it's possible, because you only get half of your parents' DNA. So it's possible that maybe someone was French and that DNA fell off somewhere on the chain.
Yeah, because I truly believe that like when you're being made, it's like you have the ingredients, but like which ingredients are used the most, it's kind of like a toss-up.
You have people in your family that are a certain ethnicity, but that doesn't make you that ethnicity.
Yeah, and it just pops up maybe in different generations.
You have 50% from that parent, and within that 50%, that ethnicity may not have been in there. That is why I always side-eye people when they go, I'm Black because my great-great-grandmother was a biracial Black woman. And I'm like, what?
Right, I know. No. I really feel like I'm 50-50 of my parents because I literally look like my parents actually don't look that different from one another, because one's Polish and one's Slovakian, and they both have brown hair. And I'm like, okay. But I really am a mix of them. My brother, I think, is more my mom, but like it's weird. I'm a firstborn, and I'm like,
Didn't think at all.
Well, my like Senegal is only on one side of my family. I think it's my mom, but she would have to take the test for
is
me.
Senegal on the east or the west?
To me, she looks more Senegalese. To me, my mom does. So I think that is on that side of the family. I'm mostly Nigerian.
Where is Senegal? Is that on the east or the west?
Senegal is close to the United States. I do know that. It's only like a 5-hour flight. Let's look and see where it is. I don't know.
So it must be on the west.
Yeah, because it's like 5 hours from Senegal to Florida.
I think it's like midway west. I could always tell like East Africans.
No, well, I'm West African. Period. You know what I mean? Like I don't even count that little 12% of the UK.
Yeah, I know.
But even me saying I'm mostly Nigerian doesn't mean anything because Nigerian is not an ethnicity. It's a landmass with a bunch of people of different ethnicities on it. So
although when people are Nigerian, they tend to have very similar looks. Like I can always tell with their eyes.
You know, one of my contractors is half Nigerian. He's half from Louisiana, and he looks East African. If you saw him, you would think that he was a very tall, striking East African man with sharp features, but he's actually Nigerian. But he's of a different ethnicity than most of the Nigerian people that are here.
I think that most of them that are here are Igbo.
Yeah,
I think you're right. That's why I recognize those features, like how Wendy has like the eyes like are very similar. They're very pretty and they're like kind of wide set. Yeah.
No, I have had multiple Nigerian people tell me that they actually think that my skin tone comes from Nigeria, not Europe, because they said that there is an ethnicity of people with yellow skin there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But my parents don't have my skin color.
Yeah, because if you look at Nigeria and it's like you know how they break it down in Wikipedia, like there's like a couple different ones. It's not like all the same.
Oh no, it's a lot of different ethnicities.
Just a lot of tribes, yeah.
Just in Nigeria alone. And then not to mention the Congolese, like, because I think some people think that I look a little Native American. That's actually Congolese they're seeing. Because I see it when I look at Congolese people. I'm like, that's my face.
That's what I feel when I see like Hungarian people, or like I'm like, wait, because my friend, she was Hungarian Jewish, and they thought that like she was my older sister when we used to work together. And she's like, Natasha, if you go to Hungarian, they literally all look like us.
The thing about Jewish is that it's both an ethnicity and a faith. But all Jewish people are not the same ethnicity.
No, because there's the A1, there's the S1. What's the A1? Ashkenazi. There's the S1, so which is like Moroccan Jews and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, well, but see, the thing is, there are Jewish people in Africa that are Black African Jewish.
Yeah,
people.
absolutely.
So that's why I was kind of upset when people got mad at Whoopi Goldberg. Because I think that a lot of people, even Jewish people, because I even had a Jewish man tell me, I did not know there were Black Jewish people until recently.
Yeah, there is.
Got mad at her because they were uneducated, and they took that out on her.
I feel like they were the original Jews, if you ask me.
There's a whole temple here in Los Angeles, an Ethiopian Jewish temple here. So I've always known that there were Black Jewish people. It's not like some weird, crazy thing to me. But some people have not had that exposure.
These are, this is what it's saying are Romanetto Jews.
What are they?
Mm-hmm.
They're not Ashkenazi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they look Ashkenazi to me.
Yeah, I thought white Jews are Ashkenazi.
I don't know, but Tiffany Haddish's father was an Ashkenazi Jew, and he's from
Eritrea. She's
from Eritrea.
Yeah, but
where's that?
Africa.
Sometimes you can't tell by looking at people, but he honestly looks like he might be mixed with some other ethnicity as well. So
yeah, he might be Ashkenazi because you're Jewish based on your mother. And I just found out the reason why they used to do that because they know you came out of that woman. we don't know you can't guarantee who the father is. So that's why they always went by the mother.
Yeah,
So now
Eritreans
they have
have
DNA
some
tests. I'm gonna
Italian in
check that
them.
too.
They have a lot of other ethnicities in them. They're just like the Cape Verdes
Okay.
people. They have Cape Verde people have Italian
Or
in
like
them as well.
Sicilians. Sicilians have some like North African in them too.
You know, I have been told that there are actually still Black people in Sicily, like in the mountains and stuff.
Really? Yeah, I've heard that too.
Is, but
there
I
was
haven't
Black
told
people in
that.
China.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. But not only that, there were Black people in the mountains in Tennessee before the Mayflower got here. And they still
I'm telling you, I really feel like there's Black people here already, and I think that they created the
They
civilization
live up in the mountains in Tennessee, and they live in a very isolated area, and they have been there.
probably because they went into hiding because these psychos that showed up here tried to kill them.
No, I don't think that they ever knew they were there until recently to try to kill them.
Yeah, they've been hiding for 100 years. What are you looking at? I love how every time we say something.
I'm just having.
But see, in the beginning, it was never you're Black, so you're just a slave. They started doing that over time because they were trying to justify enslaving people. So in the beginning, being Black didn't equal that you would be a slave. That sort of came later.
Yeah, I think you're right. I can see that.
No, there were Black people that came over with the conquistadors.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that? That was the Spanish, right?
Yeah.
So could those have been some of the Moors?
God, I love history.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
They're not sure. Probably.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was Polish Catholic. And Slovakian. Slovakian actually was the third language to be translated for the Catholic Mass. Slovakia is a very Catholic nation.
And these Black people were not slaves. They were not forced into servitude or anything like that. They were actually conquistadors that were Black. And at that time, there was no race. It was your culture. So if you took culture, that's what you were. The race.
And so that's why here in America, it was so important to rip the culture away from us so that we could then easily become just Black.
Well, when culture creates community and community gains support, and they can't have that if they're trying to make you a slave.
But not only that, we were mixed up. So there was no way you cannot. This is why a lot of people are against marriage outside of your community, because you really cannot continue your culture if you start mixing.
It's true.
It's going to get bred out. And what they did, they purposely would mix us up so we couldn't talk to each other. So we were not up with people from our culture. So the culture was gone before we even got here.
Yeah, I feel like they're low-key trying to do that.
No, they did that. They did that purposely. They would purposely put you with someone that was from some other ethnicity because you guys didn't speak the same language and you couldn't plot. You couldn't talk to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And they also would assault the women. Most of the women got on the boat pregnant already. So those babies are now from some other different culture. So the culture was gone before we even got off the boat.
Ridiculous.
Ponce de Leon, the conquistador, Ponce de Leon.
But he had other people with him. He had like a crew. It wasn't like him just by himself. you know.
He's like, hey guys, I'm solo.
Yeah, conquering Mexico by himself as one person.
He's like solo trip, here I come.
But unfortunately, what happened, and like I said, I have nothing against interracial marriage personally, but there is a result of these things.
Yeah, I know. I actually had thought about this too.
Is that these people bred themselves out. There's not really any Black Mexicans anymore. Most of them either migrated to Los Angeles or Texas during the Great Migration. Black people also migrated from Mexico, not just from the South, or they just bred themselves out. Because I run into a lot of people that think that there are still Black Mexicans. I have yet to find one. There are immigrants that have, people that have moved to Mexico in the past couple of generations.
That's why, like, I'm third generation, but like, it's like my mom was supposed to marry a Slovakian man, but she settled for a Polish one. Like, my side of the family, like, it's rare for you to be in this country this long and like still like know what you are, you kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? I was the only one in my school that was like American, like third, fourth generation, and knew what I was, because like the culturally, like they just stuck with their own kind because they wanted to preserve it.
But like I said,
There are some Black Mexicans still.
Be with whoever you want to, but there is a result of that, and the result of that is typically the washing out.
That's why Nigerians marry Nigerians. Typically.
Yes.
That's why Italians usually marry Italians.
But you know what? Nigerians don't even like to mix ethnicities. That is the problem.
They don't even like to mix the tribes. Yeah.
Yeah. Eddie's family stopped speaking to him because Wendy was from a different ethnicity.
Yep.
Wow.
There are still some Black Mexicans. If you look at
have yet to find
Dr. Henry Louis Gates, Black in Latin America. There's still some Black.
We were talking
about
earlier,
I did watch that, and a lot of those people looked like they were the people that actually looked like actual Black people. To me, they didn't really interview those people. And so I asked my friend who's from Mexico, and she said those people are probably immigrants from like Honduras and those places, and that's why they didn't interview them. Because I said, well, why aren't they talking to those Black people in the background? And she said those people are probably not Mexican. So,
the president of Mexico just acknowledged the community of Black Mexicans in Mexico, and that just happened like a couple months ago.
Yeah, because there's not really any left. Like I said, there's so few of them that I cannot find.
That's because it was a worldwide thing to get rid of all Black everywhere. It's
it really was
coming down currently. It is happening right now.
I think so too. I low-key think so.
1.2% left of a population that used to be so plentiful in that country. That is disgusting. See, 1.2% left.
Yeah, I think that people think that we have Black Mexicans walking around Los Angeles in the way that they have black people from the Dominican Republic, and we do not. I have never been able to find an actual Black Mexican person in my real everyday life. And I've been to Mexico multiple times. I live in Los Angeles. I've been to Texas. Haven't found one.
Well, doesn't mean they're not. They're still
there. Well, I mean, there's so few of them.
Well, I've never seen a baby pigeon, but I'm sure it happens.
But what I'm
not a baby pigeon.
So few of them. They're almost
have you ever?
No, I haven't either.
I've actually never seen a baby pigeon.
There are so few of them. They are almost non-existent at this point. So
you can say that about the American indigenous.
No, I have met Native American people. Matter of fact, I live next door to one.
She's like, I burned sugar yesterday.
Some tribes are damn near gone.
Some tribes, yeah.
Yeah, it's a plot. It's
what I'm saying.
Plot.
Callie.
What are you again? You said Cherokee, but you didn't do some walks, so they didn't let you claim it.
Yeah, my great grandmother and great grandfather are full blood Cherokee from either South or North Carolina. They did not do the Trail of Tears. My family did not do the Trail of Tears.
Explain to me, what is the Trail of Tears?
The Trail of Tears is when the colonizer was mad that we had more money than them.
Look what they
and more land and prosperous, so they made us leave our land so they can take it.
Yeah, but we can't forget that they marched the trail. There were slaves that they.
I'm getting to that.
That marched there with them.
I'm getting to that.
Can't forget that.
I'm getting to that. So they took them and told them to take their slaves and go because they wanted their land. Shocker. But my family were farmers and they did not own any Black people. How the Black got in my family was my grandmother married a half black and half white man, which diluted our blood. So therefore, again, we really can't be federally recognized because we're diluted. And 2, we didn't do the Trail of Tears. 3, we haven't signed the Dawes roll because we didn't do the Trail of Tears.
Yeah,
and there's a possibility I have Blackfeet as well.
If you didn't do the Trail
You
of
mentioned
Tears,
another tribe though.
Yeah, Blackfeet.
That's the part I'm getting lost.
Say it one more time.
There,
Blackfeet.
Oh, Blackfeet. Yeah.
So were you guys already off the land when the Trail of Tears happened, and that's why?
Well, they migrated here to Maryland due to some kind of famine, potato famine or something or other.
Okay.
They came here looking for food or whatever.
Oh wow, they've been in Maryland this long.
Catholic since, yeah, we've also been Catholic since that time as well.
Okay, gotcha.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just about as much as I know. But my cousin Carla is the one who's doing our family tree. She has Cherokee on both sides. My drunk uncle and his mean, ugly wife.
Drunk uncle
is also Cherokee. His wife's family is also Cherokee. So she's got it from both sides. So her children and her family, and that.
What if you marry a nice
and is concentrated with Cherokee?
Yeah, I think you should probably try to marry.
I think you should.
Yeah.
Hang out over there and see if you can preserve your culture.
They don't like the Cherokees in Oklahoma don't like the Cherokees that did not go on the Trail of Tears, and the ones that stayed in North Carolina, they don't like each other. The tribes don't like each other.
I can see that.
When I called the embassy in DC, the Cherokee embassy in DC, they told me because my family did not do the Trail of Tears.
That's ridiculous.
So they fight amongst one another, and I don't know why.
Because they don't want you guys to get that money.
Divide, conquer. Divide and conquer.
Yeah. But is it really going to hurt them if you get the money? You know what I mean? That type of thing. It's not going to hurt anybody. It's just
there are Black Cherokees in Oklahoma.
Yeah. It's like these people that are against reparations. I'm like, well, how is that hurting you? You're paying taxes regardless.
Yeah, I could never get reparations because my family were never slaves.
But what I'm saying is there are people who act like that is something that is personally hurting them. And I'm like, that's going to hurt you. You're going to pay taxes regardless of what they do with the money.
True.
Yeah, they do all kind of silly stuff with our tax money.
Right.
What was Brandon's father, Corey?
I believe I don't think he had any indigenous blood in him. Brendan is very small percentage of indigenous. Very, very, very small. And a very small percentage of white. Like 2-3% each.
Oh.
Yeah, by the time things trickled, I'm not any indigenous at all. I mean, there are people who thought that my great grandmother was, but my mom said, to be honest with you, she could have just been a biracial woman. My mom was like very young, and I just remember going to visit her sister, and she had long straight hair. I don't necessarily can say that she was an indigenous person, you know. So we don't know, but I didn't get any of those genes. If she was.
Yeah, my generation is like the last one. If we're gonna claim it, our children can't.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I thought you had to have at least 25%.
Yeah, our children can't.
50.
Yeah, our children can't. I almost did benefit from it in high school, but I was like, why do I have to choose? I mean, I had to choose. Then I would be negating my mom's father. I'd be negating my own father.
But it's only on paper, though.
It doesn't matter.
I think you should get that. If the government is going to give you money, I think you run them pockets. That's what I think.
Right.
Drain the pockets.
I get both sides.
I didn't want to choose though.
Get the sieve.
You just didn't feel right, but like I get it.
Yeah, I
No, because
know.
they owe us. I'm sorry. They have done messed up things to people, and they have done ridiculous things with our tax dollars.
I've given up full scholarship to Rutgers.
Oh.
You were given it?
I gave it up, yeah.
Why?
Because they were having, when I graduated high school in 93, they were having huge and horrible racial problems, and so bad that Oprah had to go to the campus.
Oh,
yeah.
So my only family that I
Rutgers
had
is
near,
kind of sketchy.
the only family I had near, and it really wasn't that near, they
Where
lived
is
in
that,
Princeton.
near Trenton?
Yeah, it's near Trenton, but my only family that I had near it was in Princeton, and that's nowhere near.
That's
Right?
yeah. That my family, my dad's side of the family is from Princeton area.
Yeah, so I would have nowhere to go. It would only be me. I was salutatorian, so it was the salutatorian and the valedictorian who only beat me by 1 point. We both gave up the scholarship because we would only have each other, and how we gonna protect one another?
That's true, and you don't know what. I mean, you think it might be just microaggressions, but there are some.
No, it wasn't microaggressions.
No, people
Yeah.
can yeah. You think
They
you
were
overlook
hanging
it,
nooses
next
on
thing you know,
doors.
they're doing something crazy.
Yeah, they were hanging nooses on doors. Same thing
That's
happened
psycho.
at the University of Maryland College Park. They were hanging nooses and stuff on doors, and I just
Really?
I couldn't see myself being there trying to study, trying to keep up my scholarship, and then worry
With
about
the
my safety.
feeling like you weren't safe physically.
Yes.
Yeah.
And have your
that's way too much
hypothalamus
stress.
disengaged because of the racial tension that you were
Yeah.
under because of the racist. Yeah.
The thing that's just so crazy is that historically we have never done anything to these people.
That's what I'm saying. Except for
Exactly.
being raped.
That's what I mean. I feel in my heart that it is biblical.
That's the only thing
Like
we
we literally have never done anything
survive
to
and endure.
I think it's biblical.
How is being great, surviving, enduring, thriving, overcoming? You know what I'm saying? How is that a threat to you?
I mean, to
How
have
is that?
that level of hatred for people that have never done anything to you. It's just insane to me.
It's insane.
Insane in the membrane.
There is
I
really
think it's
no
because
in
they
history.
recognize the genetics of what God intended. And when you have that evil spirit in you, it doesn't like that.
You know what I think it is?
The
I
threat
think
of genetic
that-
annihilation.
I think that what happened was we did not fight back in the way that other groups of people would. Like if they went to Russia and tried that shit, the Russian army would show up and kick their ass. We didn't do that. They see us as weak as somebody that they can bully because we did not fight back.
And we're still so
that is the
forgiving.
problem. We tried to negotiate with them and work with them. We
We
did
are
not
still so forgiving too.
fuck off this continent.
You can't negotiate with terrorists.
Yeah, so
They don't keep their word anyway. They don't keep their word anyway. Every treaty they ever name one treaty. Name one treaty that they've upheld.
None.
It's not about treaties. It's about they know who to F with. They ain't going to China effing with China. It's not happening. They not really gonna F with Russia like that. It's not happening.
Well,
we did not fight back. And so they perceive us as someone that they can just pick on and pick on and pick on. What you gonna do about it?
Right.
We don't have an army. We do not have a military on the entire continent.
No, there's like little mini militias.
No, there's nothing like what China has. Nothing like what Russia
nothing is organized.
We don't even have
like what
Ukraine.
Yeah, why is that? Why? Like, I'm gonna need some armies
because there are Black people who don't want to fight and they don't care. They're out for themselves and they don't care if we're all subjugated.
Tim Scott,
but I believe that there needs to be some division between them and us.
Yeah,
we need to stop identifying
because they can't be taking y'all down.
Identifying by
that's what happened to the Black Panther Party.
Well, you know, I like all this talk and everything, but not really, because what you have to also recognize is that the times that we do always, every single time historically, after the enslavement that we have endured, every single time that we do I'm doing air quotes, pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and create a community and businesses and
They
systems,
burn it down.
or they burn it
No,
down,
we
they
can't
make it a
have
lake,
that. We
they
cannot
nuke
have
it,
that without
they
military
do all
protection.
kinds of stuff to it.
can't.
You know what I'm saying? And then they turn around and say, oh, but what about black on black crime? It's all a mind fuck. And
No,
I'm
I
done
was
with
talking
it.
about like in Africa.
Yeah, I'm
I was
talking
talking
about globally. We
Yeah,
cannot
globally.
do anything without military protection. That is not the world that we live in. It doesn't work that way.
Well, and even in Africa, the countries that do try to get together are often infiltrated by
Because
other
they need to
non,
build a
you know what I'm saying?
military
Because they need
first.
stuff.
And they
Mm-hmm.
need to
There's a lot of
weed
greed
out
in a
the
lot of
people
places.
that are selling them out.
Yeah, we have a
We
lot of
sell our own selves out.
Yeah, and you gotta
No.
cut ties with those people. They're gonna take you down.
Tim
Yeah.
Scott.
Y'all aren't. It's like
Well,
cutting
who
ties
are
with
you
someone
saying,
toxic.
Corey? What
Tim Scott,
Who's Tim Scott?
South Carolina Republican, who's holding up the George Floyd bill.
Police Act.
Yes, thank you.
Well, I have a question about, see, the thing is with some of these bills, the United States is actually not one country. Actually, it's like 50 different little countries that come together.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really think that
It's
there
like
is
a continent.
central way to govern the local police. I think that they are bullshitting us and they're doing things for stunts and shows.
Yep.
Tim Scott.
To pacify us.
Yeah. I even if they do pass
Say
the
to say, oh look, we have that bill.
Look,
and
we
it's gonna
care. We
keep
did this
on
for you.
happening.
Look, we
the
see.
federal government does not control the local police. It is not set up that way. So they're just doing things for symbolism.
For photo ops.
Yep.
Just like
I don't know. It sure did work for the APP. What is it? API people?
But they got actual money infusion and reparations. What are we gonna get?
Well,
Nothing.
they pretended like they gave some land back to some black people here in Manhattan Beach, and if you really read between the lines, they didn't.
They gave it back to them, but
it's always that. It's like you have to read the fine print.
They gave it back to him, but wouldn't let him do anything with it.
There's always like a
No, legally, they really didn't give it back to them because they did not have the true right of ownership where they can say, get off my land, I'm going to fence it off. So legally, under the way the law is in California, they actually didn't really own it. It was all bullshit. I'm glad they got some money. I'm glad they got their $20 million, but that was orchestrated from the beginning. They could have never kept that land because they never actually gave it to them. There's a guy named Tone Talks. He's an attorney. He did a whole video on this and broke it down. And he was like, no, if you actually own land, you have the right to tell people to vacate. If they have it that you cannot evict this lifeguard station, you do not own this land.
Exactly.
All right, y'all. I gotta go.
All right. Good night.
Thanks for coming
Night.
out.
Love y'all.
You guys,
Bye, guys.
this has been fabulous on Larger Curves.
awesome.
Today we had a freaking marathon. We've talked about it all, everything. Callie Nola, thanks for coming through. I appreciate your POV. This has been so special. I love it. Corey, my sister, thank you for coming through. And my gosh, I kept you up till 11:30.
I know, but it's tomorrow's Sunday though. I can sleep.
Yes, it's an awesome night. I'm gonna go finish watching. I'm gonna catch the last half hour of Love and Marriage DC. See, I hope you're not lying to me. Or because that's only because I binged watched all the Queens, man.
I can't get into them because I didn't watch it from the beginning. And I find that with these shows, if I don't watch it from the beginning, I can't get into them.
Well, I missed one. I saw some. I'm like, maybe let
They're
me
just
try.
not that interesting to me.
Yeah, they're not a lot of interesting. I did want to.
I like them a little bit.
I thought Winter was going to get into it with somebody, and I wanted to see that. Irene, you know what? You're great. Thanks for hanging out with me today on Larger Curves. You guys, on your way out, smash the buttons, smash the freaking like button, the subscribe button, hit that bell so you can get notified next time your girl Larger Curves uploads a video, and so you can become part of this beautiful curvy community that we're growing in these YouTube streets, y'all. Thank you for being you. Thank you for spending your time with me here on this Saturday, the 11th, 2/11/2023. That's what time it is. Thank you for being you. I appreciate it. You guys,
Yes.
happy Saturday. Ooh, let's go find a dance floor. Peace out, y'all.
Yeah.
Bye.